Now we're resuming meeting number 87, the House of Commons Standing Committee on Finance, debate on the motion of P.S. Beach, the amendment of MP Blakey, and the sub-amendment of MP Genuis in relation to the study of Bill C-47. Today's meeting is taking place in a hybrid format pursuant to House Order of June 23rd, 2022. Members are attending in person in the room and remotely using the Zoom application. I would like to make a few comments for the benefit of members. Please wait until I recognize you by name before speaking. For those participating by video conference, click on the microphone icon to activate your mic, and please mute yourself when you are not speaking. Interpretation for those on Zoom, you have the choice at the bottom of your screen of either floor, English, or French. For those in the room, you can use the earpiece and select the desired channel. A reminder that all comments should be addressed through the chair. For members in the room, if you wish to speak, please raise your hand. For members on Zoom, please use the raise hand function. The clerk and I will manage the speaking order as best we can, and we appreciate your patience and understanding in this regard. So we last left off, and of course we have P.S. Beach here if you want to, because it's his motion. We last left off with MP Perkins, and then I have MP Blakey, then I have P.S. Beach, then I have MP Morantz on my list. And we're going to start with hearing what MP Perkins, I can't recall exactly where we left off, what you were talking about, but... You'll be reminded.
Yes.
Well, it's somehow related,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the Parliamentary Secretary is exactly correct. I presume the sub-amendment to have the Minister of Public Safety appear as part of the broader motion of Mr. Beach's to have...
Sorry, Rick, just apologies to my, just a brief point of order there. Chair, would you be able to outline, because we might have some lengthy debate, which I think is important. What were you thinking in terms of the schedule today?
I think we've got resources going right through the full day, like right to the end. Yes.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Sorry, there. Floor back to my colleague, Mr. Perkins. My apologies.
Thank you. And because the chair was trying to recall what it was I was discussing in the context of Mr. Genis's sub-amendment, well, I was speaking the other night about the issue of why the Minister of Public Safety, who is responsible for our police forces, security forces, the RCMP in particular, why he needs to appear to discuss the expenditure of the budget for the RCMP, when in my part of the world, large parts of what they do don't seem to be actual enforcement of the law in the context of either community policing or in the context specifically, and I know Mr. Beach enjoyed his time on Fisheries Committee, and as do I currently, and I was speaking of the crisis we have in Nova Scotia and southern New Brunswick about the Elver fishery and the lack of law enforcement, and trying to understand where the expenditure of RCMP money is going, since it's not going to enforcing the law around this. And if the minister were here, some of the things I would bring to the minister's attention were brought to my attention this morning. In fact, the Attorney General of New Brunswick called me this morning. He called me this morning. Yes, he did. Ted Fleming, great historic political name in New Brunswick. His father was Premier in New Brunswick, and he is the Attorney General under Premier Higgs. And he called me about the Elver fishery crisis in New Brunswick this morning, about how it is lawlessness in New Brunswick, how poachers are decimating the rivers, and how the legal license holders of those licenses have been taken out of the water by the enforcement arm of DFO. Perhaps the fisheries minister should probably be accountable for the budget allocations in here as well, but that might be another sub-amendment. Yeah. In the case of this, I explained to Mr. Fleming sort of the history of how the Elver fishery had developed in the last 30 years, how there are 8 legal commercial license holders, an additional 3 First Nations license holders that were granted, 2 of them granted by the current Minister of Fisheries. Those licenses represent 250 to 300 harvesters that are on the rivers of specific rivers. They are licensed to a specific river, even though there are elvers. I'll remind those who maybe didn't have the pleasure of listening to my discussion about elvers the other night. An elver is a baby eel, sometimes known as a glass eel. And glass eels, as I said the other night, they're not as cute as seals, but they're worth a heck of a lot more money. They're worth about $5,000 a kilogram, and they're easy to catch. They're born in a place called the Sargasso Sea, which is where 4 Atlantic currents come together in the North Atlantic. And they are born there, and they migrate back to the rivers where their parents were born. And they migrate up those rivers. In the case of Atlantic Canada and New Brunswick and Nova Scotia, they start coming in the beginning of March, and they go to July, returning the rivers, and they go to the headwaters and to the lakes, and they become full-blown adult eels over time. And when they're older and it's time to reproduce, those eels leave the rivers and go back to the Sargasso Sea. So why are glass eels so valuable? That's created this lawlessness area issue that's going on in Nova Scotia, where the RCMP needs to be held account, or the Minister specifically for Public Safety needs to be held account for the lack of enforcement and the use of taxpayer money in that budget, is because they are, and why it's only existed for about 30 years, is a technology developed to ship them live to Asia, these baby eels, and they're, through land-based aquaculture, they're grown into full-size eels there, and then sold throughout Asia, but particularly Japan, for seafood. And it's much easier to ship a 10-centimeter long little baby eel to Asia than it is to try and catch a full-size eel. It's a lot more cost-effective that way. And as a result of the fact that the most prized eels, glass eels, baby eels, are in the Maritimes and a bit in Maine, the price has gone in 10 years from a few $100s to $5,000 a kilogram. And the license holders were reporting to the RCMP as early as March 1st when they arrived that there were poachers on all the rivers. And part of the problem with the poachers on the rivers is that while they were there, the license holders were reporting this to RCMP and to DFO enforcement, but they didn't show up. It was sort of like finding Freeland. We could not find evidence of DFO actually participating and enforcing the law. It's a game that's now being played in Nova Scotia and throughout southern New Brunswick, the Bay of Fundy rivers. It's a game called Finding Fisheries. It's similar to the game we play here in Ottawa called Finding Freeland. And so the Finding Fisheries issue is that from March 1st until March 28th, when the season opened, the legal season opened, fisheries issues, fishery officers in enforcement and visibility on those rivers to prevent the poaching were as infrequent as the Finding Freeland issue here in Ottawa. And so every day those license holders were complaining, as I'm sure members of the government do complain about Finding Freeland, that the fisheries officers were not showing up to actually enforce the law. But nonetheless, like most fish harvesters, they were busy getting ready for the season. They gave the government the benefit of the doubt that once the legal season would start, when the legal season started, that somehow DFO and the RCMP would start doing their job. Well, they didn't. And only 18 days in, because of the amount of poaching that was going on, the minister closed the season after only 18 days when it goes to July. And she did that. She did that on the basis of an estimate that the total allowable catch, so every fish species except for lobster, don't get me going on lobster because we'll be here for days, but I can talk about lobster forever. But the Elver fishery has this very limited season, and after only 18 days it was closed because the enforcement officers, DFO and the RCMP, apparently were watching. They were observing. They weren't arresting, but they were watching and observing the poachers. And what they were doing, apparently, was trying to calculate how much the poachers were getting. And when they felt that the poachers had caught the total available catch that DFO had licensed to the licensed fishery harvesters, she shut down the season. So in other words, for those listening, those who were legally had the total allowable kilograms to catch, which is about 10,000 kilograms, were not allowed to catch it because poachers were on the river. But the minister was actually trying to verify how much the poachers were catching and using their catch as a reason to shut down the fishery. And so this is what's led to the frustration. And so there is one license holder in my riding, every day since then, has written to the ministers of public safety, to the ministers. It started with the local RCMP and the local fisheries folks and has escalated, but every day since the closure has filed a report. So I'd like to read some of those emails to these ministers and to the local fisheries enforcement officers. The individual who's writing these, because obviously we should identify them, it's easier to identify Stanley King, the license holder, than it is when we're trying to find Freeland. So he wrote on September 17th to the local enforcement officers, "Hello, CNP and the RCMP. I'm writing to report continued elver poaching on the East River. For those of you who don't know that, that's off exit 7 of the 103 in Lunenburg County, quite close to Chester, technically East Chester, about 12 minutes from my house. Illegal fishing has gone unfettered on the East River both nights since the fishery was closed by DFO. Saturday night, I actually visited the East River on Saturday night at midnight. I saw this for myself, but he writes, Saturday night, poachers fished from at least 21:28, that's nautical time, so for those of you who don't follow that, that's 11:28 in the night, until 6:17 in the morning. How do they know that? All of the legal license holders have cameras on their rivers and have for years to provide evidence in case someone decides to destroy their equipment or actually poaches. He goes on to say they set 3 fuke nets. Now a fuke net, there are 2 ways to catch elvers. One is called a dip net, the other is called a fuke net. A fuke net is sort of this net that gets anchored in the river, and the net channels the fish, the elvers, into this little hole in the middle, which then captures them in the end because they're swimming upstream. Uses the great mysteries of the current of rivers and tides because they come in on the end tide. Now, elver fishing happens in the night, particularly poachers. Poachers and people who commit crimes like to do things in the dark, under the cover of dark. But elvers come in when the tide is coming in and they come up the river. And so they go out at night and they put lights on their heads, right? Because when you stand there with a light or you flash it on the water, anyone here go fishing themselves, fly fishing, you know it's illegal to use a light when you fish at night. In most cases, you're not allowed to fish at night because fish are attracted to light. So they use light to attract the elvers as they come up the river. And I'll show you some pictures of this because they're in these emails. And they come up and are attracted, and they either get channeled into this net or they use this net that's called a dip net. It's just the thing you do by hand, and you just stick it in the water and go like this, and you put it in a 5-gallon paint pail, and then you transport it over to a larger lobster crate, which has a bubbler, and then they transport them to Toronto. Generally, they're going through the live cargo facility in Toronto, which DFO doesn't seem to spend any time, or the RCMP monitoring. I'd like to ask the Minister of Public Safety why they do not monitor for illegal activity through the live seafood container facility at Pearson Airport, that they continue to ignore that. So he goes on in this first email and says they set at least 3 fike nets. He attached pictures. I didn't bring those with me on this email. Sunday night, poachers fished from at least, this is the next night, from 22:40 until 4:46 in the morning. So they fished on Saturday night from 9:30 at night to 6 in the morning. On Sunday night, they fished from 11:40 close to midnight to 4 a.m. They know this, as I said, because they recorded on their motion-detected cameras. East River is very important in Chester, as he says.
Just a quick point of order, Mr.
Yes.
Chair.
Point of order?
I think this may be a point of order. It may not be. I'd appreciate your reflections on that when I'm done. Mr. Chair. But first of all, I just want to say that I am actually quite enjoying the opportunity to learn a fair bit about this. If you look at the motion that's before us, one of the components is actually to send a number of aspects of the Budget Implementation Act to other committees, exactly because we want to benefit from the subject matter expertise of those committees. And I think what my Conservative colleague here today is doing, perhaps intentionally, perhaps unintentionally, is making an excellent case for passing this motion, because it would enable us to send parts of the Budget Implementation Act to other committees for study by folks who don't need to be taught this, because it's already part of their work. And he's clearly done a lot of excellent work on the Committee for Fisheries and Oceans. And that's why it's so important that parts of the BIA land at those other committees, so that they can have these discussions subtended already by members of all parties who have an intimate knowledge of the various industries. So I take him actually to be arguing for the motion, not against it at the moment. I thank him for the compelling demonstration of why passing this motion is so important. And I would remind him, or perhaps inform him, because he is, after all, a substituting member of this committee, that that the clock is ticking in terms of being able to get the benefit of that subject matter expertise, because the committee has not yet sent a letter to other committees asking them to study. Last year we did that, but it came late. And so that meant that some committees opted not to engage in that study. I think our own study of the bill was poorer for it. That was something we had hoped to remedy with a timely motion this year. And unfortunately, this filibuster is getting in the way of that, even as the member makes an excellent case for why that mechanism is so important and should be incorporated as a regular part of study of budget and implementation acts going forward. So I just thought it would be good to provide a little context for not just the committee, but also for the individual member as to what's going on in the context of his remarks, and how keen I am to ensure that it's not just for Fisheries and Oceans that the Budget Implementation Act gets such a rigorous subject matter expert treatment, but that in fact it happens for all of the issues in the BIA. And so I would encourage the member to, try and be succinct in providing the things that he thinks we need to know, so that we can get to a vote, and so that we can ensure that that all parts of the BIA are as rigorously studied as some of the tangential elements of the BIA that he's exploring at the moment.
So thank you, MP Blakey. And MP Blakey is quite right. MP Perkins, you may not be aware, but through the motion, and we've got a letter prepared, ready to go out to all the committees like Fisheries and Oceans, to be able to look at the BIA and see how it impacts them, and to be able to possibly look into studying aspects of it. So we've learned about the $5 for a kilogram of eel here, but that would probably be $5,000 for a kilogram of eel. Oh my goodness. Okay, so listen. Well, eel, I can tell you. Yeah. Well, I heard five. So I could tell you, is that we will not be seeing eel here for any of our lunches or dinners. So yes, because we're very fiscally responsible here at this committee. But as MP Blakey said, there is a letter ready to go to be sent off to all of the various committees. If this motion, if we can get through this motion, get this passed, and get on to the BIA. So
on that point of order,
just
Mr.
so
Chair.
you're aware, on the point of order, MP Morantz.
Mr. Chair, with the greatest respect, I think you are in error, as is Mr. Blakey. In fact, when I examined the main motion, I don't see a referral in the main motion to the Committee on Fisheries and Oceans. I can go through them for you. The first referral is to the Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities. The second referral is to the Human Resources, Skills and Social Development, Status for Persons with Disabilities. The third referral is to the Committee on Citizenship and Immigration. The fourth to the Standing Committee on Health. Then the Standing Committee on Industry and Technology. Then the Standing Committee on Defense, then the Standing Committee on Operations and Estimates, then on Natural Resources, Standing Committee on Industry and Technology, Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development. Sorry, I think
MP Moran's, yes, you're correct. We have 11 committees. 11 committees.
It's important
Yes.
because the point was specifically about a referral to the Committee for Fisheries and Oceans. What you said, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
was in here.
MP Moran's, what we're looking at is within the BIA. Are you saying that that
I don't think this is a valid point of order.
Fisheries and Oceans? Okay, so what?
Oh, I'm happy to continue on in
Okay.
respect to this point of order.
Point of order,
I think Mr. Morantz is doing what I didn't want to do because I wanted to be polite to his colleague, which is I think he's pointing out that there's actually not a lot of substantive
Excuse me,
content
point of order,
with
Mr. Chair.
respect to
We-
fishery. Well, I'm not done.
As the floor.
Okay, we just want to
But
get
there's
this meeting
actually
going.
not a
Go
lot
ahead,
of
MP
substantive
Blakey.
content with respect to the Department of Fisheries Oceans in the BIA, and to the extent that there is, because there are mentions, it's under the Shipping Act, and it has more to do with the problem of abandoned vessels than anything else. And so that is being referred to the Committee of Transport. Now, Mr. Morantz thinks that that would be better placed at the Committee for Fisheries and Oceans. Of course, that's an amendment that we could consider as a committee. I would invite him to prepare that amendment and to move it. And then I'd be very happy to consider that. But as I was saying, I mean, I was trying to be polite, and I was trying to recognize that often when members choose to filibuster, that they take some liberties in terms of relevance. But if Mr. Morantz wants to call out his colleague for relevance, I'm not going to get in his way. I was just trying to be more polite than that.
MP Morantz, do you want to call on relevance? Just because there is not much here in terms of what MP
No,
Perkins is talking about.
I think it needed to be said, Mr. Chair. You said yourself that there was a referral to the Committee on Fisheries and Oceans. I'm simply recounting the text of the motion. And that referral is absent from the motion. So I'm just
there's not much relevance here to that.
I was speaking to I was speaking to the point of order itself.
Okay, not to that there wasn't any relevance or very little relevance to what
No,
MP Perkins was talking about
I find my colleague's statement
BIA.
very relevant to the BIA, and I'd like for him to continue as soon as you rule on this point of order.
Okay, I do have another hand up, MP Zerowitz, on this point of order. Yeah, you're on mute, I think, MP Zerowitz. Okay.
That works. Can you hear me?
Hear you, yes.
Yay! Okay, so look, just on this point of order, look, I agree with my colleague, Mr. Blakey. I think that the reason there's, Mr. Chair, you rightly pointed out that there is a list of committees that's in the motion. The reason there's not a fisheries sort of committee that's being assigned to is because there's nothing right now, there's no measure relating to fisheries in the bill. And so that's why there's there's nothing that sort of mentions that in the motion. So I wanted to mention that. And I agree with Mr. Blakey. If we can maybe keep the soliloquies and the speeches related to the bill at hand, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, MP Zerowitz, to relevance. And then I do see, is this on the same point of order, MP Perkins? Yes.
I do appreciate that MP Blakey was very polite and very articulate in his intervention. I think, Mr. Chair, it would be important to remind members, all who have spoken on this point of order, that what we're speaking to is the sub-amendment to Mr. Blakey's amendment. And the sub-amendment is where the relevance is, because the sub-amendment is asking for the Minister of Public Safety to come before this committee relative to the budget. And since that is in the budget and that is in the motion, and the Minister of Public Safety is responsible for the RCMP who are not enforcing the law on the Elver fishery, that minister needs to be held accountable through this budget process for the expenditures of those monies and why they're not enforcing the law. And that's the relevance to the Elver fishery. And I know everyone's fascinated by the Elver fishery, as I am, and everyone's concerned about criminal activity and wants to do that. I'm sure would like to hear from the Minister of Public Safety as to why. And, what's been interesting is that the Atlantic Canada MPs have been totally silent on the issue of the lawlessness going on and the lack of RCMP and DFO enforcement of the law. And those are part of any budget.
Could I, on this point of order, Mr. Chair, could I just respond quickly to something that Mr. Perkins has
yes,
said?
MP Blakey.
And of course, as I said earlier, I certainly do appreciate his interventions. I would remind him that the sub-amendment was moved by Mr. Genuis, and at the time I thought it was kind of interesting. And this speaks directly to the question of relevance, Mr. Chair, of Mr. Perkins' remarks to the sub-amendment that was moved by his Conservative colleague, Mr. Genuis, when he was touring our committee. And what I thought was interesting about it was two things. So first of all, Mr. Genuis said that we needed to hear from the Minister of Public Safety to address the question of an office being established to fight foreign interference that was announced. Well, he said because it's in the Budget Implementation Act. Actually, what I found interesting about that claim is that it's false because it's not in the Budget Implementation Act. I suspect that Mr. Genuis, who himself noted that his expertise is in foreign affairs, missed this because I think it is common for a lot of people who aren't an integral part of the process on a regular basis to not realize that a lot of what's announced in the budget doesn't appear immediately in the subsequent Budget Implementation Act. And so often people do conflate the budget document with the Budget Implementation Act. I think Mr. Genuis did that. And I think that's an important reminder for all of us parliamentarians when we substitute on other committees to be properly briefed instead of just kind of walking in and starting to throw our weight around when we don't really know what we're talking about. And of course, were there a mention of such an office in the Budget Implementation Act or anything to do with it, then the idea, of course, would be that we would send it to other committees, as we've suggested to do with other content. So I hear what Mr. Perkins is saying. I would remind him that the sub-amendment was moved with the purpose, at least by the mover, the express purpose of getting the Minister of Public Safety here to talk to the issue of a foreign interference office here in Canada. So it wouldn't quite be relevant then to talk about the fishing issues on the East Coast because that's not the purpose for which the minister was being called. But of course, the minister was being called for a purpose that itself is out of order because the thing that Mr. Genuis wanted to talk to him about isn't in the bill that we're studying. So there's a little bit of I would say like a bit of a regress going on in terms of, what sounds like a good reason being defeated by another reason that itself turns out not to be a good reason. And, there's a fair bit of confusion. I hope that I've helped to resolve some of that confusion. I expect we're going to hear more about fisheries and oceans. And I've said I always appreciate an opportunity to learn. That's why I sub on other people's committees sometimes, is to get to learn about other things. Interesting to be on the Finance Committee and not getting to hear about issues of finance, particularly when we have the Budget Implementation Act before us. But I'm a sport and I'm here to learn. So please do carry on. But I just thought we should carry on with a proper understanding of what's going on. Okay. And now that we have that understanding established,
thank you. Thank
continue.
you. Thank you, MP Blakey. And just for that awareness, I understand. So MP Perkins, I think it's the first time you've sat here on this committee. I'm not
sure.
As
a member of Parliament, as a staff person, I've sat at many finance committee meetings.
I believe MP Genuis also was not here. And some at times, the public or even members or even those here on the Hill may not understand that the BIA is not all encompassing of the whole budget. So understanding that and where Mr. Genuis was coming from, and then your linkage to that sub amendment, and then how that may not be relevant is what MP Blakey's just making us all aware of, and for those watching today, in terms of what the BIA is.
I appreciate that intervention. Just to do another clarification on the point of order, and just so you understand, while this may be the second time I've substituted in finance, I have a long history of understanding how the budget works. I worked for the Minister of Finance in the Mulroney government. I sat in many finance committee hearings over that 8 years of the government. So I appreciate that. So I know how the difference between the bills and the act and the budget statement. When I look at the motion, though, the sub-amendment, I should say, that Mr. Genuis posed, while there may have been a preamble rationale, when I read the sub-amendment, it makes no mention of the things Mr. Blakey is talking about. The sub-amendment just talks about the appearance of the Minister of Public Safety in addition to the Finding Freeland effort that we're going through to get the Minister of Finance to actually show up for 2 hours in the main motion, which is what this is all about, I should remind people. It's about the fact that we're trying to get the Minister of Finance to actually show up for a couple of hours, as well as the 11 committees that were referenced earlier by my colleague, Mr. Morantz.
That was the friendly amendment to have, I believe, by MP Blakey to bring in the minister, and to add that to this motion. So the minister would be added to the motion to come in for
Searched
an
the
appearance.
sub-amendment in that amendment, and I see no reference to any of the things that Mr. Blakey did other than the appearance of Minister of Public Safety.
Well, if I may, Mr. Chair, it's why I thought it was important to say it. It's not in the motion, but it was part of the reasons given by Mr. Genuis. I accept that the intense focus that Mr. Perkins has put on the appearance of the Minister of Public Safety, I think, has distracted somewhat from the important point, which is to have the Minister of Finance, of course, show up on her own bill. He'll know that I'm in perfect agreement with the Conservatives on this point. I would like to see the minister here for 2 hours. I think it would be very helpful for her just to come and to offer to come for 2 hours. I've been clear about that, but I do think that we got distracted from that appropriate focus for the Finance Committee by the intense treatment of the Minister of the importance of the Minister of Public Safety appearing at the Committee of Finance on a bill that doesn't have any content that the Minister for Public Safety is responsible for. So while I accept that an important part of the budget process, and I could certainly speak to things I think should be in the budget that aren't in the budget. I've talked about employment insurance reform. I've talked about investment in non-market housing and a whole bunch of other things. When we're studying the bill, it's important that we know what's in it and which ministers are responsible for it. And I do think that's been obscured somewhat by the conversations here today.
Thank you. I have PS Beach on this point of order, and then I think MP Perkins on this point of order. Yeah.
Yes, and I think this is a fine opportunity to provide some further context of where we are currently at. And I was going to wait until the end of this point of order, but since we've gotten into the topics that I wanted to talk about anyways, I'll take the opportunity. Plus, it gives me the opportunity to interact with our guest, Mr. Perkins, who has been very articulate on fisheries and oceans. And now I learned of his previous experience on finance, so I'm even happier that he's joining us here today. For those that are watching at home, and for anyone else that's paying attention, I think we're either nearing or passing hour 5 of this Conservative filibuster. I would go through all the different requests and ebbs and flows of things that have happened, but the point is that we're in a filibuster. That has prevented various witnesses from appearing at the committee today for the study of the Budget Implementation Act. Those witnesses include food banks, the Canada Health Coalition, Canadian Medical Association, the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, the Centre for Future Work, and the Smart Property Institute. All important stakeholders that I think everyone around this table respects and thinks could have a very positive voice that could add to the quality of the budget process and the Budget Implementation Act. It's also preventing, as Mr. Blakey has articulated and as Mr. Morantz had clarified, a number of letters going out to committees in a timely way, as opposed to last year when they didn't have enough time to actually provide valuable feedback. I think there are committees with expertise that do want to weigh in on the BIA, and I think that would also be a valuable process. The other impact of this filibuster, of course, is the canceling of other committees due to a lack of committee resources. The day before, there was a meeting to study foreign interference, canceled due to the fact that this filibuster is ongoing and consuming House resources. There was a meeting of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee that was scheduled but canceled due to a lack of resources. This motion to study this bill is very much in the form of what it was last year, excluding some of the more controversial closing dates that were specifically excluded to make it easy for the committee to kind of find a path forward after discussions with all parties. Then, in addition, it's been amended now. It's been amended now to include an invite to the minister to attend. And that is, by the way, the second invite, because the first invite was actually included in the pre-study motion, which was outstanding. And then Mr. St. Marie from the Bloc asked, when would that be fulfilled? And while we don't have a specific date, it was targeted for before May 18th. So I am very happy to continue listening to whatever topics from whichever ministries, from whichever substitutes the Conservatives want to bring to this committee. But if we are serious about studying the BIA and ending this filibuster, there is very much a sense that the will of the majority of this committee, and likely all parties except the Conservatives, is to actually get these excellent witnesses to the table so that we can improve this budget, which has measures to make life more affordable for Canadians, which has measures to make sure that Canada has a dynamic and sustainable economy. We're creating new, clean, sustainable jobs, not to mention measures that will ensure that we have the resources that we need for the provinces and territories to deliver quality health care. And as long as this filibuster continues, that is what we are putting at risk. But I just wanted that context for this point of order on the sub-amendment on the Minister of Public Safety to appear. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
To PS Beach. I've had MP Perkins, so you're seeing your time. MP Lawrence, yep, on that point of order.
Because he's a great colleague. So here's a couple of ways we could resolve this impasse. Conservatives want to move forward with the consultation of the BIA. We certainly would like to hear, and we certainly do not want to upend any of the other business. In fact, I made several offers to suspend, and instead, the Liberal Party was unwilling to suspend, and that was actually mischaracterized and misled the public with a statement in the House of Commons that seemed to say that we were intentionally trying to cancel meetings, which everyone at this table knows, quite frankly, is just untrue. And that's just a fabrication. And that's sad that it's gotten to this level. But Conservatives are ready to move forward. We just believe that where the government is spending $490 billion, that the minister would like to speak to Canadians for 2 hours. That's 2 hours. That's $8 billion a minute, sir. This is an embarrassment. An embarrassment that she will not come to this committee. She has 3 times refused invitations to this committee. 3 times. This is a finance committee. We are, as parliamentarians, I'm nothing special, but I do represent 100,000 people from Northumberland, Peterborough South, and we represent millions of Canadians. If the Minister of Freeland wants, if the Minister...
Point of order on this. Mr. Speaker, I believe he's speaking to the amendment, not the sub-amendment. So.
To the point of order.
Your point of order.
Your point of order.
Which was very broad.
Yeah.
Well, mine was on the sub-amendment.
Yours was on committees.
Exactly. You had a wide breadth, and I'll take the same liberty. And so when we look at this, we have a couple of suggestions. One, we just remove the clause by clause. From the date of the starting of the clause by clause, and then we can move forward listing the witnesses. We're ready to go right now. We can get the chair to call the witnesses. All we have to do is remove the clause by clause, or we make it the clause by clause contingent on the minister showing up. Clearly, she doesn't want to show up, and she has a record of ignoring our invitation. So what value does an invitation have if she's ignored it 3 times already? So making it a condition that we go to clause by clause to get the finance minister, who once again is asking Canadian taxpayers for $490 billion and won't show up for 2 hours to talk to Canadians. That's an embarrassment. I'm sorry, but it is. And so with that, I will end my point of order and turn my time back to Mr. Perkins.
Okay, so we were at MP Perkins, and please, members, through the chair, and it was on the point of order, MP Perkins?
I have one last addition on the point of order.
Back to the point of, we're still on the point of order.
I would, and it'd be 2 sentences.
Yeah.
This current filibuster is the reason why we need an end date for the study of the BIA.
Okay, PS Beach. Okay. MP Perkins, please.
Thank you. I really do appreciate, I think, the heartfelt interventions by all the members of this committee, the permanent members of this committee, on this important issue. And I could go on, as you know, about Elvers and lobster and all of that. I think there is a connection to the Minister of Public Safety, the sub-amendment we're dealing with. So I'll conclude the Elver part of my discussion about the minister's and move on to a next part. But just let me, if you'll give me a little leeway to read the last email on this, I would appreciate it. And then I would like to discuss perhaps a bit about the concept of ministerial accountability, if I could. So in the 17 or 18 days since the closure of the Elver fishery, as I said, Stanley King has written to the Minister of Fisheries and to other public security officials as to the enforcement of the law. I will read you one from 2 days ago. He's written another one today, but I think this one is of particular interest because it fits into the finding fisheries officer question and the, which is similar to the finding Freeland issue we're dealing with. And he starts off his email by saying, "Hello, Minister Murray." This was after about 10 direct daily emails to the minister. "I'd like to report continued Elver poaching on the rivers we monitor in Nova Scotia. The poaching occurred last night on the Hubbards and Ingram rivers. Please see the attached photographs. I won't share them with you folks. Apologies for the poor quality," he says, because it was raining, not unlike what we've been experiencing here in Ottawa. "Poaching likely also occurred on additional rivers we monitor, but poachers have recently destroyed some of our cameras on these rivers. But rest assured, we plan to replace them so you can have an accurate idea of how impactful FMO closure has been, as well as your enforcement efforts. This is the 16th time I've reported Elver poaching from these locations in 17 days since the fishery was closed. I'm happy to report our security cameras captured a DFO CNP officer finally showing up on the river, something we've been unable to capture in our quest for finding Freeland. Unfortunately, it was 2:30 in the afternoon. Why would they be patrolling the rivers during that day for a fishery that happens at night? Maybe we should be looking for finding Freeland at night. We're currently looking for it in the day. Surely we see officers at the river during actual fishing hours as well. If not, I can only assume today's patrol was just for appearances, something we're challenged with finding Freeland. As you know, East River is home to the longest running glass eel index study in North America. That's the science that DFO does. This study has been run yearly for over 2 decades and is critically important for the monitoring the health of our stock and sustainability of our fishery. License holders have pleaded with law enforcement repeatedly to protect this river to no avail. Please consider enforcing the shutdown. The federal strike is now over, so that excuse is no longer valid. We would like to think CNP would start enforcing the closure as well as the RCMP, but since there was no meaningful enforcement before the strike, we highly doubt that this will be the case. That is over now. You can sense the frustration. Without enforcement, the shutdown order has only hurt licensed holders, clearing the rivers for poachers. All the best, Stanley King, Atlantic Elver Fishery. So his exercise of finding fisheries is very similar to the exercise and the purpose of the various motions and sub-amendments before this committee today on finding Freeland. So really this is about ministerial accountability. And ministerial accountability is to Parliament. It's not to the Prime Minister. It's not to the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff. It's not to their Deputy Minister. And I'd like to turn to an important article written in the Australian Journal of Public Administration, volume 73, number 4. It's by a fellow named Scott Brenton, the School of Social and Political Sciences at the University of Melbourne, and it's entitled Ministerial Accountability for Departmental Actions Across the Westminster Parliamentary Democracies. And for those watching, Canada is a Westminster parliamentary democracy. The summary of the study says, this study examines the convention of individual ministerial responsibility for departmental efforts in the 4 key Westminster countries of Australia, Canada, New Zealand, and the United Kingdom. The chain of ministerial responsibility traditionally began in the bureaucratic hierarchy of the public sector up to the minister, who is responsible to the department, which is responsible to the people. Many new public management reforms changed the roles and responsibilities of senior public servants, which arguably weakened the first link in the conduct, guides, manuals, handbooks, and legislation, and have attempted to codify and clarify political bureaucratic relationships. This is just the summary. They have generally captured the complexity of executive accountability and better reflect the original convention, while emphasizing the preeminent role of the Prime Minister in upholding individual ministerial responsibility. So that's what we're dealing with here in these motions. Whether it's the Minister of Public Safety, the Minister of Finance, or in the two committees, other committees I sit on, the Fisheries and Oceans Committee, the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans, or in the Industry Committee, the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry, and their accountability through members of Parliament and Parliament to their responsibility. And all we're trying to get is an adequate time for this massive omnibus bill of the sponsoring minister to hold her accountable. But the Finding Freeland effort is made more challenging by the fact that this committee seems oblivious to the fact, except for Mr. Blakey and the other opposition members, certainly the government members, of the need to have the minister have a full and fulsome appearance to defend this omnibus bill. So I think it's important for those watching to understand the concept of what Dr. Brenton says about our Westminster ministerial accountability, and I can see how riveted everyone is with this presentation. So I will begin. Many Westminster parliamentary democracies rely heavily on conventions or unwritten parts of the Constitution, which are based on precedent. Conventions, by their very nature, are customary, informal, uncodified, and therefore unenforceable by courts of law. While conventions are not explicitly articulated, they govern important political practices such as the activities of cabinet and prime minister, which are not even mentioned in most constitutions, certainly not in the United Kingdom. Yet this remains largely uncontentious, while other conventions have come under closer scrutiny in recent times. For example, a House of Commons committee reports that, and I assume this is a House of Commons committee in Australia, which is where the author is from, quotes, "There is no agreed democratic approach to the division of responsibility between ministers and public servants, and certainly no universal model even amongst Westminster-style democracies," end of quote. This paper considers whether the convention of individual ministerial responsibility still exists, in what form, and whether it is an effective and accountable mechanism. And we're trying to get at this issue of whether the Minister of Finance, the Finding Freeland effort, is aimed at trying to get a handle on whether this Liberal government believes in ministerial accountability. So this paper goes on to say, Bovens et al. In 2008 public accountability assessment tool is used to evaluate whether attempts to clarify or codify political bureaucratic relationships have adequately addressed perceived accountability deficits in 4 key Westminster countries of Australia, Canada, New Zealand, and the United Kingdom. The following analytical questions will be addressed by this paper. Why is there an apparent trend towards codification? How did this trend develop as it likely is to continue? Does codification mean the principles are no longer merely conventions? And most importantly, the paper will answer the question from their perspective, has accountability been improved? We're searching for that here with the Finding Freeland effort. And one of the, well, I'm going to struggle over this one, maybe it's my glasses, canonical text in the field, modern constitutions, whereas defines a convention as binding rule, this is quotes by the way, a binding rule, a rule of behavior accepted and obligatory by those concerned in the working of the Constitution, end of quote. Whereas also reconsiders earlier classifications of constitutions in terms of rigidity and flexibility. While the procedures for changing conventions are not rigid like many written constitutions. In practice, they are not easy to alter due to the very absence of a tangible and accepted means of immediate change. Rather, they evolve. And apparently, they're evolving here in this effort to try and find Freeland, because this is setting a new Canadian constitutional, or not constitutional, ministerial accountability precedent. Rather, they evolve. In a latter yet equally pivotal book, Constitutional Conventions, Marshall argues that whereas emphasis on obligatory behavior may obscure the point that the conventions as a body of constitutional morality deal not just with obligations or duties, but confer rights, powers, and duties. It is unclear whether the Convention of Individual Ministerial Responsibility imposes obligations in contemporary politics, and if so, whether and which obligations are necessary to ensure accountability. This goes to the heart of what we're discussing here. The doctrine of ministerial responsibility is often interpreted in terms of political responsibilities and parliamentary obligations, rather than in terms of administrative functions. Bovens et al. 2008 argue that the existing literature on accountability is largely impressionistic, based on perceptions of deficits and overloads that are labeled as such without an adequate yardstick. They identify three common normative practices: democratic, constitutional, and learning, and advocate integration into multi-criteria assessment tools to determine whether public accountability is working, something that's challenging us here in the Finding Freeland effort. The study argues that the evidence from the key Westminster countries is mixed. The evolution of the convention, reforms, and responses seemingly mirrors the dominance of particular perspectives at particular times, but the preeminence of the Prime Minister in Westminster democracies is not captured by the assessment tool. This confounding variable appears to tie the effectiveness of accountability mechanisms to the virtue of the Prime Minister. The challenge in this case is our Prime Minister obviously has been convicted 3 times of ethic violations. The question of virtue is obviously an issue here in Canada. The next section examines the different components of accountability before briefly summarizing the effects of new public management, NPM, reforms and accountability. The study focuses on, we haven't gotten to the details of the study, we're just setting it out as all these wordy academic studies do. The study focuses on recent attempts to codify, quote, brackets, capture in more formal and written form, unbracket, conventions, and considers the adequacy of these measures. So on the first point that they raise that they look at, conceiving individual ministerial responsibility more as an accountability virtue than just a mechanism. Accountability is a relationship between an account holder, quote, brackets, or principal, and an accountor, brackets, agent, where the accountor has an obligation to provide an account to the account holder and is subject to external scrutiny from the account holder. And in this case, the account holder would be the House of Commons Standing Committee in Finance and the members of Parliament here as the account holder. The study goes on to say that within the public administration literature, there is a tendency to define accountability as answering for one's behavior, and then to complicate this definition, Bovens et al. Has other elements to it. Yet it remains unclear who should be answerable, while also focusing on answerability rather than the behavior itself. The convention under consideration here, though, is one of ministerial responsibility, not just accountability. This Westminster tradition incorporates elements of both by being called to account for one's actions before Parliament, while also being responsible for internal aspects of one's actions. The unwritten doctrine of the responsibility of ministers to Parliament was firmly established in the United Kingdom by the 19th century. Albeit imperfect, the chain linking the bureaucratic departmental hierarchy to the minister, who is responsible to an elected Parliament, remains a chief accountability mechanism. Bovens et al. Disaggregate this accountability mechanism into 3 stages: the obligation to inform, explain, or justify conduct, performance, outcomes, or procedures, the opportunity to interrogate or question the account giver. That's what these motions are about, our ability to interrogate the finance minister, the public safety minister, perhaps others in this committee and others in the effort to finding Freeland. And the ability to then pass judgment. And that, after all, is the purpose of examination of a bill, is for parliamentarians to pass judgment on what the minister is proposing. This is the dominant conception of accountability, which also permeates the political science literature and focuses on agents in accountability forums, whether ministers in parliament or before committees, or governments before the electorate, obviously, which is the ultimate in ministerial and parliamentary accountability. A common yet inaccurate interpretation of individual ministerial responsibility has been that ministers are expected to resign due to administrative failings. There perhaps are a few in this cabinet that have set themselves up, that I believe, as a member of His Majesty's loyal opposition, that aren't being held enough to account. And the Minister of Public Safety, who we're trying to get before this committee, strikes me as one of those who has made questionable statements in my mind in the House of Commons on many issues, from the Emergency Act to his most recent ones with regard to the intimidation of a member of Parliament and whether or not this government has done enough to protect the independence of members of Parliament from foreign country influence. So, to repeat that ministers are expected to resign due to administrative failings. I think there's a lot of examples here with this government. The paper, by the way, doesn't say that latter part. That was my editorializing. The paper goes on to say, yet this has not been the tradition for centuries. It lists a number of sources and then says, it is now generally accepted that resignation is only likely or expected when it's very serious and direct ministerial involvement can clearly be shown, popularly known as the smoking gun. Well, we know that the Minister of Public Safety and the Prime Minister had security. This is my editorializing again. Public Safety had security briefs on the interference by China with parliamentarians 2 years ago and have refused to act. So in my mind, that is, to quote this article, clearly shown properly as a smoking gun and is enough, I would venture, not only to say that the Minister of Public Safety should resign because I don't believe he did his job, but the Prime Minister, since his Chief of Staff said before a parliamentary committee that he reads everything, must have read, especially national security briefs. The Prime Minister must have read that brief 2 years ago, yet didn't act. If not protecting the integrity of our Parliament isn't a reason for a Prime Minister to resign, I don't know what is. The paper goes on to say ministerial resignation or dismissal by the Prime Minister is the ultimate and extreme sanction in Westminster systems, but sacrificing a minister has become increasingly uncommon. And I got to tell you, this was written quite a while ago, but it sounds like it was written about the current government. Well, the ability to impose remedies or sanctions along with an element of retributive justice is part of the accountability relationship. Resignation is not the only outcome. Rather, accountability for one's own actions or for that of the department can involve informing, explaining, apologizing, none of which this government has done, remedying the situation, or resigning. It's pretty hard to get to any of those levels, again, me editorializing, when the Finding Freeland effort is on, and we've had challenges getting that minister. In fact, in Fisheries Committee, I know I digress, but in Fisheries Committee, we have often asked for the Minister of Fisheries to appear 2 hours, and on one occasion she agreed to appear in 2 hours and 15 minutes beforehand decided to change it to an hour. Now, that is her prerogative, but it is disrespectful of Parliament and parliamentarians in my mind. Back to the paper. In order to remedy this situation and to respond to a web of accountabilities, ministers often need to remain in their position. Furthermore, the proportion of resignations or calls for resignations for departmental failings is much smaller than for expanding the range of other reasons, which have generally increased over the last few decades. NPM, that was an acronym referred to earlier in my presentation of this paper, NPM reforms accentuated the roles of principals and agents, and therefore it can be tempting to analyze accountability in terms of principal-agent theory. However, in this context, the limitations soon become apparent with the assumption that principals are interested in specific results and agents are opportunistic being too simplistic, and that social and political environments in which these actors are understated. This study aims to contribute to the literature emerging from the alternative social contingency model, which I'm sure we've all read. While this model is also based on the idea of rational actors, the key difference is that these actors have an expectation that they may have to justify their judgments, actions, and decisions to others, and that this logic of appropriateness guides behavior. This basis of historical institutionalism helps to explain the political stability surrounding many conventions, as political actors respond to various situations with what they consider to be the most appropriate conduct with regard to their position and responsibilities. One assumes in other Westminster systems that means they're actually attending parliamentary committees to be held accountable, as we are searching for in this Finding Freeland effort. The article goes on to say further, much of the existing literature is open about public accountability in that it is open and transparent, period. Again, while this does capture answerability, the substantive behavioral aspect is often not public, nor should be public. For example, the public servants should not be publicly accountable for the provision of frank and fearless advice to their ministers, but they are still accountable to their ministers. Boven et al. Referred to this as, quotes, accountability as a virtue, and is inherently contested and domain specific. It is similar to the commonly used normative term in American academic and political discourse of, quotes, being accountable, and relates to the performance of actors and their, quotes, sense of responsibility. That's very important in ministerial responsibility, and part of a sense of responsibility is a sense to appear before a parliamentary committee, and that's why we are engaged in these motions in Finding Freeland. The article goes on to say, prior to the ascendancy of NPM, there were slightly different senses of what constituted a breach of the convention. In Australia, the rhetoric was that resignation was required for a major departmental blunder. In practice, ministers resign if they could not support government policy or if they acted unethically. Well, we've had convictions of ministers in this government of breaching conflict of interest and ethic laws. Apparently, that's not enough here for resignations, but it is perhaps in Australia. The article goes on to say, but only rarely if they were responsible for a major departmental error, which had to first be uncovered and involved the minister misleading Parliament. We're talking about the Minister of Public Safety here appearing before a committee? Just the thought comes to mind when I read that sentence. Even then, they would be advised to tough it out. I'm sure there's a lot of tough it out conversations between the current government's ministers and the boys in short pants and girls in short pants in the Prime Minister's office. Canadian ministers typically resign due to problems with cabinet solidarity. Yes, we saw that with Judy Wilson-Raybould and Jane Philpott. Clearly didn't like being told that they should intervene in a pillar of our democracy, the independence of the judicial system. And they actually had something that many of the Liberal ministers in this government do not have, integrity. It goes on to say that after saying problems due to cabinet solidarity, and rarely for unethical conduct, personal, see, it's in this paper, rarely do Canadian ministers for some reason not resign over unethical conduct. As a new member of Parliament, I find that quite interesting because in my private sector life, unethical conduct would have put you out the door pretty quick. And rarely for unethical conduct, personal private misconduct or personal political mismanagement. In only 2 of the 151 ministerial resignations from 1867, our year of Confederation, this paper reports, in only 2 of the 151 ministerial resignations from 1867 to 1990 in Canada did a minister accept responsibility for departmental mismanagement and resigned. In New Zealand, the Cave Creek tragedy of 1995 is commonly cited as a turning point, emphasizing that the shift from traditional convention to a post-NPM separation of minister and the agency. In the United Kingdom, there were 3 main grounds for possible resignation. Inability to support cabinet solidarity. We see that actually quite often in Britain today. Personal errors. We've seen that as well recently in Britain. And particularly private indiscretions, but also where the minister acted without the support of their department. And finally, and policy errors where the minister misled or misinformed Parliament. Wow, that's still a concept in Great Britain. Isn't that interesting? Yeah. Editorializing, again, I apologize to committee members, editorializing that. I'll just read that again as one of the reasons why ministers resign in the United Kingdom, which is often referred to as the mother of all parliaments, because that's where the first parliament started, in a farmer's field. That's why the color of the House of Commons is green, is that they set the trend and the rules for all parliamentary systems and Westminster systems as Canada has. So I'll just read that last sentence again. In the United Kingdom, policy errors where the minister misled or misinformed Parliament. Maybe that should be brought up more directly in Parliament, and perhaps it should be mandatory reading for new ministers when they are sworn into the Privy Council here in Canada. The next section of this important paper is titled NPM, Clarifying or Complicating the Convention. Well, NPM directly recast the roles and responsibilities of senior public servants. Ministerial responsibility has also been affected. 4 broad reforms have characterized NPM: marketization, managerial autonomy to increase responsiveness to clients and communities, a result-focused and performance measures, and a disaggregation of multi-purpose departments into smaller, more focused agencies. Rhodes et al. Argue that NPM increased the delegation of direct accountability to senior executives, with ministers transferring responsibility and expecting problems to be fixed, regardless of whether the cause is a problem of policy or maladministration. The original New Zealand model of the late 1980s was based on principal agent theory and included performance contracts between ministers and agency heads to clarify their formal legal separation of responsibilities and to detail objectives. That's quite an interesting concept, actually. Ministers were principals, while executive agencies and non-government or private service providers delivered and implemented policy. Ministers purchased particular outputs, in quotes, from agencies in order to achieve chosen outcomes. These agencies were then fully responsible for specified outputs. Outputs is a thing, but I'm editorializing again. Outputs is something that this government seems to not understand. They understand a lot of inputs. This budget and the budget framework add $3.1 trillion in spending in the next 5 years. They seem to measure success by spending records amounts of money, not by what that money actually produces in results, but I digress. Ministers purchased particular outputs from agencies in order to achieve chosen outcomes. The agencies were then fully responsible for specified outputs, and thus the chief executive could be held accountable while the minister retained the more complicated accountability for social impact of outcomes. Similarly, the Next Steps program in the United Kingdom during the same period, remember that was the 1980s, the United Kingdom during the same period saw the proliferation of specialized executive agencies with delegated government functions. Hood and Lodge describe the creation of executive agencies as a special type of public service bargain, with agency heads receiving managerial pay, perks, and some autonomy in exchange for relinquishing autonomy and performance. So, as an aside, just understand this Budget Implementation Act actually creates new agencies in this, particularly in the area of industry, in the area of global investment fund. They have these grand titles with $15 billion, I think, in that.
Mr. Chair, I think we've heard some robust conversation. I'm wondering at this point if we would have agreement to move to a vote on the sub-amendment.
Members? Okay. Looks like, do we have everybody, Clerk, do we have everybody? Is everybody in? Just make sure if you could do a count, just make sure all the members are present.
Ms. Zerowitz's cam is closed.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, we're ready to go.
Everybody's in?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Beaker.
Opposed.
Mr. Beach.
Opposed.
Madame Châtel.
Je vote contre.
Ms. Zerowitz.
No.
Monsieur Cormier.
Contre.
Mr. Chambers.
Yes.
Mr. Allen.
Yes.
Mr. Lawrence.
Yay.
Mr. Morans.
Yes.
Monsieur Simard.
Contre.
Mr. Blakey.
Nay.
7 nays, 4 yeas.
Defeated?
Mr. Chair,
Can I get on the list for the main motion?
Mr. Chair,
MP Lawrence?
I'd like to bring a motion at this time. If sub-amendment, sorry, my sub-amendment. I would like to amend.
Hang on, MP.
Yep, no worries.
Yep. Now on the motion and MP Blakey's amendment to the motion. That's what we are on right now.
I would like to make a sub-amendment to that, if that it's in order.
Is that in order, Clerk? Yes? Okay, sub-amendment to MP Blakey's amendment to the motion.
My amendment would be as follows: Section sub B be amended to add. Oh, my eyes are going these years. Triple I or Roman numeral 3, whichever you choose. As the minister appear before the committee for 2 hours. In other words, to explain what we are attempting to accomplish, that is that prior to a condition of heading to clause by clause would be to have the minister appear for no less than 2 hours.
Point of information, Mr. Speaker.
MP Zerowitz, just on that, it is actually, so what you're proposing is what MP Blakey has proposed.
The difference here is that with this amendment, we are making it heading to clause by clause contingent upon the fact that the minister appears for 2 hours, as opposed to just an invitation for 2 hours. Mr. Chair, as we've seen, we've had 3 different invitations that have gone unrequited, and we would like to have some encouragement to have the minister here, as the minister has only spoken 24 times, despite the fact having a budget. I've got to think that's a record low in the House of Commons, and has only been in the House 7 times to speak, 5 times in the House, and has rejected 3 times. So. While we have tremendous respect for the Deputy Leader and Minister of Finance, her attendance has been less than desirable, and so this is meant to encourage incentivize to her to come. Obviously, we cannot compel a minister, but we can certainly make it a condition precedent to clause by clause for her to appear. And like I said, we do not mean this in any form to be a disrespect to the Deputy Leader or Minister of Finance, but we do believe that it's absolutely critical that given that she is requiring taxpayers to pony up for $490 billion, of which $60 billion of that is new money. $12 billion, according to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, has been unaccounted for, meaning that there's no detail or transparency, including a $798 million slush fund that has no accountability and no transparency. And so we very much want her to appear for 2 hours. And unfortunately, because she's been unwilling to accept our invitations in the past, we are left in no place but to be skeptical of her appearance. And so we just don't believe we should enter into the clause by clause of the committee, basically passing this through the committee without hearing from the Minister of Finance. And in fact, I believe that that would be unheard of and actually precedent setting. Now, I understand that the NDP feel the same way we do, and so we would very much appreciate their support to this, that we have the minister. It seems like it would make sense for all parties, government and opposition. I'm sure even opposition or even government backbench members would like to hear what the minister has said, because she's been so very quiet. Like I said, only being in the House 5 times this year, and rejecting three separate invitations to the ministry to appear in front of the Finance Committee. Once again, it's $490 billion that her and her ministry are asking for the government, and we realize that some of that is very necessary spending and important to the Canadian public. However, there is $60 billion in new spending, and I'm sure that there's some important spending in there as well. And this will give her the opportunity to explain to Canadians why they've had to deal with 20-year highs in inflation, why they're still dealing with high rates of interest, why in March economics growth actually turned negative. And we will, of course, treat her with the respect that her office entitles her to, and our whole job and responsibility here is to be the voice of the Canadian people, the common people, who are so extraordinary in everything they do. And we don't believe that we believe that the minister should have the minister has a responsibility to the Canadian public, and if she's going to ask the Canadian public for $490 billion, that she appear for 2 hours before the Finance Committee. That equates to her asking for $8 billion for every minute she speaks. I don't think this is outrageous in terms of a request. And like I said, we would very much like the NDPs if they're serious about having the minister here. The reality is she's ignored 3 requests. So just putting an invitation has got us nowhere in this Finance Committee in terms of getting there. And if the NDP are serious about having her appear, I'm sure that they will support.
Point of order. Right here.
Yeah, MP Perkins, a point of order on?
Just from, yes, on MP Lawrence's. I have a question because I heard him read the motion, but I'm wondering if he could put it in the context of the full part of the original motion, or the amendment, I guess, that he is. And maybe he could read, I think you said B,
actually,
so I understand
MP
it.
Perkins, I'm glad you brought that up, because what is being proposed is not you've said it was a sub-amendment to MP Blakey's amendment, but it's not. You're actually eliminating MP. You didn't add on to MP Blakey. You actually eliminated MP Blakey's amendment.
Let him clarify.
Yeah. So if you
That was my point of order, if he could clarify that.
He was eliminating MP Blakey's amendment. And I've got another point of order came up. So MP Zerowitz, was that?
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. I think this is a new amendment as opposed to an amendment to the amendment to Mr. Blakey's amendment. So That's the technical thing, and then I do have some comments to Mr. Lawrence's, but I think we should deal with the technical aspects first.
Order on
I
that.
think this is an.
So I think
it's a new
there's some
amendment.
confusion, which is what was simply to start so that you could take consideration is have Mr. Lawrence read it in the context of the sub-amendment or the amendment that he's amending, the section B, so that we all understand that because it was just verbal. And I'm hoping that he could do that for us right now.
No, so on that, MP
point
Perkins,
of
it's
order.
not section B because
Yeah.
the amendment was to come at the end of the motion, the amendment that was put forward by MP Blakey. And you've not added to that amendment, you've changed it, MP Lawrence. So is this a sub-amendment, and are you adding to MP Blakey's amendment?
So maybe, Chair, I could just ask for a little bit of clarity, and my apologies if I've added any confusion to the committee. It certainly was not my intent to do so. So if I'm amending the legislation in a different place than the sub-amendment, that would be out of order. Am I correct in understanding that? I need Blakey's.
Yep. So the only way for it to be in order, you would have to propose that we would eliminate MP Blakey's language, his amendment, at the end of the motion, and then bring forward what you are looking to do.
Just on this point of order, Mr. Chair, if I may, my understanding is that if an amendment or a sub-amendment would require the deletion of the entire thing that it's trying to amend, in fact, the appropriate thing to do is to proceed to a vote and then have a new amendment presented. Because I don't think that an amendment can completely wipe out the entire content of the motion, in this case, an amendment itself, that it's trying to amend.
Yeah, thank you for that, MP Blakey. And I just spoke with the clerk, and you are correct on that. So we would have to go to a vote. Members, we'd go to a vote now on MP Blakey's.
Okay, sorry, point of order.
Yeah, we're
I'd like to
happy,
continue with my
Mr.
motion,
Chair.
if I could, I believe I had the
Mr.
floor.
Chair, we are. On your point that you just made,
Yeah.
we are happy to go to a vote on a motion to invite the minister to appear at committee for 2 hours as an amendment, and then go to the study and a vote on the study to start the study of the BIA so that we can bring those witnesses in ASAP and get to work instead of wasting time.
Yeah, so just for that, thank you, PS Beach, MP Lawrence. Yeah, so by what you were doing in terms of eliminating, you'd have to eliminate the amendment from MP Blakey. That is not possible. We'd have to go to a vote first on MP Blakey's amendment.
I thank you very much for adding that bit of clarity. I would ask for indulgence and to change my sub-amendment, and the sub-amendment would include would add on after. No, after Blake, after.
Need MP Lawrence, you'd need unanimous consent for that.
To amend it.
Yes, you would need unanimous consent. Unless members give unanimous consent, would we have to go to a vote, clerk?
No unanimous consent, it's everyone in the
Okay. You would need unanimous consent to do what you're trying to do, yeah.
And I withdraw my my sub-amendment and enter a new one?
You would also need unanimous consent to withdraw.
Well, Mr. Chair, I guess the question is whether you've ruled on whether the sub-amendment is in order. If the sub-amendment is out of order and you've ruled it as such, it's not before the committee. So you wouldn't need unanimous consent to withdraw it because it effectively was never moved because it was never in order to move it. So I'm not sure that we would require unanimous consent if the sub-amendment is out of order, which I believe it is. And then in that case, whomever had the floor would be free to present a new sub-amendment.
So MP Lawrence, it could be ruled out of order, but then we'd have to go to, again, back to MP Blakey's amendment.
Exactly, and I'd like at that point the floor to which I have, to move an additional sub-amendment that will hopefully be found in order.
Okay, yeah. MP Lawrence, okay, so this is an additional.
This is a different one. That one never
we've ruled
existed.
the other
It was
one
out of order.
This is your sub-amendment to MP Blakey's amendment.
Yes.
Yes.
And so I'll read in the amendment to Mr. Blakey's. I'll read in his amendment first, and then I'll put my sub-amendment so that we have clarity. And so his amendment reads, sub H, that the Minister of Finance be invited to appear for 2 hours on or before May 18th, 2003. I would add, and clause by clause, shall not begin until the Minister of Finance has appeared for no less than 2 hours.
That again?
Okay, so Mr. Blakey's amendment is that the Minister of Finance be invited to appear for 2 hours on or before May 18th, 2023. And clause by clause, shall not begin until the Minister of Finance has appeared before the Finance Committee for no less than 2 hours.
Okay, so that's, so members, you've heard the amendment and the sub-amendment. Any discussion on that?
Thank you.
Okay. Who's okay. Okay, yeah, so MP Morantz and then MP Zerowitz.
Just to let you know, point of order, Mr. Chair. I just
Point of
don't know why. How is it that the Conservatives are having a point of order on their own motions? They're speaking to their own motions.
I think you can point of order at any time.
Okay, well, I'm gonna point of order something just on procedural. So I don't think it's procedurally in order to revoke something the committee has already decided. So can we have the clerk maybe rule that this is not in order?
So MP Zerowitz, it was out of order. It was out of order. Yeah.
So we're no longer talking about the new sub-amendment that Mr. Lawrence has put on the table.
We are at the new sub-amendment. So, yeah, the other sub-amendment was ruled out of order. This is the sub-amendment to MP Blakey's amendment, which comes after, which is H, and at the end of MP Beach's motion.
Now, hasn't the committee, another point of order, Mr. Chair, hasn't the committee already voted on the requirement to not start clause by clause without the minister appearing for 2 hours as part of the old sub-amendment? I'm so lost.
We did not vote on that. That was just ruled out of order.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I think Ms. Zerowitz is referring to in fact, we're on the third sub-amendment. We had the first sub-amendment that we voted on not that long ago. Then we had a second sub-amendment that was ruled out of order. Now I think we're technically on the third sub-amendment if you account the one that was ruled out of order as a sub-amendment. And I think what she's asking is whether the first sub-amendment had the question of tying the minister's appearance to the beginning of clause by clause.
Yes.
If so, I think the argument she's making is that question has already been decided by the committee, and the committee can't be asked to decide the same question twice. I think that's her argument.
Yes. Thank you for articulating better than I have. Thank you, Mr. Blakey.
On that point of order, Mr. Chair, my recollection is that the first...
We're going to suspend for 2 minutes. We're going to confer here with the clerk. And to MP Zarowitz, we did, what we voted on was the sub-amendment to the amendment. We did not vote on the amendment and the sub-amendment as a whole. We voted on the sub-amendment, and that was about the Minister of Public Safety, that the Minister of Public Safety would appear, and that it would happen before, and that clause by clause not be scheduled unless both of these ministers have each appeared for to. Well, hang on one second. So hang on, MP
Pardon me,
Zarowitz
Mr.
again.
Chair. Yeah, I wonder, like, I think the question was for you to rule on the
Both of
principle of
these
whether the
ministers,
committee.
both of the ministers get rolled in here. So would that not be both ministers?
Yeah.
Are we suspending?
Mr. Chair, you have to rule whether the amendment is in order.
But I think part of the question that's at stake here is whether the principle of tying the beginning of clause to clause was an important component of that sub-amendment that the committee's already decided in its vote on sub-amendment 1.
Do we need another 10-minute break?
I suspect we're going to be here for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Anyway,
So my
if we need a
my
break-
ruling is that it captured, as I see it, it captured
Before you
the
rule,
Minister
I'd
of
like to have the
Finance. So I've
opportunity-
ruled it captured the Minister of Finance. So we would go to a vote on MP Blakey's amendment.
I would like the
Yeah.
opportunity to
That was my
discuss it.
ruling, MP Lawrence.
You're not giving an opportunity.
No, that
to,
is my ruling. I've looked. I've conferred with the clerk and others, and that is my ruling.
I challenge the chair.
Okay. There's a challenge of the chair, clerk.
Shall the decision of the chair be sustained? If you agree with the ruling of the chair, you vote yes. If you are against the ruling of the chair, you vote no. Mr. Baker,
Sustain the chair's ruling.
Mr. Beach,
In favor of the chair.
Madame Chatel,
En faveur.
Ms. Derowitz,
In favor of the chair.
Monsieur Cormier,
Pour.
Mr. Chambers,
Against.
Against.
Mr. Halan,
Against.
Mr. Lawrence,
Against.
Mr. Morantz,
Against.
Monsieur Simard.
C'est rendu moi.
Ah, Monsieur Sainte-Marie, parfait.
Excusez-moi.
Désolé, Monsieur
Oui.
Sainte-Marie.
Contre.
And Mr. Blakey.
Sustain.
Yeas pour 5, 6, nays contre. Sorry. Yeas pour 5, 5, nays contre 6, 6.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to get on the.
Okay. It was overruled. So-
Excuse me.
Sustained?
Is that the case? I
I
voted
don't think
to
so.
sustain
No.
the ruling.
But
So
we had
in
the
that case-
6-5, right? Yeah.
It's 6 to sustain.
Oh, sustained. Okay.
Yeah.
Sustained. Sorry.
So
Okay. So do we
I'd like
go
to
now to
the
clerk
main
to
motion?
the
the main amendment.
we go to the vote on the amendment?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I'd like to speak to the main amendment.
He still has the floor.
The amendment.
I
We're
still
on
have the
Mr.
floor.
Blakey's amendment.
We get to continue the debate.
Peter, come on, man.
Just a quick point of order. I believe now that we've dealt with the question of the sub-amendment, debate refers. Incidentally, Mr. Chair, I think that means like a fresh speaking list. So, you know.
Okay. Would you like to be
I
on
would-
that?
I asked for it before we started that discussion and after the ruling.
I
if
just
could
had
be on it.
MP Blakey had the
I'm
floor.
happy to leave that to the
Okay.
discretion of the chair. I was just reminding you that it is a new discussion, and so typically it's a new list.
So we've got that. Is that I know? Were you starting that discussion, MP Blakey?
No, I was just having
No.
a point
Okay.
of
So
order
I've got
to,
MP Perkins then. Okay. Morantz. Okay. Not Perkins. Okay. Morantz first. Yeah. MP Morantz, MP Perkins. Oh. Okay. Morantz, Blakey, Perkins. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Finding Freeland is what we are talking about, Mr. Chair. And specifically speaking to Member Blakey's amendment, H, that the Minister of Finance be invited to appear for 2 hours on or before May 18th, 2023. Why are we so concerned with having the Minister of Finance here? Well, after how the Prime Minister treated the prior Minister of Finance, Mr. Morneau, by completely ignoring his recommendations during the pandemic, I'm not so sure. But here we are. And the thing is that the reason we're trying to find Freeland is because she hasn't appeared here at this committee in almost 6 months. During that time, we've invited her 3 times, and she just has not come here. On February 2nd, we invited Minister Freeland to appear in the same meeting as Bank of Canada Governor Tiff Macklem to discuss inflation. On March 7th, the committee invited Freeland to appear to defend her main estimates. On April 20th, the committee invited Freeland in relation to the pre-study of the budget bill. We respect that the finance minister is very busy, but she should respect the will of this committee. Now, just I want to refer to, now I'm not the only one who feels this way, Mr. Chair. In fact, there was a document signed by the Prime Minister dated November 27th, 2015, entitled Open and Accountable Government. And I thought we could take some time to discuss this document because it sets out the Prime Minister's expectations of his ministers. I presume that his expectations of his ministers are the same today as they were on November 27th, 2015. So Part 3 is entitled Ministerial Relations with Parliament. In our system of government, Parliament is both the legislative branch and the preeminent institution of democratic accountability. Clear ministerial accountability to Parliament is fundamental to responsible government and requires that ministers provide Parliament with the information it needs to fulfill its roles of legislating, approving, and appropriation of funds and holding the government to account. It then goes on to say, so the Prime Minister expects ministers to demonstrate respect and support for the parliamentary process. And in particular, he says, they should place a high priority on ensuring that Parliament and its committees are informed of departmental policy priorities, spending plans, and management challenges, including, Mr. Chair, by appearing before parliamentary committees whenever appropriate. I can think of no more appropriate time to appear for the finance minister to appear before the finance committee to discuss her budget. So I think this is the time. Now, it goes on to say that ministers are expected to seek the views of parliamentarians and parliamentary committees on future plans and priorities, and to dedicate time to consulting and engaging their colleagues in Parliament in order to earn their support. Under responsible government, ministers exercise executive authority on the basis that they have the confidence of Parliament, more specifically the House of Commons as the confidence chamber, which requires that they and through them, the officials under their management and direction be accountable to Parliament for their actions. Parliamentary review of spending is a key element of this accountability. The Constitution Act 1867 sets out the principles underlying the sovereignty of Parliament in the raising and spending of public money. Revenue can only be raised and money spent by the government with the authority of Parliament. Ministers must be prepared to respond to questions on spending for which they are responsible, and to regular parliamentary review of departmental expenditures. Now, it goes on to talk about ministerial house duties. The Prime Minister expects ministers to place a very high priority on their house duties. Now, I noted earlier that the Minister of Finance has only actually been in the House for 5 days in 2023. Just 11% of the sitting days this year. She was in the House on January 30th, February 13th, March 10th, April 25th, and May 1st. That's 5 days. That doesn't seem to be the minister placing a very high priority on her House duties. Now, these duties, now it gets a little more specific, Mr. Chair. It actually says daily attendance at question period. Daily attendance. I don't know, I can't remember the last time I saw the finance minister, except I think a couple of days ago. And, I went through the date she was in the House. 5 days this year is not daily attendance. And yet, this is what the Prime Minister expects of her. It says any proposed absences must be cleared with the Prime Minister's office before other commitments are made. When a minister is absent, a designated minister or parliamentary secretary answers for him or her. Attendance at other specified times is required according to a mandatory schedule of House duties. I haven't seen that happen either. I have not seen the Minister of Finance in the House on House duty all year. Ministers are personally responsible for arranging replacements if they have to be absent and for notifying the leader of the government in the House of Commons and the chief government whip of the arrangements. Piloting legislation. Now this is key, Mr. Chair. It actually says the Prime Minister expects ministers to pilot their own legislation. Through the House and to appear before parliamentary committees of both houses. And now this is where this really gets interesting. Let me read that again. It says the Prime Minister expects ministers to pilot their own legislation, which this bill is, the legislation of the Finance Minister, through the House. Now, before we get to the committee part, I want to draw your attention to the fact that just a couple of days ago, the government decided to bring a shut down debate, essentially, by bringing a time allocation or a motion to kill debate on this Bill C-47. Now, normally the finance minister would be in the House to defend the legislation for the required 30 minutes. That is the customary way we do things. In fact, I've never seen it done any other way in my 3.5 years here, Mr. Chair. But again, they couldn't find Freeland. She didn't show up to defend her own legislation, to pilot, as the Prime Minister expects, her own legislation through the House. She wasn't there. And you know what? The Associate Minister wasn't there, Mr. Boissonneau. So ironically, we wound up with Minister Wilkinson, the Minister of Natural Resources, who has actually nothing to do with piloting the budget, defending Minister Freeland in the House on her shutting down debate motion. So, I'm getting to be concerned, Mr. Chair, about the well-being of the finance minister. I hope she's okay. I sincerely do, but she's not here. We need to see her presence to know that she's ready, willing, and available to do what the Prime Minister expects of her, which is to pilot her legislation through the House and, it says very specifically on page 9, to appear before parliamentary committees of both houses, here and the other place, the Senate, as required. Now, the government will pursue its legislative agenda by requiring that all government members of Parliament vote with the government on matters of confidence, which include matters of fundamental importance to the government, such as the main and supplementary estimates, the budget, the implementation of electoral commitments, and matters that address shared values and the protections guaranteed by the Canadian Charter of Rights. Now, under committee relations, now this is a very important section. It's on page 10 of the same document, Mr. Chair. It says that ministers are expected to ensure that policy initiatives and legislative issues are brought forward so as to enable meaningful discussion. Meaningful discussion at, you know where, Mr. Chair? This is the Prime Minister talking. Meaningful discussion of legislative issues at parliamentary committees. Ministers should also place a high priority on developing good relationships with parliamentary committee chairs and members and supporting the essential work of the committee. This includes appearing before committees whenever appropriate. So, I think we have a pretty strong case here that the minister should appear on her own budget. In fact, it's hard to imagine that we really even have to argue for it, and I think the sooner she comes to this committee to answer a few questions, the better. on page 48 of the document, supporting ministerial accountability to Parliament. Appearances before House and Senate committees by ministers and their officials are an essential part. This isn't me talking. This is from a document posted on the Prime Minister's website. It says appearances before House and Senate committees by ministers and their officials are an essential part of informing Parliament, which enables parliamentarians to represent the views of their constituents and to hold the government to account for its policies and management. Ministers should promote an ongoing dialogue with parliamentary committees on their department's policy priorities, legislative and spending issues, and management challenges. Ministers supported by the public service should appear regularly before their respective parliamentary committees to seek the committee's input into policy and spending priorities and to discuss departmental performances and results. Ministers are expected to provide, consistent with the Treasury Board guidelines, informative and balanced reports to Parliament, most importantly the estimates, the report on plans and priorities, and departmental performance reports. Ministers and their officials must cooperate with the committees in their work. Let me read that again. Ministers and officials must cooperate with the committees in their work. And, again, I just have to reiterate this. We've invited the minister here 3 times this year. February 2nd, we invited her to appear with the Bank Governor. March 7th, we invited her to appear to defend the main estimates. She didn't come on the main estimates, Mr. Chair. That's hard to believe. The committee invited Minister Freeland in relation to the pre-study of the budget bill, but here we have a section in the document tabled by the Prime Minister that ministers and their officials must cooperate with committees in their work and seek the views of. So that's not happening. We have a dysfunctional situation, and that's why we are so adamant that we have a motion passed by this committee that calls on the finance minister to appear before we get into what we'd like to see as conservatives is that the minister appear before we get to clause by clause, because it would be easier to consider each clause once we have the input and perspective of the minister herself, once we've had a chance to ask her questions directly related to those clauses. But we have no guarantee that that's going to happen, Mr. Chair. The principles of ministerial accountability guide ministers and their officials appearing before parliamentary committees, including when officials appear in their capacity as accounting officers. Ministers are responsible for providing answers to Parliament on questions regarding government policies, programs, and activities, and for providing as much information as possible about the use of their powers, including those delegated to them by others. So that's just the part. This is the Prime Minister talking. This isn't me. I'm just reminding the committee of the Prime Minister's views. Now, I'm assuming that the Prime Minister feels the same way about this as he did in 2015, and if he does, he should perhaps speak with the Minister of Finance at the earliest possible time to urge her to get to committee so we can get on with the consideration of her legislation. And, Mr. Chair, another reason she needs to come here is that we have many, many important questions for her. The fiscal anchor that the Minister of Finance said she was completely committed to just one short year ago is now gone. And what are fiscal anchors? Fiscal anchors are essentially a policy position of government that says that we're going to do something to make sure that we are fiscally responsible. Some fiscal anchors are when governments say, well, we're going to commit to a balanced budget by a certain year. Another fiscal anchor is where a government says, well, we may still run deficits, but we're going to make sure that the total amount of our debt as a percentage of the total value of our economy, the GDP, goes down a little bit every year so that we're not encroaching onto the equity of our economy. And so that's what the Minister Freeland did last year. She said, in fact, I'll quote her, she said, "Let me be very clear. We are absolutely determined that our debt to GDP ratio must continue to decline. Our deficits must continue to be reduced. The pandemic debt we incurred to keep Canadians safe and solvent must and will be paid down. This is our fiscal anchor. This is a line we shall not cross. And the sad part of all of this is that I don't know how we could trust the Minister of Finance if she came up with a new fiscal anchor this year, that she wouldn't just ignore it when it was convenient again next year. And so we have a real credibility gap here, and that's another reason why she needs to come and explain why the debt to GDP ratio is going up just a year later, when in fact she promised, in fact not just promised, it was a declaration, a line we shall not cross. And she needs to come here and explain why she did that. Those were bold words, and when she proclaimed that to the world that our debt to GDP ratio was her fiscal anchor, that she could and should be trusted to bring Canada's finances under control. She said that, and it's not happening. And another thing that she said, just in the fall, not even a year ago, in the fall economic statement, she said that by 2027, we'd be not in balance. The budget wouldn't be balanced. She said, in fact, it would have a surplus of $4.5 billion. And so that's music to conservative ears. Anyone thought, okay, well, that's okay. Maybe they're actually serious. Maybe they're actually serious now, Mr. Chair, about bringing the budget into balance, being fiscally responsible, doing the right thing. But that was November. That's ancient history. That was ancient history, according to this government. It's 6 months is a lifetime. And so all of a sudden we see the budget, and I'm flipping through the budget document. And by the way, just so people watching can understand what we're talking about, I brought a copy of the budget bill here with me. This is it. For anyone, all the students here today, over 400 pages of budget documents. And you know what? The finance minister who wrote this law won't come here to answer questions about what it's all about. That's not right. Do you folks think that's right? Anyone put up their hand if they think that's right? I don't see any hands going up from our wonderful students at the back of the room there, Mr. Chair. This budget, over 400 pages, you know what it does, Mr. Chair? It's not even mostly a budget. For the most part, it's what they call an omnibus bill. It, in fact, purports to amend or introduce 51 acts of Parliament. 51 acts of Parliament. It's unbelievable, Mr. Chair. 51. She has to come to explain why this budget isn't actually about budgeting. Because what this budget is about, as far as I can tell, is almost anything about budgeting, Mr. Chair. Some of these acts are the Air Traveller Security Charge Act, the Air Canada Deposit Insurance Corporation Act, the Canada Elections Act, the Canada Emission Reduction Incentive. All these maybe are laudable goals, Mr. Chair, but they aren't about budgeting. They aren't about revenue. They aren't about expenses. They aren't about fiscal or economic policy. They're about all kinds of other things. So we're kind of wondering what it is the finance minister is doing here. Why is she introducing things like this? She's introducing the National Research Council Act, the NATO Act, the Oil Tanker Moratorium Act, the Patent Act, the Pension Benefit Standards Act. I could go on and on and on. I'm not going to belabor the committee with reading the names of all 51 of them at this point in time. Anyway, Mr. Chair, but I want to say why this is important, because just a few short years ago, in a bill just like this, the finance minister of that day, Mr. Morneau, introduced a 500-page long bill that included buried in it a clause that would amend the Criminal Code of Canada to allow the Minister of Justice, Attorney General, to give what's called a free pass, a deferred prosecution agreement to one particular company, SNC-Lavalin, and that led to a major scandal. It led to the destruction of political careers. It led to the first Indigenous Attorney General, Minister of Justice of Canada, having to withdraw or being taken out of her portfolio. So I asked the question of the officials the other day, and you might recall this, Mr. Chair, is there any single company that benefits from any provision in this bill, this 400-page document that we don't have the opportunity to properly scrutinize? And you know what they said, Mr. Chair? Absolutely nothing. We had 50 public servants in the room, and not a single one uttered a word. They would not answer my question. So we have a lot of questions for the Minister of Finance. I am going to take a little bit of a rest, although I would like if you could maybe recycle my name on the list there, Mr. Chair, because I know that my colleagues who are far more eloquent than I am are ready, willing, and capable of picking up in these arguments and explaining to this committee and to you, Mr. Chair, why it is imperative that why finding Freeland is imperative to the progress of this committee and to making sure that Canada remains a fiscally responsible country with a government that is accountable to its citizens.
Okay, well, thank
Thank
you,
you,
MP
Mr. Chair.
Morantz. And now we're to MP Blakey, please.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'll maybe just remind the committee that I do, in fact, support my amendment and will be happy to vote on it at any time. For the time being, I'll simply support Mr. Morantz in his desire to hear a more eloquent speaker.
So, MP Morantz, you're back on, right? Oh, no, MP Perkins and then MP Morantz. Yeah. Okay.
Well, thank you, Mr.
Yeah.
Chair. And I was in the midst of reading a fascinating document about ministerial accountability before we entered all these procedural issues, which are about the issue of finding Freeland. And I know that MP Blakey, I think in particular, was interested in, and I'm sure is excited to hear the remainder of the article. And just the reminder, because we've had some visitors in the room as well, where I was, what I was speaking about and what it was from. And it's an article by Dr. Scott Brenton, and it was published in the Australian Journal of Public Administration, Volume 73, Number 4. Now, I won't begin from the beginning again, but it's about ministerial accountability for departmental actions across the Westminster parliamentary democracies, and it particularly looked at 4 countries, Australia, Canada, New Zealand, and the United Kingdom. And as we know, the United Kingdom is considered the mother of all parliaments that sets all the precedents and all the rules that flow from us. We all have our individual elements that are unique to our parliamentary and Westminster systems. I was reading the second section of this academic study on this issue, and I'll just remind the members and those watching that the study, the section was called NPM, which is short. It's an acronym short for, well, it was earlier in my presentation of this, but I'll spare you the search for that. But it's called NPM, clarifying and or complicating the convention being ministerial responsibility to Parliament. And I won't begin that section from the beginning, but I will go back to a sentence or two before so you can get the context. I was about midway through a paragraph when we entered into the last sort of round of procedural issues on this discussion about the motion by MP Blakey to try and ensure that the Minister of Finance, who has not responded in a positive way to a number of invitations by this committee, and it is the minister's prerogative to come or not to come, but has not responded to some of those invitations. And we're concerned that on the most important element of her job, which is the budget and the budget implementation back, the thing that she's most accountable to for Parliament, not to the Prime Minister, but to Parliament, to the people that Canadians elect to come here, there is nothing more fundamental than a budget bill, which is about the spending of your tax dollars, about how they're spent, what the plan of this government is going forward. And this is a record size budget and spending. And over the fiscal framework, that's what we call the 5 years of planning. This Budget and Budget Implementation Act proposes to spend $3.1 trillion. an incredible and unfathomable amount of money. The budget today for the government has proposed in this year is actually almost twice as large as it was in 2015 when they came to office, as is the taxes that they are increasing from Canadians have gone up 96% by the end of this fiscal framework. And that's why it's so important that the minister show this record level of spending. It's essential that the minister come and be accountable to her colleagues. And that's why this Finding Freeland exercise of what we're is important. It's not parliamentary games or silliness. It's about the fundamental tenet. That's why these bills are called confidence motions. And we get a lot of emails, all of us members of parliament, about wanting to see confidence motions in this government. And obviously we feel that, as do many, that they would like to see the government defeated on one of these. Every spending bill of taxpayer money is by parliamentary Westminster tradition, is a confidence vote. And that's why this is so important, that in order to obtain the confidence of the House, the minister needs to be accountable to Parliament and to this committee. And so the sentence before, when I left off on the study, I'll just reread it before I go on to the new part. And it was specifically talking about the United Kingdom. Ministers were able to blame them, being officials, for operational failures, as they were no longer able to issue orders of the day. In both the United Kingdom and New Zealand, separation between policy and implementation was unclear in practice, while ministers were accused of interference in and bureaucratic silos developed. So this is about where I stopped off. So it goes on to say Australia and Canada opted for more managerial autonomy within larger multi-purpose departments, and closer ministerial control, but with a more informal political separation that ministers describe as arm's length distance from administrative activities. The use of contracts has become politically popular, whether contracting out to the private sector, establishing purchaser-provider relationships within the public sector, or claiming that a contract exists with service users or citizens. And we know, this is an editorial comment, we know that this government has made record amounts of contract out provisions. We've had the McKinsey controversy of an excessive amount of the thinking, the policy development, idea development that officials used to make. This government has chosen to contract out to friends and, in some cases, family. The use of contracts has become politically popular, as this says. So, in Canada, and that's certainly true. While the latter two conceptions lack the legal force of contract, all require greater specification as to day-to-day control, as it often shifts away from the executive and therefore supposedly increasing accountability. Written contractual terms, specified outputs and outcomes, and agreements outlined exceptions and responsibilities in the administrative sphere have been mirrored in the political sphere with increased codification of unwritten conventions. Codification has often appeared to be a response to a series of scandals or controversies and has increased in recent years. That's certainly true with this government. We've seen a lot of scandals increase, and it's both ethical and others, including the failure of this government to inform a member of parliament that his family was being intimidated, his family in China was being intimidated by the Chinese government, and the government won't seem to admit what date, although the briefing notes are 2 years ago, what date they actually learned of it. I suspect that means they learned of it 2 years ago and did nothing, as we know, and are embarrassed, and in fact don't want to be held accountable for their actions as the Minister of Public Safety or the Prime Minister did not act on one of those most fundamental parliamentary principles of accountability to Parliament and protecting the rights of members of parliament to represent the people who sent them there without intimidation. This report contains many tables. I won't read those tables because it's difficult to do, but it goes on to say Table 1 summarizes the legislative and codified accountability roles and responsibilities of senior public and civil servants in relation to the Convention of Individual Ministerial Responsibility. Australia and New Zealand have some of the most extensive legislation, with Australian Public Services Code of Conduct also legislated. The United Kingdom, and I'll skip over the very lengthy chart that they're referring to here. It goes on to the next page as well, and I'm sure members will be happy that I've moved on past reading those charts. But on convention, more than any other countries, but the reform movement is pursuing further legislation. The next section more of this academic study more closely examines the codification within the political sphere, which has thus far resisted and likely will continue to resist entrenchment in legislation. And we know, as my colleague MP Morantz referred to earlier, that this current government has this document called Open and Accountable Government in 2015. I think it's something the Minister of Finance should actually read. I suspect because Finding Freeland has been so difficult that we wouldn't be facing these issues in Finding Freeland if she had this, not only read it a few times, but actually committed the spirit of it to memory. So the next section says codification of ministerial responsibility and accountability. That issue of whether a document like this code would actually get legislated, which it has in other jurisdictions. Codification of ministerial accountability and law would make it more difficult, I believe, for this government to escape their ministerial accountability responsibilities, which we have seen often happen. Oh, well, I apologized for giving contracts to my best friend and former colleague in the Prime Minister's office, said the Minister of International Trade in the House. Oh, well, I gave her untendered contracts even though she works on my campaign. Oh, well, I apologize, and that's all the accountability I should happen. Well, that's the problem, to some extent, of just having a piece of paper that's not in legislation, but is just, well, you know, guidelines. Not really anything I have to advise or even read, perhaps, as a minister. But what this says is various codes of conduct, guides, manuals, handbooks, and legislation have attempted to codify and clarify political and bureaucratic relationships. This codification of conventions has been relatively superficial in the sense that, there's another great chart on it, in the sense that general principles have been captured in written form, but lack the legitimacy and authority of written constitutions, what I was referring to just a moment ago. The most legitimate and authoritative codes are legislative. Well, we know, I'm going to digress again, we know that in the legislative world we have an ethics law in Canada that tries to legislate some of this codification on ministerial accountability and behavior, but obviously it has no teeth when a minister can get up and say, oops, I ignored procurement rules and gave a contract directly to my friend. Oops, I apologized. Oh, wait, I did it a second time. Oops, I apologize, and that's okay. So that's why this lacks teeth, even if one minister did or did not read it. So again, it says the most legitimate authoritative codes are legislative, yet these tend to be the most limited in scope. That's shocking, I think, to most people that governments would make them limited in scope. Each of the codes do attempt to address each of the four key accountability dimensions that this paper is outlining. I'll remind us, and the paper goes on to remind us from the beginning of what those four accountability dimensions are. Who is accountable and to whom? The second one, for what are they accountable? The third one, how are they accountable? And the fourth, and by which standards? Sorry, that's the third one. I'll reread it again because it's may be confusing. The third one is, how are they accountable and by which standards? And then the fourth one is, and why are they accountable? So that's a those are four critical examinations of this question, and that we are facing here with MP Blakey's motion about trying to make the Minister of Finance accountable for the budget by actually showing up to the invitation from the committee, which would be a change because we have been trying to find Freeland in many instances, both here and in the House. And it's incredible, really, to think that in preparation for this, I actually did a count of the time since January that the Minister of Finance has actually been in the House to be held accountable under ministerial accountability. And I don't know if the government members have done this. I'm sure they've noticed that the appearances have been stark, in this effort to find Freeland. And if they haven't counted them, it's not hard to do. You only need one hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. That's it. One hand. You don't need two. You just need one hand to count the number of times the Minister of Finance has been in the House since January to be held accountable for almost half a trillion dollar budget that she's proposing. At the end of the 5 years, it's over $500 billion annual budget. But again, that's a 5, right? 500 billion.
How many toes would you need? How many
So that's one appearance for every 100 billion that the minister is proposing. So I'll say that again. 1 billion, 100 billion, 200 billion, 300 billion, 400 billion, 500 billion. 500 billion, 5 appearances. I think that's probably inadequate from my view, and that's why this committee is so intent on actually having to try and compel, which is really incredible, trying to compel the Minister of Finance to be accountable for this budget in committee. The Finding Freeland effort goes on, but apparently it takes $100 billion of spending for each appearance to get her to show. So the paper goes on to talk about Australia and codification. After a series of scandals in the latter years of Paul Keating's Labour government, well, there's a surprise. A Labour government had a number of scandals. Paul Keating, Labour Prime Minister of Australia. You know that the Labour Party is part of the Liberal International Organization where all the Liberal parties get together across the world. Not the Australian Liberal Party. The Australian Liberal Party, confusingly, is actually the Conservative Party in Australia. The Labour Party in Australia is the liberal left-wing socialist government, and they are the counterpart or the partner in Liberal International with both the Liberal Party of Canada, which is a long way from conservative, and the Democrat Party in the U.S., which has become more socialist, and their lead socialist spokesman is speaking this weekend at the Liberal Party of Canada's convention. They believe and love Americans to the point that the Democratic Party wants Hillary Clinton to provide them with advice on how to win elections. It's an odd sort of thing that you would turn to Hillary Clinton on how to win elections. You know,
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
I think.
Fisher,
Just
and
wanna
welcome
let the
to our
member know
committee,
that-
MP Fisher.
Just want to let the member know we don't need anyone's help to learn how to win elections.
Yeah, there's been.
I appreciate
so
that.
Thank you, thank you, MP Fisher, for that.
My colleague from
Perkins.
My colleague from Nova Scotia may find that a little different in the next election. Yeah, well, you can talk to your former colleague about how that worked out. And Australia, after a series of scandals, according to this paper on ministerial accountability, after a series of scandals in the latter days of Paul Keating's Labour government, the sister party to the scandal-ridden Trudeau Liberal government, the Liberal leader John Howard effectively appropriated the issue of ministerial propriety as a central campaign theme. Might be a good idea. And promised higher standards of ministerial conduct between when he came to power as Prime Minister in 1996. He became the first Australian Prime Minister to institute a publicly available ministerial code of conduct. Leave it to a Conservative to bring in an actual code. Liberals try to avoid them. But Prime Minister Howard brought in the first ever Australian ministerial code of conduct entitled A Guide on the Key Elements of Ministerial Responsibility. This practice has endured, with each subsequent Prime Minister revising the code and each version becoming less extensive. This is unsurprising, as the code provided ammunition for the opposition in the media. Sure does. And critics contended that it became meaningless after Howard's initial enforcement of breaches by asking ministers to resign began to waver after the loss of 7 ministers in 2 years. Well, at least there was a Conservative government that believed in holding their own ministers account for their performance and actually held them accountable for their performance. Boy, have we been missing that here. Predictably, even the Chrétien government made ministers resign. I remember, not far from here, there's a riding called Glengarry Prescott Russell, and the Minister of the Crown then was a fellow named Don Boudreau, and I can remember him resigning because he took a free night at the Chateau Montebello. A free night at the Chateau Montebello, couple $100. Yet the Minister of International Trade here gives tens of thousands of dollars to her best friend, untendered, and she just apologizes.
How much was the Prime Minister's hotel room?
Oh, right, the Prime Minister as well. He hasn't admitted to it, I don't think, but everybody else on the trip to London for the Queen's funeral denied it, including the Governor General, that they spent $6,000 in a hotel room with a chef and a butler. Only one butler. I'm sure that was a hardship for the Prime Minister. But it wouldn't have been a hardship for the Finding Freeland future Prime Minister, who maybe is out campaigning for his job now, not staying in $6,000 a night hotel rooms, but, that might be the inspiration for her campaign. Predictably, Labour pledged to improve ministerial standards upon returning to government in 2007, and under Prime Minister Kevin Rudd and Julia Gillard committed to a more compact set of ministerial ethics. This has largely remained intact, although renamed as the Statement of Ministerial Standards by new Liberal Prime Minister Tony Abbott in 2013. So, new ministerial standards, open and accountable government. I'm not sure that we're getting open and accountable government when the Prime Minister and the Public Safety Minister were briefed about Chinese interference in our elections and threats to an MP, yet did nothing for 2 years. That's not very open or accountable in my mind. In Section 1 of Prime Minister Tony Abbott's updated code, under Principles, a couple of references are made to individual ministerial responsibility, particularly in carrying out their duties. Ministers must accept accountability. This is in quotes. Ministers must accept accountability for the exercise of the powers and functions of their office and the conduct, representations, and decisions of those who act as their delegates or on their behalf, are open to public scrutiny and explanation. That's paragraph 1.3 sub 3 of the code. Furthermore, in quotes, ministers must accept the full implications of the principle of ministerial responsibility. They will be required to answer for the consequences of their decisions and actions. End quote. That's paragraph 1.34. What a concept. Actually be answerable for the consequences of your decisions and actions. The decisions to spend $3.1 trillion over the next 5 years, to me, I think, is not a very high threshold to say the Minister of Finance, in this Finding Freeland exercise, needs to be held accountable by the duly elected members of Parliament in scrutinizing this record level of spending. In Section 4 of that updated Australian ministerial accountability policy, it's called accountability. And it goes on, and I quote, ministers are required to provide an honest and comprehensive account of their exercise of public office. What a concept. I'll repeat that one because that's really apropos for what's happening in the House of Commons these days. Quotes, ministers are required to provide an honest and comprehensive account of the exercise of their public office and of the activities of the agencies within their portfolios in response to any reasonable and bona fide inquiry by a member of Parliament or a parliamentary committee. I think I should repeat that because I'm not sure everyone was paying attention. So let me repeat that. In Section 4 of the Australian Code, called Accountability, ministers are required to provide an honest and comprehensive account of their exercise of public office and of the activities of the agencies within their portfolios in response to any reasonable and bona fide inquiry by a member of Parliament or a parliamentary committee. So let's just apply that to the current situation of whether or not we have ministerial accountability in this government. We don't have it clearly in the difficulty that the House of Commons Finance Committee has been having in getting the Minister of Finance, the Finding Freeland exercise, to committee to be held account. How can you when the total number of appearances in the House of Commons since January is 5, each worth $100 billion, as I said earlier. So, and the current Minister of Public Safety, and I know we were dealing with a sub-amendment on public safety, but the current Minister of Public Safety refuses to answer a simple question. On what date was he briefed on China interference? Oh, he did. Oh, I'm told he did answer the date. And what was the date? Monday? Monday. So the Minister of Public Safety was kept in the dark on the issue of China's interference with a member of Parliament. But as we know from the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, Ms. Telford's appearance before a parliamentary committee, and she would never mislead a parliamentary committee, I'm sure, the Prime Minister reads everything, and in particular, national security briefs. So it's without any believability that the Prime Minister wouldn't have known about this 2 years ago when the note came up. If it did, there's something wrong about Ms. Telford's testimony. And it says a lot about the Prime Minister's leadership that if he was briefed on this important public safety issue 2 years ago, that he didn't inform his Minister of Public Safety about it. The person, and I'll quote in the Australian one, that is responsible for the activities of agencies within their portfolio. Why would the Prime Minister and the Privy Council Office not ensure the Minister of Public Safety knew that he only knew on Monday, 2 years after the fact? That's incredible. Ministerial accountability seems to be something very odd here. Or maybe it's just a pattern, since apparently the Prime Minister rarely spoke to the former Minister of Justice about anything until it was the time when he wanted to interfere in the charges against SNC Lavalin. Again, trying to override ministerial accountability as the Attorney General of Canada, an independent head of lawmaking, and she had integrity that we don't see often in this government, and said, no, Prime Minister, I'm not going to interfere. Now that's accountability under the Australian position of ministerial accountability that we don't seem to be getting from the Minister of Finance in her $100 billion 5 appearances in the House and her desire to avoid being accountable for a budget that plans to spend $3.1 trillion in the next 5 years. The conclusion of the Australian section, and Canada is next. So while Australia also has a cabinet handbook, which was publicly available for the first time in 1924, yet has existed in some form since 1926. Its focus is on internal operations of cabinet, ministerial codes, and the conduct more explicitly address individual ministerial responsibility. Much like this Open and Transparency 2015 Liberal government guide that guides all of cabinet, which is primarily dictated to how you conduct yourself in cabinet and that kind of thing, has a very thin section on ministerial accountability and the role for Parliament. This from a government that said in 2015 they would restore integrity to parliamentary committees. They would restore openness and transparency. They would return ministerial accountability. They would remove parliamentary secretaries from driving the agenda in parliamentary committees. Well, I know I sit on 2 other committees, and I've seen the parliamentary secretaries drive those. I certainly last year on C11 sat in and saw the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Heritage whipping everybody and driving every single issue of debate. So yet another promise broken. But back to the
just
paper.
a quick point of order.
Order,
Perhaps
MP
more
Blakey?
more of a request, Mr. Chair, because I am quite enjoying the exposition that we're getting on ministerial accountability. I share a lot of the concerns that the member expressed in respect of interference with the rule of law, and I know he made reference to Jody Wilson-Raybould. I think a more contemporary example now, and that's certainly a relevant one, it's worth talking about, but I wonder how he feels about, because, you know, and he's talking about Australia because it matters. Various Westminster parliamentary systems obviously are instructive for the Canadian context. I know that the Premier of Alberta has reached out to the Attorney General to talk about specific cases, and there seems to be a question of interference there. I'm wondering if he could expand his exposition on the principles of ministerial accountability and maybe speak a little bit to how that example reinforces some of the points that he's making here today.
Oh, thank you, MP Blakey, MP Perkins. I don't know if you want to take that up or...
That's a very interesting question. As MP Blakey knows, I'm a member of Parliament from Nova Scotia. I am not. I've actually never met the Premier of Alberta, so I cannot speak to the media reports, which of course some may feel are always accurate. I'm not sure I do, but I'll let the voters of Alberta decide that. I believe the election was called this week, and they can make judgments on whether or not the Premier of Alberta acted appropriately or not. And I always put my hands in the voters, as I did last time in defeating the Liberal Minister of Fisheries. So back to the paper. Paper says Canada next. So let's talk about Canada and our issue or history of codification or not, or pamphlets or legislation in these areas. And so it says, this academic paper says, written guidance in the form of official documents or legislation is comparatively less extensive in Canada. Wow. With calls for a cabinet manual or something similar. Now, this was dated 2015, so it was up to this, before this thick-looking document with a very thin section on accountability was published with the new Liberal government. So calls for cabinet manual, something similar. That was Russell 2010 was the academic reference in this paper. The next sentence goes on to say, accountable government, a guide for ministers and ministers of state, quotes, sets out the core principles regarding the roles and responsibilities of ministers, including the central tenet of ministerial responsibility, both individual and collective, as well as ministers' relations with the Prime Minister and Cabinet, their portfolios and Parliament. The current edition was issued in 2011. Obviously, that's been updated since then in 2015 by the Privy Council Office under Prime Minister Stephen Harper, one of the best prime ministers this country's seen. It goes on to say, sorry, that was my editorializing. It doesn't say that in the paper, just to be clear, although I'm sure the author feels the same way. Under section 1.1, quotes, individual ministerial responsibility is firstly defined in terms of accountability to the Prime Minister, with the Prime Minister able to ask for a ministerial resignation. Ministers are also accountable to Parliament for all areas of responsibility, whether they are assigned by statute or otherwise. That's 1-2 of that code. The most detailed section is 1.3, according to the academic study here. Ministerial accountability, that's the title of section 1.3. Ministers are required to be in Parliament to answer questions on the discharge of their responsibilities and use of public monies with political judgment resting with Parliament. So the paragraph goes on, but I'm just going to stop there and just read that section again, the most important sentence of that section. Ministers are required to be in Parliament. This is Stephen Harper's code for ministerial accountability. Ministers are required to be in Parliament to answer questions on the discharge of their responsibilities and use of public monies with political judgment resting with Parliament. That's really what this discussion is about here in committee. It's not some esoteric sort of odd thing that others and even some members of the government made some spurless accusations and before a question period yesterday about what this is about. The essence of this discussion is about the question of whether ministers in this government are required to be in Parliament to answer questions in the discharge of their responsibilities and use of public monies. Now, 5 appearances in the Finding Freeland search I did on Hansard, the 5 appearances since January in Parliament at I guess at a cost of $100 billion appearance. I'd like the cost of those appearances to be left. The way we can lessen it is by more appearances, and that's what this is about, trying to get the Finding Freeland exercise concluded and have the minister show here for 2 hours and not ignore the requests of this committee to appear when she's choosing to spend $3.1 trillion of your money. The next sentence in this Canada section of this says, however, the Prime Minister can reaffirm support or ask for a resignation. Consistent with the principle of responsible government, it is said that ministers are accountable to Parliament for all organizations within their portfolio and the proper functioning of their department. And that's why we had that long discussion during the beginning of the last meeting and this meeting, when I was discussing Mr. Genuis's sub-amendment on the appearance of the Minister of Public Safety, because he is responsible for at least 4 agencies that this spending authorizes, including the RCMP and its performance as our community and national police force. The paper goes on to say, however, reference is also made to appropriate ministerial oversight. Therefore, in relation to arm's length bodies, the minister's engagement will be at a systemic level. That's in quotes. Most importantly, and this is a direct quote in this paper from Prime Minister Harper's Guide for Ministerial Accountability, it says, ministerial accountability to Parliament does not mean that a minister is presumed to have knowledge of every matter that occurs within his or her department or portfolio. And you know what? I'm just going to stop there because I think many of the ministers of this government have showed that they don't have knowledge of every matter or any of the matters in their portfolio. But I'll go on to say, it goes on to say, nor that minister is necessarily required to accept blame for every matter. And I suppose since the Minister of Public Safety only found out about something on Monday that national security agencies briefed the Prime Minister on 2 years ago, whether or not he should accept blame for the incompetence of the Prime Minister's office and PMO for not informing him, I guess is a matter we should discuss at some point in Parliament or have before a parliamentary committee if we could. It goes on to say, and quoting from Prime Minister Harper's Guide for Ministerial Accountability, it does require that a minister attend to all matters in Parliament that concern any organizations for which he or she is responsible, including, get this, including responding to questions. Wow, what a thought that a minister would actually respond. Well, I guess we allow responses in question period to questions. The difference between response and answers is quite different. We get a lot of responses from ministers in committee and in House of Commons, but we don't get a lot of answers. It further requires, the paper goes on, quoting from Prime Minister Harper's Guide for Ministers, it further requires that the minister take appropriate corrective action to address any problems that may have arisen consistent with the minister's role with respect to the organization in question. That's the end of the quote from the Harper Guide. I expect that given the Minister of Public Safety only found out about Monday about Chinese interference and threats against a member of Parliament, and that was kept from him, presumably by the Prime Minister's office. And the Prime Minister, who said he voraciously reads national security issues, that I would expect that the Minister of Public Safety is addressing that with the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff now as to why he was left out of the loop. Maybe we should get him a coffee mug. I'm out of the loop, and that's the way I like it. The next section is called New Zealand. So New Zealand, one of the 4 countries of this study. While lacking a formal written constitution, the Cabinet's manual is self-described as an authoritative guide to central government decision-making for ministers, their offices, and those working within government, as well as primary source of information on New Zealand's constitutional arrangements. It is endorsed by each new government, with the current version, remember this was in 2015, so the current version in 2015 in New Zealand had been updated in 2008. Section 3 of that 2008 version of New Zealand's manual for ministers and public office holders says the following. Section 3 of the manual deals with, quotes, ministers of the Crown.
We're going to suspend now till we'll be back after QP. left off with MP Perkins, and then we're on to MP Morantz after that. MP Perkins, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the break. Well, question period anyway. Just to let you know, Mr. Chair, out of courtesy and assistance to our translators, I've given them some copies of the study and a few other things that I may be referring to make the translation easier. So if you bear with me when I go through it, I will make sure I refer to the documents and the occasional pages to make it easier on the translators. And just for those who have not been part of this discussion who are watching now about what we are doing in this committee, the Finance Committee, is the government has proposed a budget implementation bill, as it's called, and it amends a great many acts of Parliament, a number of which have nothing to do with a budget, but nonetheless, this omnibus budget bill, the government promised that they would not bring in omnibus bills, and we are dealing with one. And we've got, what we have is a motion before us and an amendment, is the amendment to the main motion is what we're dealing with. And the amendment to the main motion is MP Blakey's amendment, which I think has had a revision from MP Lawrence, which is asking that the Minister of Finance appear for 2 hours to defend the budget implementation bill. Not unreasonable, but apparently it's a bit of a stretch for this committee since the minister has frequently not responded to the committee's request to appear on various things. Indeed, by my calculation, the minister has appeared since January in the House of Commons, as I mentioned earlier, 5 times since January. And this budget bill and the Budget Implementation Act has a fiscal framework that spends $3.1 trillion over the next 5 years. In fact, the annual budget for the government will have almost doubled since this government took office. In year 5 of this fiscal framework, it will be over $500 billion. So by my calculation at 5 appearances, that's $1 trillion, or sorry, $100 billion. Get my math right, $100 billion per appearance of the minister. That's an hourly wage charge to the government and taxpayers of Canada. That obviously is something that McKinsey would envy. And I'm sure she's setting a new standard for them in the many new contracts that they will get from this government. But for the sake of the translators, what we're talking about here is ministerial accountability and the parliamentary tradition in our Westminster system of parliamentary accountability. And I've been enlightening the committee and those watching on an important academic study done on this issue. And I've been citing the text of it before we went on break to go to question period. And just so that the translators and the people watching know what document I'm referring to, it's the Australian Journal of Public Administration, volume 73, number 4. That's what it looks like on the front. And that this, in the summary of it, this study examines the convention of individual ministerial responsibility for departmental actions in 4 key Westminster countries of Australia, Canada, New Zealand, and the United Kingdom. The chain of ministerial responsibility traditionally began in the bureaucratic hierarchy of the public sector up to the minister, who is responsible to Parliament, which is responsible to the people. Many new public management reforms changed the roles and responsibilities of senior public servants in these Westminster democracies, which arguably weakened the first link in the chain, despite being premised on the increased public sector accountability. Various codes of conduct and guidelines, manuals, handbooks, and legislation, and what they're referring to there, for example, in the current Liberal government, is a handbook, not law, that was issued when this government was elected, called Open and Accountable Government 2015. I'm not sure that many of the ministers have actually read it, given the performance in the House and what it requires in parliamentary accountability. The summary of this paper goes on to say, these various codes of conduct, guides, manuals, handbooks, and legislation have attempted to codify and clarify political and bureaucratic relationships. They have generally captured the complexity of executive accountability and better reflect the original convention while emphasizing the preeminent role of the Prime Minister in upholding individual ministerial responsibility. And where we left off is I had just finished the section in here on Canada. It starts with when it gets into the detailed analysis, as every academic paper does, it spends pages and pages outlining the academic process of doing the study. It then first examined Australia, then Canada. And I'd finished that up, but just for, since New Zealand and the United Kingdom come next, which I have to go through, I think it's important for us to refresh, because we may have people watching who weren't privy to this insightful piece before we broke for question period. So perhaps I can begin with the section on Canada on page 474. So the section on Canada begins like this, of this academic study, by the way, that is written by Dr. Brenton, and it's titled Ministerial Accountability for Departmental Actions Across Westminster Parliamentary Democracies. Canada. Written guidance in the form of official documents or legislation is comparatively less extensive in Canada, that's relative, I guess, to Australia, with calls for a cabinet manual or something similar. This was a citing of Russell in 2010. Now, remember, this paper was written in 2015, just before the current government's open and accountable government document came out. So it goes on to say, accountable government, a guide for ministers and ministers of state, sets, in quotes, sets out core principles regarding the roles and responsibility of ministers, including the central tenet of ministerial responsibility, both individual and collective, as well as ministers' relations with the Prime Minister and Cabinet, their portfolios, and Parliament. The current edition that this paper deals with was issued in 2011 by the Privy Council Office under Prime Minister Stephen Harper, which I know we can all agree is one of Canada's greatest prime ministers. So just to make sure we're clear, part of this effort of what we're trying to do is to find Freeland. The Finding Freeland effort of only 5 appearances is as rare, I guess, as the dodo bird, or perhaps as rare as a DFO fisheries enforcement officer arresting poachers for elvers in Nova Scotia and New Brunswick. Under Section 1.1 of the code set out by one of Canada's best prime ministers, Stephen Harper, it states, quote, individual ministerial responsibility is firstly defined in terms of accountability to the Prime Minister, with the Prime Minister able to ask for a ministerial resignation. Wow, that's something I don't think this Prime Minister has ever done.
Yeah,
no, I don't think so. But we've had many instances, even breaches of the Canada's Ethics Acts by ministers, but that apparently isn't good enough for a resignation. The report goes on to say ministers are also accountable to Parliament. And that's why we're here today, is talking about the Minister of Finance's accountability of Parliament, which seems to be a challenge in our Finding Freeland effort. The paper goes on to say ministers are also accountable to Parliament for all areas of responsibility, whether they are signed by statute or otherwise. That's Section 1.2 of Prime Minister Harper's Guide for Ministers. The most detailed section, according to this study, is Section 1.3 of Prime Minister Harper's Guide. And it says, it's titled Ministerial Accountability. Ministers are required to be in Parliament to answer questions on the discharge of their responsibilities and use of public monies with political judgment resting with Parliament. So that's our role, the political judgment that parliamentarians play in deciding whether or not what the government, the executive of our governance structure, puts forward in legislation and spending is acceptable to the people that we represent. And that's why ministers have to be held to account not only in Parliament but in committees. But the idea of answering questions either in Parliament or in the committee seems to be a challenge for the Minister of Finance, having not been here more than 5 times in the House since January at $100 billion a day. And the Minister of Finance in her outside time, I'm not sure where she is, but is not answering questions there and has refused, obviously, 3 occasions, I think at least, of this committee and asking her to come before the committee to answer questions in the Finance Committee. I've actually never encountered that. I have encountered in the Fisheries Committee, I'm on the Fisheries and the Industry Committee, I have encountered the Minister of Fisheries agreeing to appear for 2 hours and then showing up at the meeting and saying, I'm only going to show for 1. And I know we can't compel ministers to appear before a committee, but a courtesy to Parliament and parliamentarians, of which they are, would dictate that the odd hour here and there by these very busy ministers could be spared for their accountability to democracy. So the report goes on to say, this study says, however, the Prime Minister can reaffirm support or ask for a resignation. Consistent with the principle of responsible government, it is said that ministers are accountable to Parliament for all organizations within their portfolio and the proper functioning of their department. We've seen a lot of those issues on obfuscation and responses in question periods. I misspoke. We don't get answers in question period. We get responses in the most recent, even today, on the issue of the public safety minister not informing the House of when the Prime Minister was informed that a member of Parliament was threatened by a foreign government because of his vote in Parliament, which this government has known about for 2 years, according to the leaked security memos that apparently went to the Privy Council office, and as the Chief of Staff, as we know, to the Prime Minister said, the Prime Minister reads everything he gets and certainly reads everything from security. So while the Minister of Public Safety may not have known, perhaps he should ask the Prime Minister why the Prime Minister didn't inform him 2 years ago that this was going on. Hard for this minister to be accountable to Parliament if the Prime Minister isn't sharing such critical information that goes to the root of our democracy with him. The report here, the academic study here, goes on to say, with regard to Canada, however, reference is also made to appropriate ministerial oversight. Therefore, in relation to arm's length bodies, such as the RCMP or CSIS in the case of the Minister of Public Safety, or CDIC, or perhaps the Bank of Canada in reference to the Minister of Finance, the minister's engagement will be at a systemic level. And most importantly, and it goes to quote directly from that guide for ministers and ministers of state by Prime Minister Harper, and this is a direct quote from it, ministerial accountability to Parliament does not mean that a minister is presumed to have knowledge of every matter that occurs within his or her department, and this cabinet, this executive makes it clear every day that they do not know everything that is going on within their department or portfolio, nor that the minister is necessarily required to accept blame for every matter, and we certainly know they won't accept blame for even their own actions of giving friends and family direct contracts untendered, like the Minister of International Trade, or taking personal vacations at $9,000 a night resorts in Jamaica, as the Prime Minister has done, or $6,000 a night hotels in London. The Prime Minister, I believe, has gone off to London for the very important event of the swearing in of the King and his investiture as our sovereign. I wonder if he's staying in the Holiday Inn in London, or whether he's gone back as a requirement to have a butler, a chef in his suite, and a piano so he can sing Bohemian Rhapsody again.
He did do that, didn't he?
The report goes on to quote directly from Prime Minister Harper's guide for ministers on ministerial accountability, which is what this motion is about. And it says, it does require that the minister attend to all matters in Parliament. Wow, that's a revelation. That the other ministers clearly have done in the past. A little tough when you show up 5 days since January as the Finding Freeland effort continues. So the minister attend to all matters in Parliament that concern any organizations for which he or she is responsible, including responding to questions. What a unique idea in our Westminster system, that a minister would have to respond to questions from the opposition to be held accountable in Parliament to the people who are elected to represent our communities across the country. But it's pretty hard to do that when the minister has refused to come on 3 occasions to the Finance Committee to come to answer and be accountable for the financial things that she is responsible for, which baffles me. I would think, this is a friendly group. I don't see it as an acrimonious committee. I have been on some committees. I can think last year of the Heritage Committee where I went on C11. That wasn't exactly a collegial committee at the time, but this one seems very, so I don't know why the Minister of Finance would be so intimidated by the members of this committee as to not be willing to come and answer questions. But only she can answer that. Wait, she can only answer that if she comes. So the report and the quote from the Harper guide says, it further requires that minister take appropriate corrective action to address any problems that may have arisen consistent with the minister's role with respect to the organization in question. So very clear that for a long time, at least during Conservative governments, that we held accountable. We even had ministers resign for their expenses, but apparently that doesn't happen in this government because it comes from the top. When the Prime Minister sets the tone on accountability and is found guilty 3 times of ethic violations and doesn't resign or recognize that he has caused a problem and is entitled to his entitlements, that the Prime Minister sets the tone for his management team, the cabinet, that all they have to do is make mistakes and apologize and everything's okay. That's not in the traditions of the Westminster system. As we'll find out here in the next section of this report, which talks about New Zealand. Now, it says here that while lacking a formal written constitution, some members and people watching may not know that New Zealand doesn't have a constitution, but while lacking a formal constitution, as a parliamentary democracy, again, this is my edit, they go back like Britain does because it doesn't have a constitution. It relies on case law, common law, and goes back to the Magna Carta for their precedents and how we do things. So while lacking a formal written constitution, the Cabinet Manual for New Zealand is itself described as an authoritative guide to central government decision-making for ministers, their offices, and those working within government, as well as a primary source of information on New Zealand's constitutional arrangements. It is endorsed by each new government, with the current version, this was 2015, the current version updated in 2008. Section 3 of the manual deals with ministers of the Crown and the state sector in terms of roles and responsibilities. And they quote directly from this manual, and the following is the quote. Ministers decide both the direction and the priorities for their departments. That's true. They should not be involved in their department's day-to-day operations. In general terms, ministers are responsible for determining and promoting policy, defending policy decisions, and answering in the House on both policy and operational matters. You see, New Zealand's got it right. New Zealand's got it right, as the Harper government did, that it's part of accountability and ministerial responsibility to answer in Parliament. When Parliament means, in our country, Parliament means the House of Commons, it means the Senate of Canada, and it means all parliamentary committees in both houses to be held accountable. So to not come at the courteous and very friendly invitation of this committee 3 times by the minister for $100 billion a day work, that the Minister Freeland, in the Finding Freeland effort here, is not even following traditions, another Westminster parliamentary system. So point 3.21, this is on page 475 of this academic study, says point 3.21 refers to individual minister responsibilities for department actions. And it quotes again directly from the manual in New Zealand. Ministers are accountable to the House for ensuring that departments for which they are responsible carry out their functions properly and efficiently. Ministers are accountable to the House for ensuring that the departments for which they are responsible carry out their functions properly and efficiently. On occasion, a minister may be required to account for the actions of a department when errors are made. That's quite a bit by this government.
Yeah.
When errors are made, even when the minister has no knowledge of it or involvement in those actions. The question of subsequent action in relation to individual public servants may be a matter for State Services Commissioner, obviously a title or a role different in New Zealand. We have no such role in the case of the chief executives, or for chief executives if any action to be taken involves members of their staff. So the study on 475 goes on to say a series of accountable documents help to monitor departmental performance, including one-year performance information statements of intent for at least the next 3 years. An output plan, wow, there's a novel idea. An output plan is required in New Zealand for ministers and their accountability. I think all we get is input plans, input plans of spending, input plans of intent, input plans of good wishes and fairy dust, but not in the way in the much of output. The measurement of success of this government is how much you spend, not how much you produce. I don't think many of these ministers would survive very well in the private sector, except for maybe Navdeep Bains, who left the...
He's done well for himself.
He's done well for himself. Navdeep Bains was the Minister of Industry responsible for bringing down cell phone prices, and when he left, we had the highest cell phone prices in the world. In fact, you'll be shocked to learn that Minister of Industry Navdeep Bains responsible for cell phone rates when we had the highest rates when he left. Every minister in Canada has a 2-year cooling off period. And Minister Bains, before the ink was dry on his cooling off period in January of this year, decided to go and negotiate with Rogers Communications to be in charge of their government relations. Can you believe that? Their government relations. Minister Bains, in his accountability, who feather-bedded the telecoms to have the highest prices in the world, went to work for Rogers. Now, let me tell you about Rogers. They are the highest cell phone rates in the world, not just Canada, the world. So it's not shocking to me that the minister in charge of the highest cell phone prices in the world, after his 2-year cooling off period, would be rewarded with a cushy job in charge of government relations by Rogers, the very same company he was responsible for regulating and allowed to become the most expensive cell phone company in the world. So the question of where was I here? Crucially, responsibility for financial performance is vested solely in the minister. Financial performance. Why, just in the fall, this minister, in her economic statement on this budget, or the finances of this country, projected, can you wait for it? This is something that they hadn't said in quite a while. In fact, they hadn't said, I think, since the 2015 election, a balanced budget within the 4-year, I think it was a 4 or 5 year mandate. 5 years. 27, 28. By 27, 28. That was just in the fall. So if the minister had shown up here in the subsequent, to the Finance Committee and the subsequent to that, she could have been questioned, as a parliamentary Westminster tradition requires, on the financial performance of that. So, you know, we know in the financial performance of that in this document, in the Budget Implementation Act that we're talking about, there is no balanced budget projected in the next 5 years. In fact, it goes a long way out before it's even considered. In fact, this budget in the 5-year framework adds $130 billion to Canada's national debt. Now, I know people watching and the members of Parliament here, we're all listening intently. When I led off the debate for the official opposition in the House of Commons to this bill, the Budget Implementation Act, and you'll recall that I went through the sins of the father are now the sins of the son. And when you take the combined financial performance of the father, Prime Minister Pierre Elliott Trudeau, and the son, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, the total addition to Canada's national debt between those two members of the same family is $1.1 trillion. $1.1 trillion. So it would be really enormously helpful for the Minister of Finance finding Freeland exercise to be able to come here and explain to us why she thinks that a balanced budget in the fall no longer can be balanced, and that it is a prudent fiscal thing for all of us and all of Canada for the Trudeau tradition to continue adding $1.1 trillion. And look, they've never met a target, this government, that they have set financially. They've blown the doors off financially with bigger debts than they ever have before. And one of the most interesting things is, in order to meet that $1.1 trillion or add only $130 billion to the national debt in the next 5 years, they have to, this government, not introduce or spend $1 more on anything new in the next or rest of their mandate. Now, I don't think the odds of that are very strong. You know, we see a lot of betting commercials now during the NSL playoffs, and I'd like to see some of those companies place a bet on the likelihood and the odds of a likelihood, because Vegas will do bets on anything. I'd like to see Vegas do the odds on this government meeting any of the targets in this budget plan. Not a single. I wouldn't take that plan. I tell you, $1 though, if you put $1 down, it would probably make you a gazillionaire if they actually did it once by the odds that you would get. And maybe that's what's going on here. Maybe the Minister of Finance, in trying to understand this, is trying to understand her own numbers and figure out how this government put Canada in such a mess. So the report goes on to say on New Zealand, and we're coming up to the United Kingdom, the mother of all parliaments, that crucially, as I said, crucially, responsibility for financial performance is vested solely in the minister. Well, hard to do that if you're mysteriously not attending committee. I wish we could compel her more. I know we could subpoena witnesses and committees, but I doubt that, although it would be great if MP Blakey and the other opposition parties would agree, because I suspect that's the only way you're going to get the Minister of Finance here for 2 precious hours. What does that work out to? 2 precious hours of her time. Let's see. Well, 5 days at $100 billion a day to show up in Parliament in her spending, right? So what does that work out to? My colleague Marty Morantz can work on that. What's that, about $2.5
billion an hour.
$2.5 billion an hour. So, $250 billion an hour? Sorry.
Yeah. Sorry, $250 billion.
$250 billion an hour. So, you know, like I said, McKinsey would dream of that. So for the minister to be here for 1 hour is a $250 billion expenditure. For her to be here for 2 hours is a $500 billion expenditure. Now, I don't know, maybe we should reconsider, because that's quite an expense and quite an hourly rate. But I suspect that money will get spent whether she's here or not.
It's $8 billion a minute, too.
$8 billion a minute.
Yeah.
$8 billion a minute. Wow. Wow. How many minutes have I been talking? I'm underpaid. I'm underpaid. The manual that this refers to goes to point 224 in the manual stipulating, quotes, under Public Financing Act 1989, this is in New Zealand, responsible ministers, that's in quotes, and I would put that in quotes with regard to this government as well, responsible ministers are responsible to Parliament for the financial performance of the departments within their portfolios for protecting the Crown's interest in those departments. The Crown's interest. I don't know that they're protecting the Crown's interest very well when they're saddling generations with now up to, I think it is close to $1.4 trillion of national debt going forward. Because apparently budgets don't balance themselves.
What?
I haven't heard that in a while, but they apparently don't balance themselves, because in 2015, just little small deficits, just a little stimulus deficit for the economy that was booming. Just a small, don't worry, in 2019, it'll be balanced. And guess what? I believe it was $20 billion deficit in 2019. It wasn't balanced, so they don't balance themselves. So, and they've given up any pretense of even, then it became a fiscal anchor. Well, this fiscal anchor is dropping us down quite deep. They do use anchors on securing Elver nets, illegal Elver nets, and I'll come back to that in a minute.
You cast an anchor aside?
Yeah. A guardrail. Yeah, went from anchors to guardrails.
They drove
guardrails.
yeah.
And they blew through the guardrail. It probably was made of paper mache.
Yeah.
So the report from the Australian Journal of Public Administration, written by Dr. Brenton on ministerial accountability for departmental actions across Westminster parliamentary system, of which we are, then goes on to talk on page 475 about the United Kingdom, the mother of all parliaments. And why do we call it the mother of all parliaments? Because the first Westminster system was held in the United Kingdom. All other parliamentary systems, as opposed to a republican system, small r republican system like the U.S., is a different type of electoral system. The first Westminster system, parliamentary system, was held over 400 years ago, and all of our Commonwealth and some Francophone countries come from that form of government. So what happens in the United Kingdom sets the rules, tone, for parliamentary accountability, ministerial accountability, all of those things. So it's really important for those watching and all members of Parliament to understand what the rules of ministerial accountability are in the United Kingdom, because that's ultimately where all our precedents come from. So this study on ministerial accountability for departmental actions across Westminster parliamentary democracies says this on page 475 about the United Kingdom. Ministers in the United Kingdom have been subject to a confidential internal circular since at least the Second World War, which was published for the first time in 1992 as Questions of Procedure for Ministers. It's in italics in this report. This study goes on to say the Questions for Procedure of Ministers, this became the basis for Labour Prime Minister Tony Blair's ministerial code in 1997. Probably the most conservative of all the socialists in the history of the mother of all parliaments, London, England. Most people will be familiar with him from his time and some of the movies about him, the special relationship with Bill Clinton, the stories around his term when Princess Diana died and how they reacted. All of those things are appropriate now as we consider the weekend celebration coming up with King Charles, the Princess Diana's former husband. So Tony Blair introduced the ministerial code in 1997, which has since been revised during Blair's tenure and by subsequent prime ministers. Conservative Prime Minister David Cameron issued a new code in 2010 and advised that it should be read alongside, quotes, Coalition Agreement for Stability and Reform, unquote, which outlines the terms of the coalition government with, at that time, the Conservative Party and the Liberal Democrats. Continuing on page 475 on the United Kingdom's precedents on ministerial accountability, the study goes on to say one of the general principles of ministerial code is that ministers have a quotes, this isn't quotes, ministers have a duty to Parliament to account and to be held to account for policies, decisions, and actions of their departments and agencies. This is section 12B of the Ministerial Code. Now, you're starting to sense, I think, some similarities between these codes. Mm-hmm. The one of Prime Minister Harper, the ones in Australia and New Zealand, and that's because that's the tradition of ministerial accountability, that the minister, as this says, has a duty to Parliament, not to the public, not to the media, not to the Prime Minister, not to Klaus Schwab, not to anybody else. We all know that the Minister of Finance sits on the board of the World Economic Forum, and the minister is accountable and has a duty to Parliament, and that they be held to account for the policies, decisions, actions of their departments and agencies. Ministers have to provide accurate and truthful information to Parliament. What a concept. It's amazing, really, when you think about it, that you have to write that down, that you have to write in a code that an honorable member has to be, let me quote again, for the policies and decisions of the agencies, ministers provide accurate and truthful information to Parliament. Wow. Yes, and it's hard to be, well, it's hard to not be accurate to Parliament if your attendance is 5 days at $100 billion a day. Or it's hard to check the accuracy and truthfulness to Parliament if you decline the Finance Committee's invitations to appear. The study goes on to say about this code, and should be as open as possible with Parliament and the public. I don't know how you're open with the public and Parliament on this Finding Freeland exercise on an attendance record. You know, when I was in high school, if I had only gone to class 5 of the days since January, they called that skipping class, right? That was the pleasant way of putting it. I may have skipped the occasional class in high school, but it might have been 5 days in that time period I might have skipped in school because, well, I was on football and other things. When those things weren't in, then I might have skipped a few days, I admit it. But I wouldn't have said my attendance is only 5 days. I think my parents would have had a bit of a problem with that. Perhaps we should be looking at that as an issue of truancy. So, should be as open as possible with Parliament. Knowingly misleading Parliament, well, this is what it goes on to say. I'm quoting from the report, and it's directly from the United Kingdom Ministerial Accountability. Knowingly misleading Parliament is sanctioned with the exception of resignation. It's sanctioned. We saw some dramatics in the House of Commons in question period today, and that's because we believe there are issues about truthfulness to Parliament with regard to how some of the responses were given to this issue of China interfering in the ability of a parliamentarian to do their unfettered work to represent their commitments. I would love to see some resignations as a result of this, but I suspect that's not going to happen. This goes on to say, reference is also made to the Civil Service Code and the requirement that civil servants give, quotes, accurate and truthful and full information to parliamentary committees on behalf of ministers. We're actually dealing with an issue of this. I know my friend MP Beach is a former member of the Fisheries Committee and requested earlier that I perhaps say a few things about the fishery again. The Fisheries Committee is dealing with an issue on the Great Lakes Water Commission. And the Great Lakes Water Commission is a treaty obligation of Canada. And for the last 7 to 8 years, while the budget has allocated $42 to $44 million from DFO to the Great Lakes Water Commission to deal with issues like sea lampreys and invasive species on the Great Lakes, for some reason, the amount of money that Finance, and I think the Minister of Finance would probably like to hear this if the Finding Freeland exercise was successful and the Minister came. I'm not sure that she's aware that the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, while Finance gives them $42 to $44 million, only transfers somewhere between $32 to $34 million to the Commission and skims off the rest for some unknown reason. So much so that we are now $20 million behind in our obligations to the Great Lakes Water Commission. And last year's budget, and I don't know, did the minister come with the budget implementation bill last year? Because last year's budget allocated a 10-year commitment to the Great Lakes Water Commission on this fee. And in fact, the government was so proud of this that the Minister of Fisheries went to Lake Erie with the Great Lakes Water Commission and held a big conference in June of 2022. This is fantastic. Now we've got guaranteed funding. Everything's good again. Our treaty obligations are met. Guess what happened this fall at the Fisheries Committee? The Great Lakes Water Commission came to the Fisheries Committee and said, guess what? We didn't get all the money. Well, so what? It'll keep going. The Americans will keep paying our bills. The Americans will keep spraying to kill the invasive species sea lamprey so we don't lose all our commercial fish in Lake Erie. Well, the Americans aren't going to be our patsy anymore because they've withdrawn from the meetings of the Great Lakes Water Commission and the budget discussions because of this. Yet, in the Fisheries Committee, the DFO official who's responsible for this came to the committee and said, we've paid in full all our bills. The next witness after that was the head of the Great Lakes Water Commission from Canada and said, no, they haven't. So we've been dealing with 3 meetings now in DFO, and it's not a filibuster. It's a collegial discussion. We've been dealing with 3 meetings, arguing how best to try and get to the bottom of this. So I think we've agreed to 2 meetings, but we're trying to have the Great Lakes Water Commission and the American side on the commission appear at the same time with DFO officials to see if we can get it sorted out. And who's telling the truth? We're in a he said, she said. I'd be great thing because I know, as this code says, ministers can't be responsible for every micro little thing that they have. But the fact is, I think the minister would like to probably ask her own colleague in the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, why over all these years has the amount of money not gone, and what did DFO do to it since it was a treaty obligation? But I digress, and for the sake of our translators, I will go back to page 475 under the United Kingdom. The next sentence begins, ultimately, in quotes, ministers only remain in office so long as they retain the confidence of the Prime Minister. Well, apparently if you do this Prime Minister's bidding, no matter what level of truthfulness the answer is, you're in good favor and can stay in. Remember the trucker convoy, the Emergency Act? It was asked for by police forces. Turns out in the public inquiry, not one of them did.
That's true.
We're still waiting for an answer, even though the Minister of Public Safety, who seems to always be caught in these things, said it was only invoked because police forces did that. He said that to Parliament. He said that to Parliament. I'm not sure why in the ministerial accountability rules, even in their own rules, and we'll get to that shortly, even in their own rules, the minister should be held accountable for truthfulness and open and clear answers, as this does, should be as open and possible in the public, and that their ministers provide accurate and truthful information to Parliament in Britain. I'm sure that happens in Britain. Not so sure here. So confidence of the Prime Minister. He is the ultimate judge. The Prime Minister here, it says in the Great Britain thing, he, being the Prime Minister, is the ultimate judge of the standards of behavior expected of a minister and the appropriate consequences of the breach of those standards. Well, what the boss sets as a standard, the employees follow. So we know why some of these ministers are refusing to be held for account, and occasionally are infrequently familiar with the truth, because the Prime Minister has set that standard for himself by breaching the ethics laws and being convicted of them 3 times. I'm sure a 4th one will be coming up on this latest Jamaica $9,000 a night family friend vacation. Boy, oh boy. You know what my wife asked me after that story broke? My wife asked me, how come I don't have any family friends like that can give us a $9,000 a night holiday? Because apparently, by the Prime Minister's standards in interpreting his open and accountable government rules of 2015, having friends trumps, some may be offended by that word, having friends alleviates, excuses means I don't have to pay attention to any rules of conflict of interest, of taking gifts. By the way, $200, that's the limit. Everything over that has to be reported. And he took a $9,000 a night vacation. I'm sorry. I had to apologize to my wife for not having friends with $9,000 a night resorts that we could stay in for free, because that obviously is allowable under this Prime Minister. One of the most important and unique roles of departmental heads, that would be a minister, is that of the accounting officer. To, I guess, that would be a Minister of Finance, or perhaps the accounting officer in the department, but the UK term is perhaps a little different. An accounting officer, which is specified under point 53 of the code. Here's what it said. Heads of departments and chief executives of executive agencies are appointed as accounting officers. There you go. There's the definition. Heads of departments and chief executives of executive agencies are appointed as accounting officers. This is a personal responsibility for the propriety and regularity of the public finances, for which he or she is responsible, for keeping proper accounts, for the avoidance of waste and extravagance, and for the efficient and effective use of resources. According to officers, accounting officers answer personally to the Committee of Public Accounts in the British Parliament on these matters, with the framework of ministerial accountability to Parliament for the policies, actions, and conduct of these departments. Accountable for your spending. I don't know that since pretty much every department has missed the budget set out for them, both in the budget and I assume in the estimates, and they seem to always go over, we wouldn't have this growing deficit problem. I don't know why we don't hold our heads of departments and agencies more accountable for their financial performance. But here in the United Kingdom, the mother of all parliaments, apparently we do. I do know that in the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, in their strategic and business plan last year, they only met 52% of their objectives, but handed out almost $20 million in bonuses. Imagine what they would have got if they had actually met their objectives. Right? Maybe it would be a $9,000 a night vacation in Jamaica. Maybe. Page 475 continues here on the United Kingdom. While the coalition agreement that was between Prime Minister David Cameron and the Liberal Democrats, so the coalition agreement, not unlike the costly coalition agreement we have now between the NDP and Liberals, that's further exasperating this. Oh, sorry. Sometimes I get corrected by Liberals. They prefer their name to go first. So here, for the sake of congeniality, I'll say the costly Liberal NDP coalition is very similar to what Prime Minister Cameron was having to deal with. So this goes on to say, while the coalition agreement does not directly address individual ministerial responsibility, it does introduce a few possible variations. For example, it stipulated that Liberal Democrat ministers, so they had a mixed cabinet, it stipulated that Liberal Democratic ministers cannot be removed by the Prime Minister without consulting the Liberal Democrat Deputy Prime Minister. The leader of the NDP should have read this before he signed his costly coalition agreement. He could have actually been a more powerful Deputy Prime Minister, and since the current Deputy Prime Minister has an attendance record of 5 days in the House of Commons since January, we know that the effective Deputy Prime Minister of this costly coalition is the leader of the NDP. Let me read that again, what the leader of the NDP should have put in his agreement with for the costly coalition. It is stipulated that the Liberal Democrats, the version of the NDP here, Liberal Democrat ministers cannot be removed by the Prime Minister without consulting the Liberal Democrat Deputy Prime Minister. They actually called him the Liberal Deputy Prime Minister. There's no reason why the leader of the NDP couldn't have had that title. I think he should be pretty offended by the fact that it was not offered to him. Positions within the individual departments have been shared between the coalition parties, with the suggestion that the junior ministers can act as a watchdog over their coalition partners and potential veto points, which contrast Westminster's ideas of a dominant executive. Veto. I suspect some of that happens in the Wednesday morning NDP Liberal caucus meetings. This goes on page 476 to say, however, in emphasizing unity, point 3.2 stresses that, and I quote, consistent with the Civil Service Code, all civil servants have a deputy to support the government as a whole. Special advisors may support an individual minister in relation to their government activities, but must at all times act in the interest of the government as a whole. Well, that's essentially in the Costly Coalition Agreement. I mean, they're required to report any shenanigans going on, the NDP, in committee that are against the government agenda. And so they've got this sort of snoop policy in their Costly Coalition Agreement. And so as a functioning opposition, it's a little hard sometimes in these committees to understand if the NDP are actually operating as opposition or operating as an arm of the Costly Coalition. But I think in this committee with MP Blakey, he's a fairly independent fellow, and I suspect, like the colleague I share Fisheries Committee with, Lisa Marie Barron, she is a fairly independent NDP member, and I think operates in a collegial way and probably isn't betraying any discussions on opposition tactics, but who knows? But it's here in this Westminster system, which is where all these things can come from. 476, page 476 of the Ministerial Accountability for Departmental Actions Across Westminster Parliamentary Democracies paper by Dr. Brenton in the Australian Journal of Public Administration. For those who are just joining us, it's volume 73, number 4. It's actually found on pages 467 to 481. So this goes on to say that the United Kingdom has recently embraced, so recently would be 2015, the United Kingdom has recently embraced the idea of a cabinet manual, with the first edition published in 2011. It provides limited guidance on the insight into the scope of individual ministerial responsibility. For example, point 79 recognizes that each permanent secretary supports the government minister who heads the department and who is accountable to Parliament for the department's actions and performance, end of quote. Further, it goes on to say, in quotes, permanent secretaries, I think those are the equivalent in Britain of deputy ministers, permanent secretaries are responsible to the cabinet secretary, the equivalent of our head of the Privy Council office, or the head of the civil service for the effective day-to-day management of the relevant department. So in understanding ministerial accountability and that in organizational behavior, whether you're a business or you're in government, there's a limit to how much you can legislate or put in policy about people's own personal morals or ethics. You can't do everything. But it's important to know that the tone is always set from the top in an organization. So this paper goes on to discuss on page 476 the importance of the tone from the top in a section called Prime Ministerial Responsibility. So this paper, I think, will be insightful for those trying to understand why the searching for Freeland issue is happening with the 5 days attendance in the House and her rejection of 3 invitations of this committee, because it comes also from, obviously, her direction, the not perhaps personal direction, but the example set by the Prime Minister. So here's what this academic paper says about this on page 476 for those reading from home. While these codes and manuals are open and even vague in parts, they better capture the complexity of executive accountability than the NPM, that was an acronym referred to in this paper earlier on that I said this morning, the NPN reforms, and better reflect the political realities. They provide a basis for improving understandings of accountability in practice, if not actual accountability. And the role of the Prime Minister is appropriately emphasized. While legislation underpinning the public service has often been used to drive and consolidate reforms, and public service codes of conduct articulate high standards and aspirations, ministerial codes are unsurprisingly less detailed and carefully worded. However, they have effectively captured how the convention has evolved and is understood by significant political actors. And while they remain unenforceable, because most of them aren't in law, unenforceable, they do debunk the myth that resignation or even sanction is at the heart of accountability. In many ways, the codes have responded to and arguably even reversed some of the more radical elements of the NPM reform and accountability agenda by bringing the minister and the department closer together. Yet the ministerial codes and cabinet manuals do not strengthen accountability. They do not strengthen accountability, but rather recognize the current practice, which is still significant given misunderstandings of convention. It goes on to further state on page 476, returning to the initial questions Bovens et al. Posed in 2008, public accountability assessment tool is presented in Table 3, which I spared everyone from me reading in order to keep the journey alive. And in Table 3, and the following key issues are addressed. Why there has been a trend towards codification, how the trend developed and whether it is likely to continue, whether codification being of open and accountable government, such as the one done by this government in 2015, that's a codification. So whether it is likely to continue and whether codification has transformed conventions to a more binding status, more binding perhaps in some cases would be law, and whether accountability has actually improved as a result of these things. As we know, there have been more ministerial resignations in the past, and the more we impose these codes without teeth, the less we seem, in my mind, we seem to get of actual ministerial accountability and resignations. So the paper goes on page 476 to say, firstly, the trend towards codification can be mapped onto the public accountability assessment tool. As can be seen in the table, codification is a response to perceived failures of both democratic and constitutional perspectives of accountability and a limited embrace of learning. That is a shame and a condemnation, really, of our parliamentary system, that we've had to get to this extent to actually try and put in code ethical behavior. You would think that people would naturally have it on their own set of moral standards, but this is the life we live in now. The original convention is so often misinterpreted and yet politically damaging. Opposition seek ministerial scalps. Well, when we get in government, when the opposition seeks my scalp, it won't be very robust. But, you know, that's what God gave me, you know, so. Opposition seeks ministerial scalps in the form of a resignation and promise to improve accountability through codes. While ministers appear much more likely to resist resignation, that's true, this is actually not inconsistent with the convention. NPM reforms or the codes. What has changed is the issue of blame and the preparedness to accept blame. An interesting statement. Well, NPMs could be interpreted as a way to shift blame, at least for day-to-day operational matters. The codes are less definitive, although the New Zealand Cabinet Manual refers to this distinction. Politically, a further separation of the minister from the department in the codes would be intuitively reasonable. Yet there are other political risks which explain the reversal of this strict separation in most codes. As Hood and Lodge in 2006 argued, if civil servants are fired for government mistakes, they will be less likely to assist ministers during political controversies and more likely to act defensively and ensure that the minister can be blamed. I will actually go through in a little while a Library of Parliament examples of some of those, which I actually, on one of them, have some familiarity with when I worked for Canada's foreign minister. I'll go on in page 476. It says in the final paragraph of this page, it says, secondly, the trend towards codification has generally developed through official executive guidance. That is, i.e., codes of conduct, guides, manuals, handbooks. More so than legislated enforceable codes. Yet with each new iteration of a code, the application of the convention becomes less precise and more aspirational. And these codes and the minister's responsibility to Parliament is at the heart of the amendment by Mr. Blakey to try and get the minister here for at least 2 hours. And I can understand the frustration of the committee in that they have not responded to 3 of the previous invitations to appear in this Finding Freeland mystery. At the top of 478, the study continues. Codification also appears to be leading to convergence as the parliamentary committees and the drafters of codes and legislation actively look and refer to the approaches of each other in attempting to establish a model. The difficulty, as with any convention, has been to codify a principle with enough detail, yet be flexible enough to be applied to different situations. Thus, the common approach has been increased recognition of prime ministerial power, albeit not always in those explicit terms in every country. However, the fact that the codes are often authored, or at least authorized by the Prime Minister, further demonstrates the preeminence of the head of government in upholding individual ministerial responsibility. And this code of this government from 2015 is referred to in all mandate letters of the ministers. So it obviously signed by the Prime Minister. So in concurrence with this this assertion in this study, it's even become more so now because it's built into a mandate letter signed by the Prime Minister. So it does come from the top. So to reiterate, it says, thus the common approach has been increased recognition of prime ministerial power, albeit not always explicitly in terms, explicit terms in every country. However, the fact that the codes are often authored, or at least authorized by the Prime Minister, as is the case in Canada, further demonstrates the preeminence of the head of government in upholding individual ministerial responsibility. It appears that a trend has been established that each new government revises and updates or endorses an existing code. And this is likely to continue as it has become recognized practice, perhaps even a new convention. And there are similarities in this 2015 code by the newly elected Prime Minister of the day that obviously built on the excellent code of 2011 by one of Canada's greatest Prime Ministers, Stephen Harper, that was referred to in this study. Not that he, to be fair to the academic who wrote this, the academic did not say Stephen Harper is one of Canada's greatest prime ministers. But we all know as Canadians that to be true, because I can't tell you how many times I hear from constituents how much they long for the days of Stephen Harper given the performance of this government. Page 478 of this report goes on. And I know everyone's finding this fascinating because it is an important issue in our basic parliamentary democracy. Thirdly, the legislated codes have come closer to transforming conventions into more rigid C in quotes, constitutional requirements. Again, the degree of recognized separation between the minister and the department provides crucial evidence. What can be seen through both the NPM reforms and the codification and legislation is the legal separation of the minister and the department, which is a significant evolution from the original convention and consistent with the expansion of departments and changing modes of governance. However, while the NPM reform sought to clearly and definitively separate the roles and responsibilities of ministers and agencies, at least theoretically, subsequently codes and legislation seem to recognize the practical difficulties of such separation by not specifying such divisions. Instead, the minister is effectively accountable for everything, but in providing an account to Parliament does not have to accept responsibility. Well, are those not words that this government lives by? Let me read that again, just so you know that I think it could be changed into this government's motto, actually. Perhaps it will be their campaign slogan in the coming election. Instead, the minister is effectively accountable for everything, but in providing an account to Parliament, does not have to accept responsibility. And we see that every day in question period, obviously, with the responses, not answers. I quite often get posts, questions from constituents about why the government doesn't answer questions. They just respond, and I basically say you'll have to ask the PMO that. The exception in this paper says the exception is New Zealand, which has retained its NPM-inspired legislation with only minor amendments, despite, or perhaps in spite of, radical changes to its electoral system that have further complicated the Westminster chain of accountability. New Zealand has also pioneered changes to the Convention of Collective Ministerial Accountability, with minor party ministers often sitting outside of cabinet, and in some parties pursuing policy objectives through power-sharing agreements rather than ministries. There are other notable cross-country differences, including where convention has remained largely intact rather than weakened by contemporary political changes. The Convention of Accounting Offices, and quotes permanent secretaries and agencies in Britain, appearing before Parliamentary Public Accounts Committee in the United Kingdom, developed before the Convention of Individual Ministerial Responsibility and remains to this day. This convention has not been adopted in either Australia or New Zealand, although it could be argued that public servants perform a similar role in practice before estimates or similar committees in other countries. Accounting officers have a much more limited role in Canada. I referenced that earlier. Let me repeat that again. Accounting officers have a much more limited role in Canada. However, there are frequent calls to emulate the Westminster model. And so in some instances, we fall short there. We obviously fall short in the ministerial willingness to actually appear and answer questions, whether in the House or in this committee, with a truancy of only 5 appearances by the minister since January in the House in question period, and the costly wage that generates at her $500 billion projected budget in 4 years at a $100 billion a day fee. That's what we get. Maybe it's a good thing she doesn't show up, or it might cost us more at $100 billion a day. Finally, according to this, not me, but finally on this, it says, the most important question is whether changes to conventions surrounding ministerial responsibility have actually improved accountability. There is no straightforward answer. Bovens et al. In 2008, Public Accountability Assessment Tool provides evaluation criterion questions which are addressed in Table 3. Again, I didn't read Table 3. Maybe I should go back since it's referenced so many times, but it's kind of hard sometimes to translate a table into words. As can be seen, the evidence is mixed. Firstly, it must be acknowledged that many important conventions have not been covered here and have not changed. For example, public service advice to ministers remains privileged in all countries, as does cabinet discussions and advice to the Queen or Queen's representative. I guess we are now saying the King or the King's representative. Breaching these conventions could arguably increase public accountability in one sense, but would affect other aspects of public accountability, possibly detrimentally. Of the conventions that have changed, it can be broadly argued that the virtue of accounting ability has weakened while accountability mechanisms have somewhat surprisingly improved. The improvement is surprising given the usual headline claims that ministers have become less accountable in contemporary politics and no longer accept responsibility for departmental actions. I haven't seen much of that in our parliament, accepting responsibility. Again, the backdrop of an apparently increase in scandals involving ministers. Of course, this was before 2015, so the number of ethics breaches and scandals aren't included in this paper. But on the top of page 479, the academic goes on to say, the main issue is often whether the minister had knowledge or direct involvement in departmental maladministration. I would argue in Canada, when a minister sole sources contracts to friends, confidants, former co-workers, campaign workers, without public scrutiny, and gets caught in it not once, but twice, and all that minister does is say, sorry, that is not the appropriate responsibility for that minister in the department maladministration, as this paper calls those issues. Continuing on page 479, generally, this is the basis of media and opposition pursuits for the smoking gun. And this is not detailed in any of the codes. However, ministers still have to account and may still be responsible for matters that they did not know about. Similarly, knowledge or direct involvement does not equate to blame. Rather, Parliament has the right to ask about the minister's knowledge or involvement, and the minister must not knowingly mislead Parliament. That's quite a low bar, according to these authors, when viewed against historical precedent. If this author had witnessed what we've seen the last few years, I would say that is actually quite a high bar compared to what we've seen in performance in Parliament. He says that rather, Parliament has the right to ask about ministers' knowledge or involvement, and the minister may not knowingly mislead Parliament. This is quite a low bar when viewed against historical. Yet the chain of ministerial responsibility could be said to have strengthened, with inclusion of central commissions or a cabinet secretary, or the Treasury Board in the case of Canada. Mediating between the public sector and the Prime Minister and Cabinet. This is a significant improvement, yet the diminution of public service tenure and involvement of the Prime Minister and ministers in appointing and dismissing agency heads could also be seen as increasing control while theoretically increasing ministerial responsibility. It also includes politicalization. You can say that again. In terms of Parliament, its committees here generally become more empowered. I guess they haven't spent much time here lately. In terms of Parliament, committees have become generally more empowered and increased in the prominence as chief accountability mechanism, given the public servants appear before them. Voting trends away from two major parties, well, that hasn't been an issue here for a long time, and the rise of new political actors in all key Westminster democracies has assisted in strengthening these accountability mechanisms, particularly as internal accountability with the major parties has arguably weakened. The roles, powers, and investigations of auditors general and ombudsmen have also increased in many jurisdictions. However, codes and legislation are yet to adequately account for a range of other non-governmental and private sector actors or party political actors within this chain. Increasingly, the attention is being paid to other blurred, politicized relationships, particularly the role of ministerial advisors, who are subjects to different codes and legislation to public servants. Well, in Canada, they're all subject to the Code for Public Office Holders. They're not that much different. The top of page 479, the author continues, entwined in all these changes are the role of the Prime Minister and the presidentialization of this role, which is in itself a significant change to the Convention. Fundamentally, the Prime Minister is the most important link in the chain of accountability. Most of codes explicitly recognize that it is effectively the head of the government rather than the Parliament that ultimately adjudicates issues of accountability and, if appropriate, imposes sanctions. And we know sanctions have been few and far between for this Prime Minister, except when the person refused to interfere in an ongoing criminal charge activity of SNC Lavalin. Then he felt the need to fire his Attorney General for not being willing to intervene in a court case, and fired the Minister of Health, who she also had the temerity to have integrity and say what the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada said is true. But apparently, truth to power in this government means truth to power means the ability or the absolute likelihood of being fired from your job. However, prime ministers are arguably less secure in their positions, and the agenda is increasingly being set by actors with stronger accountability and agendas. I don't know where he gets that from. It must be from Britain, where the parties have the ability to change their leaders, pick new leaders, hold them accountable. And here in our parliament, the only party with the courage to actually take advantage of the Accountability Act is the Conservative Party of Canada, who is the only one that has given itself the power that's required after election, has voted to hold its leader accountable to caucus. Apparently, the Liberals and the NDP and the Bloc choose not to have the leader accountable to caucus, and you see the result. We know that as a result of that accountability, we have an amazing new leader in the member for Carleton, who will be the next Prime Minister of Canada. Now, the conclusion of this report, but a long way from the conclusion of my dissertation on ministerial accountability, is the following on page 479. The Convention of Individual Ministerial Responsibility still exists as a convention, and in practice it's commonly interpreted as answering the genuine parliamentary questions without knowingly misleading. Wow, let me read that again on the conclusion. The Convention of Individual Ministerial Responsibility still exists as a convention, and in practice is commonly interpreted as answering genuine parliamentary questions without knowingly misleading. Well, we can't know whether in our finding Freeland exercise, the Minister of Finance will be answering genuine parliamentary questions without knowingly misleading, because we can't pose the questions to her, because she has refused the 3 requests from this committee to appear, which is what has led us to this terrible position of having to have this motion. Like, it's insane, quite frankly.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. I think the member opposite has forgotten the amendment that we're currently dealing with. I just want to, could we have the amendment that we're currently debating read into the record, just so everybody knows what we're debating?
Thanks, Terry.
So we are.
I'll take a breather.
We are debating MP Blakey's amendment, and that is that the Minister of Finance be invited to appear for 2 hours on the bill, and that this appearance be scheduled on or before May 18th, 2023.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
I appreciate that, MP Beach. That was very, very helpful. The water helped. Thankfully, I got some lemon before I came down here. So I believe that this study has spoken quite specifically to why we want her to do that in terms of ministerial accountability, which is what that amendment of MP Blakey's is about. There is less emphasis. Now, I should say before I finish this side of the report, I do take requests, and if you would like, I do have some things I could say about the enforcement of the Alver fishery and some genuine letters from constituents concerned about their property. But I'll finish this report first. There is less emphasis on being responsible for internal aspects of one's actions or inactions, and strict codes are generally applied to the public service rather than ministers. In other words, public servants are held to a higher accounting than apparently ministers are in some Westminster systems. Wonder who they're talking about there. Accountability is socially contingent, and while ministerial codes can be ambiguous, ministers know that they will have to at least justify their judgments, actions, and decisions to cabinet. Well, I'm sure they've done that. To the party, well, we know the Liberal Party has a convention this weekend, and we know the Minister of Finance will be there because they've advertised it. She is going to have a nice fireside chat on election success with Hillary Clinton, who has had so much electoral success. I'm sure there will be a lot for the Liberal Party to learn from that. But that is the priority in the finding Freeland issue. If perhaps the Finance Committee should set itself up at the convention center of the Liberal Party this weekend and see if the minister could spare 2 hours away from her schmoozing with the former senator and first lady to be accountable for her $400 billion budget.
490.
Sorry, I stand corrected,
90.
90. I underestimated her again. The ambiguity at least captures the complexity of executive accountability and better reflects the original convention while emphasizing the preeminent role of the Prime Minister in upholding individual ministerial responsibility. And I could go on, as I have, on that about this Prime Minister setting the low bar standard on ministerial accountability. Furthermore, whatever codes say or do not say, there is media...
Appel au règlement, Monsieur le Président.
MP Samari.
Oui, donc je suis vraiment désolé d'interrompre Monsieur Perkins.
I'm really sorry to interrupt Mr. Perkins because his intervention is very interesting, but the interpreters mentioned that their document finishes at page 478, and so they don't have the rest of the document. It would be nice for them to receive this document so they can interpret it more easily.
Merci, MP Samari.
That's my...
Thank you. Avez-vous de l'aide pour les...
To do their own photocopying. I should have probably asked my staff to do it while the fireworks were going off in question period. I was trying to sort this out in the opposition lobby. So you'll bear with me. This is almost done and we can move on to one of the other documents that the interpreters have copies of. Perfect. Good idea. I have no problem speaking slower.
Help us all out.
If I'm going too fast, again, please let me know. I'm more than willing to slow down.
Yeah, keep it slow for the interpreters. Yeah.
Now
and for all our sakes.
I'll have to go back because I've lost my place.
Start over. Can you just start from the beginning? I missed the first part anyway.
I did say I'd take requests, and I've been asked if I would start from the beginning on this important document. But I think repetition probably is not part of the rules in terms of speaking to a motion. As much as I'd love to go back, for those who have just joined us and go through this in the Finding Freeland exercise, I will finish this document as it is in the interest of helping the translators and move on to the next points I'd like to make on ministerial accountability. So for the translators, I'm sort of, well, sorry, I can't refer to this. You don't have page 479, so I will go slower. Accountability is socially contingent, and while ministerial codes can be ambiguous, ministers know that they will have to at least justify their judgments, actions, and decisions to cabinet, party, and at this stage, previously, just in case interpreters didn't get it, there is a Liberal Party convention this weekend here in Ottawa, and I suggested perhaps it might be efficient for the committee to relocate to the Ottawa Convention Centre, now called the Shaw Centre, in order to find Freeland and see if the attendance would be more convenient for her there, perhaps before or after her fireside chat with the former First Lady and Senator Hillary Clinton. She has found time for that, but apparently not to be accountable here at the committee for her budget of, I was corrected earlier, I think it's $490 billion, my colleague MP Lawrence said. Mm-hmm. I was underestimating her spending capability, and I apologize for that. And parliamentary colleagues, as well as the Prime Minister. The ambiguity at least captures the complexity of the executive accountability and better reflects the original convention while emphasizing the preeminent role of the Prime Minister in upholding individual ministerial responsibility. Furthermore, whatever codes say or do not say, there is media and political pressure for ministers to have to provide some account of departmental actions. Often, that account will be to blame the department or to claim plausible deniability. We saw that today, by the way, in the House, where while all evidence and leaked documents from security show that the government was informed 2 years ago about the attempts by China to interfere in the voting ability of a member of parliament, we learned today from the Minister of Public Safety that he claims now to only known about it on Monday. That may be true. It seems to be that that's a claim of plausible deniability as this comes. It could be incompetence, or it could be that perhaps he's just not a player in the cabinet. That while the Prime Minister's office knew and was briefed, and as we know, his Chief of Staff said he reads all security documents, that the Prime Minister may have kept him in the dark, as he appears to have kept other ministers like Jody Wilson-Raybould in the dark. But holding the department to account and insinuating corrective action is part of a minister's role. Holding the department to account, and sorry, not insinuating, instituting. I misread the word. By holding the department to account and instituting corrective action is part of the minister's role. So I assume the Minister of Public Safety is somehow correcting the department's actions of not informing him, as he claims. These CSIS agencies all report to him, yet apparently they told the Globe and Mail before they told him. I think that might take, as this author says, the minister to hold the department to account and institute corrective action is part of his role. I'm surprised actually that he has time to come to question period now because of this revelation. He needs to obviously be meeting with his institutions that report to him and trying to say, what's going on here? How come the Globe and Mail learned about this before I did, or the Prime Minister for that matter? Page 479, towards the end of this study, says, the codes at least are an acknowledgement of the importance of the existence of individual ministerial responsibility, which counters populist criticisms that it has become so weak as to effectively no longer exist. Stricter codes risk transforming ministerial responsibility from convention and removing prime ministerial discretion, which would have significant implications in these 4 countries. Reminder that these 4 countries are Australia, New Zealand, Canada, and the United Kingdom. So the report says, and I'll repeat, significant implications in these 4 countries, as so many of these rules of the game are adaptable in order to accommodate changing political circumstances. Accountability has become more complicated, so the convention has had to adapt. And while weakening in parts, is stronger in terms of being recognized as integral to parliamentary accountability. There are, that's the end of the paper, there are a long series of acknowledgements. Would you like me to go through some of those? The author thanks Jenny Lewis for organizing and convening the accountability workshop where this paper was first presented. And also, I think these people deserve recognition because it's an important paper. And also, Janine O'Flynn for coordinating this special issue with Jenny and Helen Sullivan. Special mention to Jenny Menzies and the 2 anonymous reviewers who both engaged with the paper and helped me to draw out some new insights. Finally, the University of Melbourne provided funding for the larger projects through an earlier career research grant. And this paper is one of a series of articles and book chapters. And I'd like to read some of those books and book chapters. I'm wondering, though, in Canada, we have a lot of issues around some of the academic funding structures that happen, mainly through our granting councils, and the actual amount of co-sponsored Chinese government research. But I won't go there because I'd want to keep on the same issue about ministerial accountability. And then, oh, thank you. And then December 2000, the Library of Parliament, an institution I know we all depend on quite a bit, wrote a background paper entitled Ministerial Staff. Now, I appreciate my colleague helping me. Ministerial Staff, Issues of Accountability and Ethics. It was first published in 2006, then revised in 2008, and then reviewed again in 2012 by an author. I don't know if he's still with the library, Alex Smith. I don't know if, no, he's not with the, I won't go through it all. I'm sure you'll be happy that I won't go through it all. Perhaps, though, some of the ministerial and other assistants there would like me to go through it all because it deals with their responsibilities on accountability to Parliament. But I will spare them that, and perhaps I'll make copies for them later. I draw attention for the translators to page 2, section 3, accountability. And I'll just, if I can, Mr. Chair, if I can, I will just go through this piece of research by our much lauded and deserved Library of Parliament. It says, by legislation and convention, there we go, we heard that in the academic study, but by legislation and convention, ministers are accountable to Parliament for the operation of their departments. Again, similarities. The senior public servant of the department, the deputy minister, is accountable to the minister. And in turn, public servants with the department are accountable through the bureaucratic hierarchy to the deputy minister. Similarly, ministerial staff, and that's for those around, and I used to be one of those, similar ministerial staff are accountable to their minister. On behalf of the Prime Minister, the Privy Council Office provides general advice to ministers in a guide entitled Accountable Government, a guide for ministers and ministers of state. I think that document has actually now been revised under this government and has a new title because they like to brand things with new titles, but not really change anything. Open and Accountable Government 2015. I noticed after 8 years it hasn't been revised. I don't blame them for not wanting to revise it, given the performance ethically of some of the ministers, because when these get revised, they become more difficult. But I think if this government were to revise this document, they would probably take out some of these guidelines so that they're not in breach of their own rules and continue to operate. Or maybe it doesn't matter since there are no sanctions for breaching these rules. So on page 2 of the library's report here, it says in the last paragraph on page 2, on behalf of the Prime Minister, the Privy Council Office provides general advice to ministers in a guide entitled Accountable Government Guide to Ministers and Ministers of State, which includes a section regarding ministerial staff. According to the guide, ministers and ministers of state are personally responsible for the conduct and operation of their office. While ministerial staff regularly interact with the departments within the minister's responsibility, exempt staff, that's what we call them here because they're exempt from the rules of the public service, exempt staff do not have the authority to give direction to public servants, but they can ask for information or transmit the minister's instructions, normally through the deputy minister. I did that job for 8 years. I'd say it's actually a little different than what actually happens practically. I rose up through special assistant to legislative assistant to policy advisor to executive assistant to chief of staff in the Mulroney government. Now, I know most of the staff here, maybe their parents weren't even born when that happened. I don't know, but sometimes you can feel old in this job. But I know that the job hasn't changed that much, and that I often interacted. A good political staffer has good relationships with people at all levels in the department if they want to get things done and work well with the officials to develop policy for the betterment of our country. But I could talk, and maybe I will later, about that role and how important it is. If I go back to this page 2, the last sentence of the last paragraph, oh, look, it says it right here. Good working relations between the ministers or ministers of state office and the department are essential in assisting the minister and the deputy minister in, oh, I'm sorry about that. and the department in their departmental work. So I will skip down now for the translators to the bottom of page 3 under section 4 of this report called controversy. Controversy. So these are some examples that the Library of Parliament wrote about. Mr. Alex Smith in 2006 and revised in several editions, but the last time in 2012, about the role of ministers and accountability. And I'll give you advance warning. The first example,
I can't wait.
the first example, as an exempt staff member, I was involved in. I was actually interested to see the library wrote something on that, although I am a little disappointed they don't mention me.
Shameful.
Shameful. So they don't even mention my minister, but I will here when the time comes. So section 4 at the bottom of page 3 says, on several occasions, the actions of ministerial staff have been the source of political controversy, which has raised concerns about accountability.
Like the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff.
Yeah, well, the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff is a great example. Perhaps the library will update this paper with the most recent material, of which they have a lot over the last 8 years to add. The last line of this page says, the following are 3 high-profile cases. And I know MP Beach and MP Blakey will be particularly interested because MP Blakey's father was in Parliament when this first one happened, and was now I have to say it's on the conservative side of things. So, but his father would have been asking, I'm sure, if I go back and check Hansard, many questions in question period about this. So I will read the one example that's written here at the top of page 4, and perhaps add a little color, if I could be granted that, to provide a little on-the-record detail.
Go for it.
In 1991, I could practice my French here, but I don't want to offend the translators. Mohammed al-Mashat, the former Iraqi ambassador to Washington during the Gulf War. And that's the first Gulf War. I know there are people here that weren't even alive in the second Gulf War. But the first Gulf War was in 1991 when Iraq invaded Kuwait. So in 1991, Mohammed al-Mashat, a former Iraqi ambassador to Washington during the Gulf War, this says discreetly, I'll explain that it wasn't that discreet, but discreetly requested and received highly expedited permission to enter Canada as a landed immigrant.
No.
The Iraqi ambassador to the United States was granted during the war with Iraq permission to be a landed immigrant in Canada. When this occurrence became known, controversy erupted. And the then Secretary of State, Joe Clark, they get it sort of wrong here, but I'll explain that in a minute, said he could not be held responsible for this extremely sensitive decision because he had not been made aware of al-Mashat's application. And that is true, but I'll add a little bit of color to that. After an internal inquiry, the government placed blame on the Associate Undersecretary of State for External Affairs. And I'm sure some of you will be shocked to learn who that was at the time. His name was Raymond Chrétien, the nephew of future Prime Minister Jean Chrétien. And on Mr. Clark's chief of staff for not doing enough to bring up the matter to attention. There was actually a parliamentary inquiry where ministers, shockingly, appeared before a committee to answer questions. So here's how the al-Mashat affair happened, as it was referred to. This is an important case in ministerial accountability. The al-Mashat affair, see, you have to understand the diplomatic world. The longest serving Canadian ambassador to Washington at the time was former Pierre Trudeau finance minister, Donald MacDonald. Now, Donald MacDonald and his wife, it was Alan Gottlieb, it was Alan Gottlieb. Alan Gottlieb and his wife were known to have thrown quite lavish parties at the Canadian Embassy. They were a tour de force in Washington, Alan Gottlieb. But by 1991, Alan Gottlieb was no longer the ambassador in Washington. He was in a private practice in Toronto. Alan Gottlieb's protege was a fellow coming up through the diplomatic ranks named Raymond Chrétien. Now, Raymond Chrétien's role at 1991 at Department of, then it was called External Affairs, when I was executive assistant to the foreign minister, Barbara McDougall. This gets a little complicated, so try and follow me.
Okay, it's really tough, but I'm really enjoying it.
So the Al Mashat affair was about the fact that the Raymond Chrétien's title was Associate Under-Secretary for External Affairs. In other words, the 2IC in External Affairs. And the job of the second in command at External Affairs, now they call them, then the deputy minister there was called the Undersecretary of State, and he was the Associate Undersecretary of State. And my boss, and Joe Clark before her, was called the Secretary of State. So the second in charge, Raymond Chrétien's job was to decide where and how and who went on what postings in the annual shuffling of the deck of foreign affairs diplomats. He was in charge of that. Very powerful guy. Mohammed al-Mashat had been the Iraqi ambassador in Washington when Alan Gottlieb was the Canadian ambassador to Washington. So what did al-Mashat do as the serving Iraqi ambassador when we were fighting Iraq in the Gulf War? I can tell you what he did. He didn't apply through the normal channels that people do, which is, I believe now, a 2.4 million person backlog in our immigration system. He didn't apply through the normal channels. Mohammed al-Mashat phoned his buddy, Alan Gottlieb. And Alan Gottlieb gave him a little advice and said, well, hang on, let me talk to Raymond Chrétien. Now, this all came out in the parliamentary inquiry, where ministers came and testified. So Alan Gottlieb phoned the second in command at the bureaucratic level, Raymond Chrétien, and said, hey, I got this friend. He doesn't want to go back. He wants to stay here. He's a good guy. Can we get him into Canada as a landed immigrant? And Raymond Chrétien decides on a Friday afternoon, about 5 o'clock at night, because that's when these things happen in Ottawa. It's Fridays at 5 o'clock. To send a memo up to the minister's office, to the departmental assistant, to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Joe Clark, and also to the Minister of Immigration, at that time my boss, Barbara McDougall. Because the Minister of Immigration's job, believe it or not back then, all of the people in the posts abroad who processed immigration applications were actually employees of the Immigration Department, not employees of, they were employees of Foreign Affairs, not employees of the Immigration Department. So when this memo came up, my boss said, absolutely not. Wrote in handwriting across the thing, as Minister of Immigration, I will not approve this person to come into Canada. I remember when the memo came up. When the memo came up in the Secretary of State of External Affairs, Joe Clark's office, the minister was out of the country, as the minister often is in that role. And the minister's departmental assistant put it forward to the chief of staff, who sort of almost looked at it and just didn't think much of it and agreed with whatever the department said. That's always a danger for political staff. Warning to the folks behind us on both sides. Don't always take everything that the department says as gospel, and that the motivations are always pure. But all of this was secret and wasn't known. And 1 month later, there's a cabinet shuffle in 1991. And Joe Clark is shuffled to intergovernmental affairs to deal with constitutional issues. You might remember Meech Lake, Charlottetown Accord from your history books. My boss was shuffled to foreign affairs. And back then, the exempt staff went with the ministers. They didn't sort of go home and wait for PMO to tell them if they had a job or not. They actually went with the ministers. So we're in external affairs, department's doing its initial briefing, and up comes this memo approved on the auto pen. The staff probably know what that is, the auto pen, not by the minister. It's where the minister's signature gets signed with a pen on it, but the minister doesn't actually sign it. Approving Al Mashat as a landed immigrant in Canada, and that because he had gone, as Raymond Chrétien had arranged, to Belgium to apply to come to Canada from the United States. He went to Belgium because Raymond Chrétien sent a memo to the head of immigration in Belgium and said, now, I've got this friend who I want to fast track. I want to fast track him into Canada, so I would appreciate if you would do it. And he did, because, of course, what else?
Yeah, MP Viss.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to state very clearly how much I appreciate the encyclopedic knowledge of my colleague from Nova Scotia. There's not many members of Parliament who can speak so eloquently and clearly about every little thing that happened in the Mulroney government. It's really quite amazing, and it always blows my mind. So I just want to say thank you for having me here for this short period of time, and thank you for really quite an entertaining half an hour. So keep it up, my friend. Take care.
Thank you,
Did I
MP Viss,
miss Mr. Perkins being promoted to whip of the Conservative Party, or?
He wouldn't want that job.
Not.
Okay, MP, so MP Perkins, floor is yours again.
I thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank MP Viss. I'm still in 91.
91.
A nice cabinet shuffle, and I got to say it was a great thing. I tell you, I can remember the day when we got shuffled to Foreign Affairs. It's a great and incredibly prestigious post to have, and fascinating time to be there with the Gulf War, with the collapse of the Soviet Union, with the coup in Haiti, with South Africa, with negotiation of NAFTA. I could go on the issues we were dealing with there, but I'll get back to the Al Mashat affair and ministerial accountability. So Raymond Chrétien sends this note off to Belgium and directs the Foreign Affairs employee who is doing the immigration, process this for my buddy. So, of course, he did, because you know what Raymond Chrétien can do if he doesn't do it? He can send him not to Paris on his next post, not to London on his next post, and certainly not to Washington on his next post. He could send them to what are called hardship posts if he didn't get along, hardship posts. And in Foreign Affairs, hardship posts could be places like Sri Lanka. And, you know, Foreign Service officers, they want to go to Paris and London and Washington where the game is played. They don't want to be lost and buried into the department in hardship posts. It's tough on them. It's tough on their family. So, of course, the poor immigration officer approved what his boss, Raymond Chrétien, said, which is, I'll approve this. Now, of course, none of this was known. So my boss gets to Foreign Affairs, and up comes this note saying he approved it. He approved it. We still had the memo, because back then we kept paper. He still had the copy of the memo of my minister saying, as immigration minister, in no way is this person supposed to be allowed into Canada as a landed immigrant. But yet he somehow got here through this circuitous route. Now, we didn't know how he got here. So the question became on ministerial accountability, what do we do to this? Because you have a new Secretary of State who's been in the job just a few weeks, is dealing with a coup in Moscow where the military threw Mikhail Gorbachev out of his job. And we discover that the department actually had done something totally against the immigration minister's orders. So I can tell you the first thing we did. They didn't like this too much in Foreign Affairs. All of the Foreign Affairs officers that worked on immigration, my boss signed an order to make them employees of the Department of Immigration so that the Minister of Immigration could now control and make sure that the Minister of Immigration's decisions were abided by and not overrun by another department. So that made things clear, and it is that still today. So we had a big decision to make because there was a huge scandal in this issue. It was very public in the press. And my minister certainly was not going to take responsibility for the Iraqi ambassador during a war coming into Canada as a landed immigrant when she herself, as immigration minister, had said no. So what are we to do? Well, we laid it clear at the parliamentary committee. We attended the parliamentary committee. Really? We actually attended the parliamentary committee. There was no finding Freeland issue here. There was no finding Freeland issue here. There was no only 5 days in Parliament in 5 months, 1 day a month. There was no $500 billion proposal budget for us over a fiscal framework, which means $100 billion a day we pay this finance minister and all those other truancy days. Well, like I said, we should probably go to the Liberal Convention this weekend with the committee and maybe we could get her to appear. But in the Al-Mashaq case, we went to committee and we laid it out straight. All of what I've just informed you, and you can look it up in the Hansard record. It's fascinating reading, I tell you. I wish we had Parle View back then because there would be a better video record of my boss, the new Secretary of State, Honorable Barbara McDougall, the Right Honorable Joe Clark, the Undersecretary of State for External Affairs at the day, a fellow named Reid Morden, who had come from CSIS actually, and the Associate Undersecretary of State for External Affairs, the nephew of the future Prime Minister and then opposition leader to the government, Raymond Chrétien.
Really?
And Raymond Chrétien got called on the carpet and was brought out. So as this parliamentary library report in its first of several ministerial accountability controversies outlines, quite subtly, I think, after an internal inquiry that was done within the government, it doesn't mention the parliamentary inquiry, so perhaps our Library of Parliament support here and in the Foreign Affairs Committee would like to actually update this 2006 to 2012 report with some of the more modern things on ministerial accountability, which this motion of MP Blakey is bringing to fruition. So it goes on, and I know committee members and those watching will be, as we move through the time to 2004. To 2004, not long ago, still a Liberal government, newly merged Conservative Party between the Progressive Conservative Party and the Canadian Alliance, new leader in the Right Honourable, well, he was just Stephen Harper, then leader of the opposition. Honourable Stephen Harper became the Right Honourable Stephen Harper, one of our best prime ministers, only 2 years later. But in 2004, again, we had another situation where we didn't have to fight this finding Freeland thing. We had something called the Minister of, an incident when the then Minister of Citizenship and Immigration, and I know some of you will recognize this name here because this person still sits in the House. In fact, last weekend in Toronto, I went to an event with her. The Vietnam Freedom Day. It was an honor to go to the Vietnam Freedom Day. And Judy Skro was speaking on behalf of the Government of Canada and myself on behalf of our leader, Pierre Poilievre, the next Prime Minister of Canada. And at that event, it's an important foreign affairs mark because it marks the fall of Saigon in the end of the Vietnam War in 1975. I was in junior high, just to be clear. I wasn't in the government then. And in 1979, of course, one of the most important things, which is the boat people and how to deal with the boat people from Vietnam around. It was a big issue. And back then, Canada was only accepting 10 to 12,000 refugees a year. And the newly elected government of the Right Honourable Joe Clark in 1979 had to face this as one of their first issues. And that issue was what to do with the hundreds of thousands of people unsafely risking their lives trying to leave Vietnam in a boat. and families and thousands of people dying at the ocean to escape communism and seek freedom, something we all love and enjoy and are privileged to enjoy here. And one of the things that happened then was the Joe Clark government said, well, what should we do? And they had a fellow named Ron Ackey. Now, Ron Ackey was a member of Parliament for St. Paul's. That riding is currently held by Dr. Carolyn Bennett. Ron Ackey was the new immigration minister, a lawyer. And the then Foreign Affairs, Secretary of State for External Affairs, was a woman named Flora MacDonald. In fact, Flora MacDonald from Kingston in the Islands, currently held by, as we know, Mr. MP Garretson. But Kingston in the Islands, the home of Sir John A. Macdonald, was what Flora MacDonald, a descendant of Sir John A.'s, represented. And Flora was Canada's first female foreign minister, a very important time in Canada's history. Our first foreign affairs minister that was a woman. And they had to face this crisis of Vietnam. And they decided to allow in an unprecedented, until recently, an unprecedented level of Vietnamese refugees, boat people. 42,000 were brought to Canada in less than a year. Amazing. That number is now up, continued, refugees of those trying to escape communism, moved up into the early 90s, up to over 140,000. Because of the impetus of a conservative government of Canada, we have a strong and vibrant Vietnamese community here in Canada. Now that's ministerial accountability. That's ministerial action. That's coming to parliamentary committees and seeking parliamentary approval for important actions that change generations and lives and Canada for the better, which after all is why we're here. And now I had that chat with Judy Scrow at that particular event. So here's what the Library of Parliament writes about 2004. The then Minister of Citizenship and Immigration, Judy Scrow, was accused of giving temporary residence and work permits to people who had volunteered on the minister's re-election campaign. Wow. The Ethics Commissioner was asked to investigate the alleged conflict of interest. The Commissioner concluded that the main burden of responsibility for placing the minister in a conflict of interest lay with the minister's chief of staff, who continued to work on departmental matters during the election. Wow. The commissioner said this, no, they don't. The commissioner said that this did not absolve the minister of responsibility. There's that term again, ministerial responsibility. To have ministerial responsibility, you have to show up. Right. You have to show up to work. You have to show up to farm. Jack Layton once famously said, I believe it was of Liberal leader Michael Ignatieff in a debate, that Canadians pay you to show up to work. It would be nice if you decided to do so once in a while. It appears Michael Ignatieff's approach to Parliament and disdain from Parliament has now become that of the Minister of Finance in her 5 days. He did.
When it came around.
He lost the seat. That leader was just visiting clearly, because as soon as he lost his seat and that election, the lowest vote in Liberal Party history since Confederation, I might add, because of his inattendance, that Liberal leader Michael Ignatieff lost his seat. And you know what? What I truly loved about that campaign is that Michael Ignatieff proved us right. He was just visiting, because that took him nothing short of a few months to move out of this country again. Making truth in politics the cornerstone of what we as conservatives run on. Liberals, draw your own conclusions. So the minister of, to go on with the report of the Library of Parliament on the personal use of immigration, temporary residence and work permits by the then Minister of Immigration, using her ministerial power for her own benefit. The library writes, the commissioner said that did not, as I said, absolve the minister of responsibility. Quoting from the Privy Council office guidance, stating that ministers are responsible for the actions of officials under their management, but he noted that the meaning of responsibility in this context was rather vague. Can you imagine the definition under a Liberal government of responsibility being vague, oh, geez, I'll leave that to all those watching Parliament today and the scandals we see. The library then goes on page 4 to write, in his 2004-2005 investigation into the sponsorship program, oh, we all remember that well, the sponsorship program administered by Public Works and Government Services Canada, Justice Gormley concluded that there was direct input by then Minister and his staff, as well as the Chief of Staff for the Prime Minister. Man, these things sound familiar. I wonder what today this is reminding me of. And as well as the Chief of Staff to the Prime Minister regarding the selection of particular activities for sponsorship supporting the Government of Canada. Just I'll stop right there for a moment, just so those who don't remember, I can remind them that the Minister and the Prime Minister were using taxpayer dollars to funnel to advertising programs, particularly in the province of Quebec, that were run through Liberal operatives that were used for such things as financing a golf course in Shawinigan, the Prime Minister's riding, currently held by the effervescent Minister of Industry.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to take this chance to ask for a clarification, allow my colleague to get a sip of water and collect his voice. We've been listening for almost 2 hours and 4 minutes or something like that now. I'm just seeking clarification. Is he speaking for or against the amendment?
Mr. Chair, I appreciate MP's Booth's
the amendment
intervention.
Again, I'll just read out the amendment.
Yes, please do.
That the
Could
minister,
you read out could I ask you to read out the whole
MP
motion?
Blakey has put forward, which is, and I think that, the majority of the members are in agreement with it, that the Minister of Finance be invited to appear for 2 hours on the bill and that this appearance be scheduled on or before May 18th, 2023.
I thank you, Mr. Chair, and I think, we previously were debating a sub-amendment by Mr. Jenis on adding the Minister of Public Safety to this, and I know that we weren't successful in getting that amendment to the motion through, unfortunately, but it would have been, given the circumstances in the House these last few days, a good time. But again, it goes to the issue of ministerial accountability. There are probably other ministers that should be added to this list, but
just on that same point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes, point of order, MP Blakey.
I am curious to know if Mr. Perkins in his remarks will speak to the question of deficit financing in the Mulroney government and how that relates to the principle of ministerial responsibility as well. Thank you.
Would Mr. Chair, would MP Blakey,
MP Perkins,
would MP Blakey like me to go now? Could I do that at the end of this Library of Parliament? And then I'll explain how $468 billion of deficit financing for Pierre Trudeau resulted in what we saw later on. And I'd be thrilled to.
I would say certainly don't skip over the part where MP Scrow at the time also used ministerial permits to aid and abet the sex trafficking industry, which I think was another scandal that came up while Minister Scrow was the immigration minister, which I'm sure you're coming to. But after that, if you could provide some reflections on the state of deficit financing in the Mulroney government, I'm sure members of the committee would be glad to hear it.
MP Blakey, thank you for that reminder. I don't believe it's in the Library of Parliament report, but perhaps it's another element that somebody could take on in the library in updating this fine document. Maybe the analyst. That the analyst here. So, but and MP Blakey, maybe you can enlighten us on that particular scandal when you come to speak next. I would appreciate hearing about it. I have trouble.
Perhaps right after we vote on my amendment.
If I spoke to every scandal, particularly during the last 8 years, we're going to be here for quite a while, and I can't believe, as MP Beach said, that it's been 2 hours already. Time flies when you're having fun, as it says. At least one of us. The peanut gallery here is saying, for those who can't hear, at least one of us is having fun. Now, where was I? Oh, yes, Justice Gormley. Well, let me just reiterate in case those watching. The Gormley inquiry on the sponsorship scandal, it said Justice Gormley concluded that there was direct input by then Minister and his Chief of Staff, as well as the Prime Minister regarding the selection of particular activities for sponsorship supported by the government in Canada. I think, in fact, one Liberal operator went to jail over this. Justice Gormley determined that this constituted inappropriate political encroachment into the administrative domain, unquote. Moreover, the deputy minister at the time was not kept informed of interactions between the minister's office and bureaucrats in charge of the program. Justice Gormley recommended that the government prepare a code of conduct for ministerial staff, which would include provisions that, quotes, exempt staff have no authority to give direction to public servants, and that ministers are fully responsible and accountable for the actions of exempt staff, end of quotes. Justice Gormley also recommended that to help them understand their role, quotes, all exempt staff should be required to attend a training program to learn the most important aspects of public administration. And I would add on a personal note, in this search for Freeland, I will add in a personal note that it is, because of the 6 degrees of separation rule, interesting that this parliamentary report quotes from the Gomery Inquiry, because the author for the Gomery Inquiry, or the help write the report, was a fellow named Ian Sadinsky, a good friend of mine, actually, who actually was, and it comes around, Barbara McDougall's speechwriter when she was a minister.
Really?
It's just a coincidence.
That's the connections.
The connections are amazing. So, and the last paragraph for the translators on page 4, as ministerial staff often act on behalf of their minister and serve as a buffer between the department and the minister, they wield considerable influence, if not de facto authority. While they are not to direct public servants, there is a lack of clarity about what constitutes appropriate interactions with public servants. These examples demonstrate how this lack of clarity has led to disputes over the proper role of ministerial staff and what it means for a minister to be responsible and accountable for the actions when controversy arises. Apart from the brief advice provided in the Privy Council's office, accountable government guide noted above, the role of ministerial staff remains relatively undefined. There is the next section here is standards of ethical conduct in this, but maybe I'll come back to that in a moment to try and answer MP Blakey's question. Awesome. In response, because I don't want him to forget that he asked that, and I want people to understand the context of that. People who are watching may have seen these graphics on social media that show that this current government has added more to the public debt than all other governments combined. That's why we'd like the minister responsible for the finance department to actually show up to our request and be here because she needs to be accountable for the fact that she has played a major role, her and her predecessor, Bill Morneau, as I think the Prime Minister calls him a random liberal, which I think in certain standards, and it may be something that's whispered at the convention for the Liberal Party this weekend, Bill No More, as some have affectionately called him. But the two finance ministers combined, along with their boss, the one thing that links both of them, added more to the public debt than all other prime ministers. To MP Blakey's comments, so how does that fare? We have a national debt at the end of this 5-year fiscal framework of somewhere between 1.3 to 1.4 billion. As I said, if during the rest of this mandate, this government doesn't spend $1 more on a $1 new program. And I should add, and I know I tend to digress sometimes, but these ideas come into my head. The Minister of Industry, I am the shadow Minister for Industry. The Minister of Industry, as we know, has recently made a commitment of $14 billion to Volkswagen. $778 million used to be an astronomical sum when we talked about it, but they will spend $778 million of taxpayers' money assisting Volkswagen in building this EV battery plant. And then we'll spend $13 billion in subsidizing Volkswagen's operations. Now, I have to tell you, I've looked a lot through these documents, these budget documents, and I know the $778 million is included in the SIF program, it's called. I sometimes refer to it as the CIV program, but the SIF program is a program where this government chooses to subsidize large multinational companies from other countries. In fact, Volkswagen's revenue last year was actually the same as the government of Canada's, $413 billion. Wow. So they are in desperate need of Canadian taxpayer money, clearly. And that $413 billion that we spend, I looked through this, and I looked through the fall economic statement last year, which promised a balanced budget, and this document here, all of these documents that are tabled with all these glossy pictures, they all don't have any reference to $13 billion of government spending. And I think I figured out why. They figured that out why. I'm being asked why is that? Because apparently the estimate, when we'll see the contracts on Monday, that's a parliamentary order. We had to put a parliamentary order through the industry committee in order to see the contracts. But the parliamentary order, we'll get a look at the contracts. But the Volkswagen deal apparently is for it will take 5 or 6 years in the plan to build this plant. So this government, with its tendency to spend money they don't have, has created a new way of doing that. They've created a new way of doing that because the $13 billion doesn't kick in till the year after this fiscal framework, and is then spread over 10 years. So from 2027 onwards, I think, or 8 onwards, to 10 years after that, is when they've signed taxpayers to spend the money far outside this fiscal framework. I think the minister needs to come here and explain to us why she allowed her colleague to make a commitment that ranges to 15 years out from now, far outside the fiscal framework. And the Minister of Industry.
2 hours for 15 years.
I'd like to know. 2 hours, yes. 2 hours for 15 years. You know, as I said earlier, her 5 days of attendance has resulted in a budget in 5 years from now that will cost over $500 billion. So that's $100 billion a day for her work. And I still am worried that if she shows up more, that number will go up. So, but, you know, she makes McKinsey look like an austerity organization. So what I'd like to say in this effort to find Freeland is this issue going forward that the minister needs to account, and the Minister of Industry said that there are 2 or 3 others of maybe that he's willing to do. So he's not only spending the money in the fiscal framework, he's spending it well beyond the fiscal framework. I can't imagine that even the sanest liberal in this government thinks that they will be in government in 7 to 15 years from now, that they are committing future governments and future taxpayers to subsidize the world's, I believe, largest car manufacturer by revenue at $413 billion. Now, getting back to Mr. Blakey's question.
And it was a good question.
It was a good question. So the current Prime Minister's father, as we know, was Prime Minister off and on for 18 years.
Far too long.
And yeah, and I just hope the son thinks he can do that and keeps his name on the ballot the next time. I don't think there's any chance that he will, but I think he is our greatest asset. So going forward, I would think that it would be important for people to understand how we got here financially behind this budget and the national debt that's associated with it. In 1968, now, in 1968, I was very young.
No.
Yes, I was.
You were born? No.
I was born.
Were you
I was born. I was born. Not too many years before that. But in 1968, we had that Trudeau mania thing that happened, apparently.
Really?
I was more concerned with watching and seeing if the Leafs could win their second Stanley Cup in a row.
How's that working for you?
It didn't work out so well.
Yeah.
But the 1968 election, Pierre Trudeau, whoops, I don't need these right now. Pierre Trudeau announced, when asked about whether he would raise taxes or whether he would run a deficit, Pierre Trudeau said, "The government is no Santa Claus. I will not run a deficit and I will not increase taxes." He actually said it long before George W. Bush did. That was famous "read my lips" statement in the 1992, I believe, presidential election against Bill Clinton. So he said Santa Claus is not what the government of Canada is. So what happened between 1968? We had that brief 9 months with the Right Honourable Joe Clark as Prime Minister, and then Pierre Trudeau came back in from 80 to 84. In that period, the father lost the finance minister. His name was John Turner, later to be Prime Minister of Canada for a couple of months. John Turner, who had incredible passion and belief in the rules of order of the House of Commons.
And he was very good looking.
So let me tell you a question. Any representative riding of Vancouver Quadra, which coincidentally is currently represented by the Minister of Fisheries, where she can see the ocean, but no fisherman can afford to live there. It's true. Sorry, it's true. I say this because John Turner was quite a parliamentarian and respected ministerial accountability to no end. So much so, in order to understand, he resigned from the Trudeau cabinet over issues of philosophical difference. One of them was the desire to deficit spend during the era of 21% interest rates and double-digit inflation in the 70s, called stagflation. So John Turner, by the way,
Can you define stagflation?
stagflation. I've been asked, for those who don't know stagflation, and we are discussing the budget because it's possible we could enter into a stagflation area with this, and we should really ask the Minister of Finance in our Finding Freeland exercise if we could have the chance to ask her a question, if she believes that $3.1 trillion in spending in the next 5 years will result in stagflation. And stagflation is where both interest rates and inflation are going up and employment is going up all at the same time. And Pierre Trudeau in 1974 ran against Robert Stanfield, one of the greatest Nova Scotians in public office that we've ever had, who the airport in Halifax is named after, who ran on a solution which I personally don't agree with, but ran in 1974 on something called wage and price controls. So the government would impose a limit to the increase of prices, and the increase of wages as a way to control out of control spending, and the spending that the government caused to do this. And Pierre Trudeau ran around the election like a gunslinger, they used to call him. Zap, you're frozen. Zap, you're frozen, making fun of Robert L. Stanfield.
So they made fun of each other in those days.
Yeah, and he would absolutely never impose wage and price controls. That was a ridiculous thing. He won a majority government in 1974 from his minority. Guess what the first thing he did in his budget was? And I can hear you, but I want you to guess. He brought in wage and price controls.
He lied?
He did actually the opposite. Surprisingly for a Liberal Prime Minister, he actually did the opposite of what he promised in the campaign. And he froze everyone's wages and he froze everyone's prices. And when he finally took that off, that led to some of the problems with the Right Honourable John Turner. When he finally took those off, of course, you know what happens with pent-up demand and pent-up wage demands. We're seeing that now as a result of COVID. We've just seen that with the public service strike. And pent-up demand and increased demands on wages, increases demand the increased cost of living increases the demand on wages. The increased giving of increased wages puts more money into the market. More money into the market chasing fewer goods creates more inflation. And that's a part of stagflation that I believe we're going to get into. It would be great to be able to talk to the Minister of Finance about that era and her bosses, fathers, and party's history of creating that in the 70s and potentially doing it again. But back to Mr. Blakey's question. So that resulted in $468 billion of national debt in 1984. 1984, the deficit of Pierre Trudeau, his last deficit, imagine this, was 8.9% of GDP. So I know I don't like communicating with alphabet numbers and percentages. So based on today's gross domestic product, the value of everything we produce in Canada, if we ran an 8.9% deficit of GDP, you know what that deficit would be today? Just for 1 year, $157 billion. That puts in perspective the legacy of Pierre Trudeau when Brian Mulroney took over in power. Imagine that. I guess some were probably saying, wow, 157 billion. We're rather conservative as a Liberal government then and only producing a $44 billion deficit this year. But they would be wrong because it's those buildups of deficits that create the situation that we were in then and took us 20 years to get out of. And so, Mr. MP Blakey, that's the mess in 1984 when Brian Mulroney won the historic election. There were 282 seats in the House of Commons, 282. And do you know how many seats Brian Mulroney won? The Canadian public loved so much Pierre Trudeau and the Liberal legacy of 18 years that Brian Mulroney won 211 of 282 seats. Imagine managing that caucus in government?
No.
Boy, oh boy, it's tough enough for the Liberals to manage a minority caucus with the NDP in the room than to manage a caucus of 211 people and 282 seats in the House of Commons. That both sides of the opposition side, the one end and the other, were filled with Conservatives with the 30 and 40 seat Liberals and NDP in the middle. I think MP Blakey's father, I don't know if he was first elected then, but I'm pretty sure he was elected in that election. So that's the mess they inherited. So the MP Blakey asked about the Mulroney deficits. Well, the key thing, first of all, in breaking the back of a deficit is to break the structural deficit. Right. The structural deficit. Yeah. And we have a growing soon structural deficit issue in this country once again. And we had a massive structural deficit. You want to know how bad that structural deficit was? Yes, the budget for the government in 1984 was $95 billion. Wow. $95 billion. 38 cents of every dollar the government collected and spent, guess what it went to? It went to paying interest on Pierre Trudeau's debt. Can you imagine that now? Wow. 38% of every tax dollar going to pay interest. That was more than healthcare and defense combined. And we know that defense was cut. The only thing that was cut under Pierre Trudeau's government was defense spending. It was cut by 50%.
Really?
While hundreds of new programs, initiatives, and crown corporations were created. That's the colossal mess left by the father.
So, MP Perkins, yeah, we're going to suspend members at this time for about 15 minutes and take a bio break, a stretch break. Everybody go get some air. MP Perkins, you'll be back in about 15 minutes or so. I'll see everybody. Here.
the multiple screens in the offices of our Liberal colleagues if it's the Leaf game or the Prime Minister's speech at the convention that's on the other screen. Anyway, I'll keep going on this screen. I was addressing MP Blakey's question about the financial record of the Mulroney government, which, as I said, was an inherited financial disaster from Pierre Trudeau of a $468 billion national debt, an 8.9% of GDP annual deficit, a massive growth in the size of government, not unlike what we've seen now with 80,000 more civil servants being hired. And as I said last night or the other day, and that's just an example that's close to my heart, being from a fishing riding, the growth of, for example, currently the last 3 years of the Fisheries Department by 5,000 people in 3 years. Now, that may not seem like a lot, but the department was only 10,000 to start with, and now it's 15,000. And the HR department has doubled and is now 832 people. Wow. That's a lot of HR people. Well, you know, it's an interesting question. I'm being asked about how the service is in it. And those jobs, lest you think they actually went out to enforcement, which has been like finding Freeland, invisible in Atlantic Canada, it is mostly gone to head office. They've hired over 1,000 people in corporate strategy and finance, because, of course, finance there has apparently much more money to spend with producing a lot fewer results. But that aside, by the second year of the Mulroney government, his incredible finance minister, one of the nicest people you'll ever meet, and most honorable people you'll ever meet, who was also a groundbreaker in Canada on advocating on mental health, the Honourable Michael Wilson. The Honourable Michael Wilson turned in 2 short years a structural deficit into an operating surplus. And I now know that people sometimes get confused about that because they said, but he ran a deficit. And yes, he did, because 38 cents of every dollar was going to pay interest on Pierre Trudeau's debt. The operating surplus was going to try and deal with that issue. And of course, that was made more difficult with the recession that happened in 1991. But an important part of that time, and I referenced it earlier in one of the things, and it has to do with the amendment MP Blakey has, which is this issue of ministerial accountability that I've been speaking of for the last little while. And that is, I got to tell you, one of the people with the most integrity that I've ever seen in the Liberal Party of Canada, and you know that's not a big search that you can do, but is the Right Honourable John Turner. And I had met John Turner. But let me tell you about the Right Honourable John Turner. He resigned Pierre Trudeau's cabinet as finance minister over the spending and other issues. But more importantly, he briefly became the Prime Minister of Canada. I think he is the shortest serving. I know some people think it's the Right Honourable Kim Campbell, but I think it's actually John Turner. John Turner was elected leader. Joe Clark was Prime Minister for 9 months. 1979. John Turner was elected Liberal leader here in Ottawa at the Ottawa Convention Centre at a good old-fashioned delegated convention in 1984, in June of 1984. I love those delegated conventions. It's what got me interested in politics. Great. I watched the first convention I ever saw on TV as a young guy, I think I was in junior high, was the 1976 PC Conservative Party convention, delegated convention in Ottawa, where there were 14 candidates running, including a young Joe Clark, a young Brian Mulroney, the former owner of the Edmonton Oilers, Peter Pocklington, ran, as well as a well-known and very respected Quebec politician, Claude Wagner, and Jack Warner, Flora MacDonald, yes, Paul Hellyer, and there is a term out of that one called the Flora syndrome, which, if you're interested, I can talk about at some point. But in the delegated convention, That's what got me interested, the excitement, watching that on TV as a young guy in politics. So Joe Clark soon became the youngest prime minister ever. He was 39 in 1979 when he was elected prime minister. Imagine that, 39. Oh. He was 36 when he was elected leader of the Conservative Party. Wow. But in that 1984 convention, John Turner inherited a colossal mess, the poor bugger. This mess that Pierre Trudeau had left him. And Pierre Trudeau famously made him sign, as part of the transition, a document appointing, surprisingly, a bunch of former ministers, bagmen, and campaign workers to somewhere over 58 patronage positions, Senate seats. Pierre Trudeau didn't have the guts to make them himself, but as part of the transition, I don't know if it was his refusal to move out of 24 Sussex or what that made John Turner say, I want to live there. So he signed this document, and John Turner signed a document appointing people like Bryce Mackesy, a minister under Trudeau, to the ambassador in Ireland, all of these things. It was a horrible raft of patronage. And that was the beginning of the downfall. John Turner operated his prime minister's office out of the Chateau Laurier and never called Parliament back even though he was probably one of the people who respected Parliament most. All the great campaign gurus, the Rainmaker, Keith Davey, some of the Liberal Party members will actually know that. If you don't, you should read his books. Later a senator, Keith Davey. These folks all told him he didn't need to bring Parliament back. He didn't need to be as a elected leader of the Liberal Party and now de facto Prime Minister, sworn in Prime Minister of Canada. He didn't need to be accountable to Parliament as Prime Minister. He just needed to go on the barbecue circuit, and he needed to. Everybody would love him like they loved Pierre Trudeau in 1968, but not since then. Now, Pierre Trudeau was smart enough to know that he couldn't defeat the newly elected leader, Brian Mulroney, in 1984. But John Turner lost that election to, as I mentioned earlier, that largest victory ever, winning 211 to 282 seats. And people speculated back then that the Liberal Party and the NDP would become one party. Little did they know that today that's actually happened. So going forward, what happened to John Turner? Well, I mentioned the Gulf War in 1991 earlier when I talked about my boss at the time. I've had requests to mention her name. She's still alive, still kicking, the Honourable Barbara McDougall, Canada's second woman as foreign minister. And Barbara and the Gulf War was launched. Back then, the internet was just coming up, and we learned it on CNN. And John Turner, by this time, was still in the House of Commons representing Vancouver Quadra, but Jean Chrétien was the leader of the Liberal Party. And I know I'm educating the Liberals. Some of the Liberals may not know the history of their own party. So the Gulf War happened. Now, Jean Chrétien, as leader of Her Majesty's Loyal Opposition, famously said, I have no problem with our troops being in the Middle East, even though Iraq invaded the sovereign nation of Kuwait. I have no problem with our troops being over there. But when the firing starts, we'll take them back. Keep them out of harm's way, because you sure wouldn't want a military to actually fight. And so on the night the Gulf War was launched, CNN was covering it.
Yeah, every night.
Right.
Yeah, I remember.
And there was a new reporter for CNN. His name was Kent.
That's right.
Yes.
A relation to our former minister, Peter Kent. In fact, I think it was his brother.
Was.
And Arthur Kent. And Arthur Kent became known as the Scud Stud, as he stood in Baghdad with Scud missiles flying over his head, reporting on the launch of the shock and awe campaign in the Gulf War. So John Turner, in terms of ministerial and parliamentary accountability, was an old-fashioned guy who believed that whatever your views are of our troops going to war, and whether or not we should be in it, once we're in it, you support your troops. So there was an emergency debate in the House that night that the Gulf War broke out. Jean Chrétien was to lead it off for Her Majesty's Loyal Opposition and went on at great length about how the Prime Minister had to remove our troops from harm in the Middle East. Brian Mulroney, of course, gave an impassioned speech about supporting our allies and the coalition of the willing and defeating totalitarianism and a leader who had killed his own people with mustard gas in the Kurds, and that this was just the right thing to do. And you know what? Sometimes as a civilized and wealthy nation, that's what we have to do. It's part of our responsibility in the world. Well, Jean Chrétien would not allow the former Prime Minister and leader of the Liberal Party, John Turner, to speak in the House of Commons in that emergency debate. He wouldn't let him because he knew that John Turner, as the former leader, would get up and contradict him about what the Liberal Party should do, because John Turner would stand up and say, we have to be with our troops. So John Turner did make a speech that night in the House. And for those of you who are interested in parliamentary rules and how you go about that, the Deputy Prime Minister of the government of the day was one of the great Albertans ever, the Honourable, actually later to become Right Honourable, Donald Mazankowski. And John Turner went and had a chat with the Deputy Prime Minister for Canada, Donald Mazankowski, and told him of his situation and his desire to speak. So the Deputy Prime Minister of Canada got up to speak in this emergency debate on the launch of the Gulf War. And about a minute into his speech said, by the way, Mr. Speaker, I'm sharing my time with the Minister for Vancouver Quadra.
Oh, did he really?
And Jean Chrétien, sitting in the Leader of the Opposition seat, the seat of which it's 11 seats down from the Speaker, the seat with which our leader and the next Prime Minister currently holds, only temporarily, because he'll be 11 seats down on the right side of the Speaker in the not-too-distant future. And John Turner Jean Chrétien did one of these, and I know if you're watching you can see this, but he did one of these. He whipped his head around like, holy, I can't say, probably would be unparliamentary. And John Turner then got up and said, maybe he said, holy fuddle-duddle. and Chrétien got up and did the honourable thing in Parliament as a member of Parliament, as a person with independence, a person who believed that you had to be accountable to Parliament, got up and said that he was supporting our troops. And that's the integrity of the man. It's the integrity of the place that a former leader and former Liberal Prime Minister placed on the role of Parliament and the role of Prime Ministers and the role of MPs and the role of ministers in respecting that institution in when you made decisions, how you had debates, and the importance of those debates.
And your own portfolio.
And your own portfolio as well. And I'm shocked, quite frankly, that the Minister of Finance of today doesn't seem to have the same attitude as the Minister of Finance for Pierre Trudeau in terms of the role and accountability of the ministers to Parliament, ministers to parliamentary committees. And I'll tell you why. I've held this document up a couple of times. This is called Open and Accountable Government 2015, published with much fanfare by the Prime Minister, by the Privy Council Office, when this was a new, fresh-faced government. You remember those days, the sunny ways days. And in the sunny ways days, this document, for the translators, I will first go to the first page, it has a summary explanation of what the document says. It says Open and Accountable Government, that's the title, 2015. We all know that this is a bit of a fantasy document now, given the performance, but perhaps more nonfiction or fiction, depends on your perspective. I think it's found in the science fiction fantasy section of a bookstore now. But here's what the first paragraph explains about the importance of this document. It says, Open and Accountable Government sets out core principles regarding the roles and responsibilities of ministers in Canada's system of responsible parliamentary government. This includes the central tenet of ministerial responsibility, both individual and collective, as well as ministers' relations with the Prime Minister and Cabinet, their portfolios, and Parliament. It outlines standards. Mr. Chair, it says here that it outlines standards of conduct expected of ministers, as well as addressing a range of administrative, procedural, and institutional matters. It also provides guidance to ministerial exempt staff and useful information. And it goes on. There's letters from the Prime Minister. There's introductions. It's quite verbose. It has all kinds of the buzzwords that we like. It talks about ethics, and it talks about the open access and importance of Parliament and of ministerially accountability. There's fundraising and dealing with lobbyists. I don't think they read that section that much, or pomp and circumstance may not have got the untendered contracts that they got. But this document set out lofty goals. It's the type of document that was referred to in my earlier remarks. And so I would encourage all of our people looking at this just to ask if they have read it. Now, before I go on to reading the mandate letter of the Minister of Finance, and I know everyone's riveted and probably curious as to what it said, I would like to, Mr. Chair, move to adjourn.
Members? No. Further discussion? I still have a list here. I heard a no, so
No.
That's a no. MP Perkins.
I think a motion to adjourn is debatable, is it?
No.
Do you not have to have a vote?
We need to have a vote.
It's not debatable, but it is something we can have a vote on.
Okay, clerk, could poll the members.
Mr. Baker,
No.
Mr. Beach,
No.
Madame Chatel,
No.
Ms. Derowitz,
No.
Mr. McDonald, Mr. McDonald, Mr. McDonald, I cannot hear you.
Mr. McDonald, you could do a thumbs up or thumbs down.
Thumbs down, no.
That's a thumbs down, no.
Mr. Perkins,
You know what? The whip has told me it's a free vote, and I have a lot more to say, so I think I'll vote against.
that's a no for Mr. Perkins.
Correct.
Ms. Finley,
No, I want to hear what he has to say.
Mr. Lawrence,
I'm enjoying my colleague, Mr. Cole. So, yes, exactly.
Mr. Duncan,
I've got a political science degree from Carleton University, and I feel like I've heard the whole thing over again in the last couple of hours, so I will say yes to adjourn.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie,
Moi, oh que oui.
Mr. Blakey,
No. I am enjoying myself. I know Mr. Perkins has been making a bunch of remarks about, suggesting that people aren't enjoying themselves, but I am in fact. So.
Yeas pour 2, 2, nays contre 9, 9.
Okay,
Well, I
defeated,
just
so
wanted to
we will
read-
continue. MP Perkins, you voted against yourself.
I did.
Go
Thank
ahead.
you, Mr. Chair, and I'll explain why, which I didn't have a chance.
Well, you
'cause
got
that's a-
about 6 hours to do that. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Okay. Well, I won't take all 6 on the reason why, but I will share with you why. I said because, the other day I have been known to heckle a couple times in the House, and the other day, I think it was yesterday, I on one of the government's answers after a massive applause by all opposition parties, including, I believe, the Green Party after one of the questions, the minister gave an answer, and I said, and I won't name the minister, but I heckled, I don't think you've read the room. And I know it's hard to read the room when so many are on video. So I just wanted to make sure that everyone, and I appreciate the vote of confidence that you're all interested in what I'm saying. So I will continue. I appreciate that. Open and Accountable Government 2015. Page, for the translators, I don't know if this is page numbered well. Oh, it's Roman numeral. No, it's page 1. After the Roman numerals, it's titled Ministerial Responsibility and Accountability. I'm sure the translators have that. I'd like to just read so that the people watching can understand what this government committed to in ministerial responsibility and accountability. It's what they committed to, but like this government, there's a lot of inputs and a very little output, and this is another example. And, in our search for finding Freeland, we turned to this document. So the first paragraph reads, ministers of the Crown are chosen by the Prime Minister and along with him constitute the ministry. They all serve at the pleasure of the Prime Minister. Government policy is established by the Cabinet. The ministry together helps carry out the mandate of the government. Ministers of the Crown, as ministers are known, ministers of the Crown in that formal term are responsible and accountable to the Prime Minister and this is a crucial and, to Parliament in two fundamental ways.
Really, how?
Now, this is a document of Prime Minister Trudeau's.
Which one?
The current one, sorry. I was asked which one, and I have referenced the father. I'm referring to the document on the newly elected son.
Back and forth.
Minister of the Crowns, as I said, are responsible and accountable to the Prime Minister and to Parliament in two fundamental ways. Number one, individually for their performance in carrying out their responsibilities of the portfolio assigned to them by the Prime Minister. Now, let me make a brief comment on that. So, in this cabinet, as you spend more money and seem to blow by the budgets you were given, in normal circumstances, you might be fired. Certainly in my private sector career, if you spent more than you were allocated, you were fired. But apparently that's not what happens in this government. What happens in this government is you get promoted. You get promoted. You get promoted to be finance minister. Well, the finance minister, I guess, continues to succeed in this role because of that factor. In the Finding Freeland effort, I find all these references to commitments to balance budgets. The first one after this, we would balance it in 2019. Then we would have debt to GDP ratio as opposed to balanced budgets. Then we would have another guardrail. And in the fall of 2022, the economic statement, just so those watching don't, you can get copies of this. I'm sure you can still order them from Parliament. I'm not sure that they sold out. The fall economic statement 2022. I think they have a surplus of these. And I'd see, it would be a shame if these all had to go to the recycle bin. So I would encourage people to read this because it's got quite a statement here that the current Minister of Finance said. She said she would balance the budget within the fiscal framework. She did. She did. It's surprising. What was the date of that again? I should open that up, sorry, and just see the date. Recall, I know we've got some good minds around this table. What was the date of that economic statement? Oh, the letter isn't dated, but it was last fall. That's why it's called the Fall Economic Statement.
I'm still looking. Let's see if I can find it.
So if I recall, that would have been, the fall probably would have been, say, 8 months ago, maybe 7 months ago.
Yeah, that's a bit generous to the government, but yes.
But it said we would have a balanced budget. So I'm speaking to this first point here of the accountability to the Prime Minister and Parliament that individually for their performance. I'd like to see the performance review targets that were set out by the Prime Minister, as a good boss would do for their minister. I know it's in probably the document here on the minister's mandate, which I will get to, mandate letter, but the performance in carrying out her duties. But apparently, and I could not find this in the mandate letter, and I'll show you where later and why I'm puzzled by this.
Point of order, Chair. The fall economic statement was tabled on November 3rd, 2000.
Point of order.
Thank you.
Point of clarification.
Did I hear another point of order? Sorry, I wasn't.
You're at mile 5, MP Perkins. You can continue.
Okay, thank you.
Take a bit of water and continue.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So on that second point, still just in page 1 of the ministerial responsibility accountability in the document of this new government said individually for the performance and carrying out the responsibilities. I looked to find in this mandate letter a target for the Minister of Finance that said, one of the things we wish for you to do is present fiscal outlooks and projections for the government of Canada and for taxpayers that are wrong, that you will actually blow by and not deliver on. I didn't see that as a part of the mandate, and I'll come back to that, but it's funny. So maybe there is a separate set of performance measures as an employer sets out for an employee that says that somewhere, but it's not in the public document. And we know not all documents the government has are public. Some are secret until, leaked to the Globe and Mail.
You have to wait for it.
So maybe on this request, if any of the media colleagues out there who we love and adore are interested, you might put an access to information request to see if there are other performance metrics for the Finding Freeland problem on her targets. We can't seem to find Freeland or her targets. The second point here is collectively in support of the ministry team and decision-making cabinet, because of course cabinet is a team sport, and it's clear from the way ministers perform in question period that they all say the same lines, so they clearly have the same coach and same team, because the lines never seem to change. So they probably pass and get good marks on their performance appraisals by the boss for sticking to the paper lines on how to respond to questions, even if the lines have nothing to do with the question. Page 1 goes on to say, for the sake of translators, after those 2 bullet points, ministers' individual and collective responsibility is an essential principle guiding the roles of cabinet government in Canada and at its core of the standards for ministerial behavior. There is a footnote here, footnote 1, which is down at the bottom of the page. Details, I guess, on the standards for ministerial behavior may be found in the responsibility in the Constitution, Privy Council Office, 1993. Not sure what that means, because I don't think the Constitution has anything about behavior. It's a strange footnote in a government document. Maybe that's why ministers are confused. They read the footnotes and couldn't make a connection between ethics, responsibility, and the constitutional footnotes here. Section 1.1, individual ministerial responsibility, says ministers are accountable to the Prime Minister. Pretty much a foregone conclusion if you did grade 10 civics class. Ministers are accountable to the Prime Minister. They don't put in here that ministers also as MPs are accountable to the people that elected them. It's something that's at the core of what we as Conservatives believe. But it goes on to say ministers are accountable to the Prime Minister. They are appointed by the Governor General. We've had a series of Governor Generals under this government on the advice, and apparently if you're not a Governor General anymore, the Prime Minister has employment for you investigating their scandals. Maybe we need more former Governor Generals, because there's a lot of work to do there. So it says the Prime Minister, the Governor is on the advice of the Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister may ask for their resignation at any time. He only asks, as we've said, for resignations when they disagree with his own particular view on interference in the courts. The next paragraph says ministers are also accountable to Parliament. Oh, it does say that. Oh, well, that's good. Most ministerial responsibilities are conferred on ministers by Parliament through statutes that set out the powers and duties and functions which the minister is individually accountable. So I think that's an important thing. It's on page 1, and if it wasn't important in a large document like this, it wouldn't be on page 1.
That's right.
So page 1 again says ministers are accountable to Parliament, and that's what we're talking about here. whether or not this minister is accountable to Parliament in 5 days and 5 months of attendance in Parliament and 3 rejections of the invitation of this committee to appear before it. We are now trying once again to get her before the committee on a $490 billion budget that spends $3.1 trillion over the next 5 years. By the way, did I say this before? If they don't spend anything new on top of what they're already planning to. So on page 2, on the top of page 2, this very high, lofty standards that the Sunny Ways government set out in 2015 says, in addition, ministers may also have other duties in common law. They may also have responsibilities assigned to them by the Prime Minister. Ministers are accountable to Parliament for all areas of responsibility, whether they are assigned by statute or otherwise. Ministers are accountable to Parliament. Wow, there's a concept. It comes from this Westminster parliamentary system, which I know MP Blakey and others are very interested in this document and study of that Dr. Brenton mentioned that I went through earlier. For those who've missed, I could go through it again, but I'll finish going through this right now. Accountable to Parliament is a fundamental tenet of a Westminster system. It's what differentiates us from a Republican system where ministers in the United States government are actually not elected. They're just appointed by the president and have no dual responsibility of accountability to the Congress because they're not a congressman, they're not a senator. They don't have that dual responsibility like we do in Canada. I think our system is far superior because of that accountability. On page 2 of this lofty document, section 1.2 is titled Collective Ministerial Responsibility. And I know that I'm lucky enough to be joined here tonight by our whip, the MP Finley, and I will give you applause. Our whip, who is an honourable, and that I know, as a mere member of Parliament, I'm often referred to by constituents as honourable, and I try to be honourable, but that's a title that comes with being a Privy Councillor, and MP Finley is a Privy Councillor, having served in the cabinet of the best, second best, third best, first best, whatever your perspective is, but certainly in the top 2 in my mind, prime ministers in Canada. The Right Honourable Stephen Harper was part of that and has a lot of experience that she could share with us about ministerial accountability and appearance in her experience before committees and the respect with which she treated parliamentary committees, as did all Harper ministers, on always attending the committee when asked to do so, to be held to account for their actions as a minister of the Crown. So section 1.2, collective ministerial responsibility, says all members of the ministry are collectively responsible for carrying out the government's policies and established by the cabinet. They are therefore expected to work in close consultation with their ministerial colleagues. This principle is the foundation of a key constitutional convention known as cabinet solidarity. So I guess that cabinet solidarity means that all cabinet ministers, and indeed I believe all members of Parliament on the government side, principally because I believe they're going to vote for this, believe that spending $3.1 trillion without the revenue to cover it and adding $130 billion to our debt is actually good for our economy. I just don't see how spending that money, sort of like President Biden's misnamed Inflationary Act, I call it the Inflationary Act, because when you spend the amount of money, the trillions of dollars that President Biden is on subsidizing things that the private sector will already do, that markets will drive you to, that's adding more cash into the economy, and more cash into the economy creates more spending, and more spending for fewer goods creates what? Inflation. So it's an oxymoron to call it the Inflation Reduction Act. It's the Inflationary Act, something now that the Minister of Industry is keen on emulating. The second paragraph of section 1.2 here says policies presented to Parliament and to the public must be Policies presented to Parliament and to the public must be the agreed policies of Cabinet. So in other words, you can't be a freelancer, you have to support this stuff. Ministers cannot disassociate themselves from or repudiate the decisions of Cabinet or their ministry colleagues unless they resign from the ministry, as John Turner did from Pierre Trudeau's. And as, I must admit, Jody Wilson-Raybould did. Well, we can't forget Jody Wilson-Raybould, who followed that convention to the T. As a good lawyer that she is, she respects that. She's a random liberal too, like Bill No More. The next paragraph, the third paragraph here says, Cabinet solidarity is further reinforced by the Privy Councillor's oath requiring ministers to declare their opinion as decisions are being made and to strictly uphold the confidentiality of Cabinet decision-making. That prompts me to think, did anyone in the Cabinet object to breaking their 2015, 2019, and fall economic statement commitments to Canadians through Parliament to balance the budget? Did anyone object? Or did they just look at it and say, wow, more money for me to spend? Won't that be fun? I think it was more the latter than the former, because, you know, when you stand up in this Cabinet to the prevailing view that more spending equals re-election, that somehow you end up back in the private sector, as Bill No More or Judy Wilson-Raybould or Jane Philpott. Thankfully, one of the benefits of Jane Philpott being back in the private sector is we have a doctor shortage in Canada, and I'm so glad she's back practicing medicine, helping her community well. That's probably one of the few Liberals adding value to our country. The Cabinet decision-making process is a key mechanism for achieving overall coherence and coordination in government policy. Ministerial responsibilities may overlap or have implications for other ministers. That kind of happens when you have two ministers doing the same job. I think we have a bit of a cabinet of Noah's Ark where two people do the same thing. In fact, if you look at the cabinet committee list to Accountable Parliament, there are two environment committees, and they are creatively named Environment Cabinet Committee A and Environment Cabinet Committee B. For the life of me, I've looked at their mandates, and they seem, that they're publicly available, and their mandates seem to be identical. So no wonder deliverology has disappeared from this government, and more in terms of inputs, because, heck, let's have two environment committees because one was so effective. The increasing complexity of issues means that policies and programs must be reviewed in relation to each other. Governments often make this mistakes and overthink things and make things more complicated than they are, and they do things like two cabinet committees on the same subject. Ministers also have responsibility for representing the different perspectives and interests of their regions, and these inevitably cut across departments. Fine words. Ministers need to work closely together to ensure their individual proposals and consideration in the broader objectives of the government's agenda. 1.3 gets sort of down to the heart of the matter on page 2, which says, and because it's on page 2, it's almost important as page 1. Page 2 says, ministers are accountable to Parliament. Wow, there's that term again. Ministers are accountable to Parliament for the exercise of powers, duties, and functions vested in them by statute or otherwise. Ministers must be present in Parliament to respond to questions on the discharge of their responsibilities, including the manner in which public monies were spent, as well as to account for that use. And you know where that paragraph comes from, colleagues? Where? That paragraph comes from the 2011 Stephen Harper Accountability for Ministers document that I read earlier. And I guess they aspired to have the same accountability to Parliament, but they clearly have a different definition of it. I think we should call this the Michael Ignatieff Ministerial Accountability section, affectionately, of course, because he was always reprimanded by the NDP for not showing up in Parliament and having the worst attendance record, and that, you know, to receive a paycheck from the taxpayer, you should actually be in Parliament. So I think, it could be the Michael Ignatia Finding Freeland accountability section, because apparently now the interpretation of this code is once a month is all one needs to do. Somebody should tell the public safety minister he only needs to show up once a month.
Oh, please,
You know, it would all make our lives easier. And we know that it's basically, in terms of Parliament, it's 1 hour plus 15 minutes a week for the Prime Minister, but that sets the standard again. It used to be that Prime Ministers came to question period every day of the week. Can you believe that? Can you believe that? They were always available in question period to answer, especially respectfully. The reason they were there is the leaders of the other parties in Parliament, the Prime Minister would always be there to answer those questions every day, not just 1 day a week, and then fly to Jamaica or New York or wherever he's surfing or vacationing to FINA, that kind of thing. So ministerial Ignatia accountability apparently means 1 day a month. So Parliament to respond to questions on the discharge. Now that's an interesting statement. Respond to questions. That's what we're asking for here in this motion. Mm-hmm. We're asking for the minister to come to committee for 2 hours. Now, 2 hours may seem like a lot. Ministers are very, very busy. It's hard to find time on their schedule, and I respect that. Having worked 7 years for a minister, I know how difficult it is. But here's the thing. Tomorrow, well, actually tonight, in 50 minutes or so, the Liberal Party convention here in Ottawa starts, and the Prime Minister is speaking there tonight. And I'm sure the Minister of Finance is there. Now, over the weekend,
could have dropped in here first.
Yeah, we've been here. We've been here. She could have come. I've been able to show up here for now 3 hours, over 3 hours straight.
More than 3 hours.
And I was hoping that the minister would come. Well, it feels longer than that for some, I'm sure. But I'm sure, and I know that the Minister of Finance is at the convention, as are some of the Liberal colleagues, because the Minister of Finance,
We'll be around.
I know 2 hours is precious in her time. So precious that she has allocated 2 hours of her time to doing panels at the Liberal convention. Really? Yes, I know you're shocked to know that. Huh. She doing a panel on apparently election readiness and election success, as I've mentioned before, with the former Democrat candidate for president, Hillary Clinton, who is still former. She didn't make it either. But I'm sure there are a lot of lessons learned, because, you know, there's that saying, we learn a lot from our mistakes. And I'm sure Hillary has a lot of mistakes to share with the Liberals to avoid in the future. Or perhaps personal discussions with the Minister of Finance as we search for Finding Freeland, Chrystia Freeland, and Hillary Clinton, who I'm sure will have a private tete-a-tete on some of these things. We could invite them both. I've never met the former First Lady. It would be an interesting discussion. The second hour, believe it or not, the second hour, so 1 hour is, I think, what the minister might perhaps sometime be willing to do, maybe before or after the amendments happen. It is her, and it is the Minister of Finance's budget bill that we're discussing. But she has a second hour at the convention, and I'm sure all my Liberal friends will be there with rapt attention to hear her presentation on the budget bill and how she is spending it. But I'm told, surprisingly, her presentation to the Liberal convention will not be on whether or not she comes to this committee. Oh. It will not be on whether or not her budget of $130 billion of more debt to our national debt will be there. That it will not be about the sad legacy of the Trudeau family in contributing $1.1 trillion to Canada's debt. Unfortunately, that's not the title of the thing. The accession apparently is in every sort of mixed bag acronym thing that you can put in about how do we succeed in the future world of innovation, green economy, and every other sort of woke title. I'm sure it'll be fascinating. I think it's going to take 10 minutes just to read the title of that session. So be prepared. If you go to that session as a Liberal or as a Liberal member of Parliament, I'm sure there will be some there, could you ask some of our questions for us?
There we are. That's a nice.
I would really appreciate it. I know we get some observers there, but I don't believe they will allow us at the microphones in that session. Could they ask the Minister of Finance, would they please ask the Minister of Finance if she could spare a dime, no, sorry, if she could spare 2 hours for poor parliamentarians to defend her $490 billion budget this year? Could she spare a little time for us? And now, if you're not willing to ask that, then could you ask her about this budget, about how all of this spending, putting future generations into debt works? And by the way, if the Minister of Industry is there, and I did run into him in the hall earlier today, and, you know, as I've said, he's an effervescent fellow. I'm hoping, well, maybe it's true. I suspect the minister has a hospitality suite tonight. I don't know why he would be doing that. Perhaps my Liberal friends could share with me why he would be hosting a hospitality suite. He is a hospitable fellow. And in that hospitality suite, or perhaps the Minister of Industry could ask the Minister of Finance at the session why it is that she thinks it is in good fiscal management planning to commit $13 billion of taxpayer money outside of this fiscal framework beyond the life of this government. How that is responsible. I'd like him to ask that, perhaps.
Everyone wants.
Perhaps that. Everybody wants
Maybe
to know.
these Liberal members will ask at the convention.
You know, the minister likes to talk in business language. I'm talking about the Minister of Finance, but also the Minister of Industry. And one of the languages of budgets and ministers of finance and ministers of industry is return on investment. It's an important thing, ROI. And the Minister of Industry, speaking of accountability to Parliament, has stood in the House with regard to this Volkswagen deal. And I know Andrew Coyne is listening, so listen carefully because you seem to have missed the questions that I asked in the House on Volkswagen. But I'll ask the minister, if I get a chance, either of these ministers, I will ask them why the Minister of Industry stood in the House and said that the ROI return on the Volkswagen $14 billion deal is a payback in 5 years. And I tell you why. He said every banker in Canada, probably not the ones in Silicon Valley, but every banker in Canada would love to have a return on investment in 5 years. Well, to be fair to the Minister of Industry, he did show up to the Industry Committee last week.
Wow.
He did.
That's something.
For 2 hours.
For 2 hours.
Well, it can be done.
Shockingly, it can be done. And it wasn't on very much notice. And in questioning him on this report that he claimed to have been done on ROI that justified this commitment beyond the fiscal framework, the Minister of Industry referred to a publicly available document which I had written by a policy think tank, we'll call it, in Ontario, about the theoretical value some decade, 20, 30 years from now, of the value of an entire theoretical ecosystem supply chain for EV cars.
Wow.
It wasn't about this deal, as he had led the House to believe. There is no ROI document on this deal with Volkswagen. All there is a theoretical think tank publication on something that says, well, you know, if the stars align and the fairy dust is this and the clouds are that and the earth moves in a certain way and the government puts in enormous amounts of money that it can't afford in both Ottawa and Ontario, and if all of that subsidy happens and we convince all the car makers to come and create all their stuff here, there might be a 300,000 job impact in Ontario. Sounds impressive. And the 3,000, somehow, the minister created some of that Bill Morneau, Christian Freeland math in saying that somehow translates into 3,000 jobs in this plant in an unknown contract and an unknown ROI. So this mythical report that the minister referred to and led Parliament to believe was done for this deal does not exist. Let me read this again from the ministerial accountability document of open and transparent government that the government put out in its early days, just to remind people the context of what we're trying to seek here. Ministers are responsible for Parliament for the exercise of powers, duties, and functions invested in them. Ministers must be present in Parliament to respond and discharge their abilities. And we referred earlier to documents in this fine report of honest and open government and integrity in answers and truthfulness in answers. Personally, far be it for me to make a claim about the Minister of Industry, but he did say there was a report in the House done on the ROI of this deal, and that does not exist by the minister's own admission before parliamentary committee. We asked him to table that report. He basically said, it doesn't exist, you can get the public document. That's all he has. So we're going to be very curious to see the contract on Monday. The contract, the minister claims 3,000 direct jobs. I can tell you in a personal conversation I had with the minister, he confirmed to me that when I asked him how many, the day the plant opens, the day it opens, how many people will be in that plant working? Those who punch a time card, those who are working on any assembly lines there, those who work in management full-time at that plant. I said, is it 3,000? Is it less than 3,000? And he said, at the plant? Well, yeah, less than 3,000. I said, it's complicated, it's in the contract and it's very complicated. I said, okay, is it less than 2,000? This was outside the washroom. Be careful what you say to people outside the washroom of the House of Commons. He said, well,
don't take your camera in.
No, it's not less than 2,000. I said, is it less than 1,000 jobs at the plant? And the Minister of Industry, you know what he said? Yes, it's less than 1,000. Now, question period was starting, and I really had to use the facilities. So I could not ask him if it was less than 500. I could not ask him if it was less than 200. Volkswagen is the most automated car manufacturer in the world. Hard to believe, no matter how many football fields he claims this thing to be, that there is nothing in there but automation that taxpayers are paying for and very few direct jobs. And you know what? While construction jobs are great, my brother works in construction, and I'm sure he'd appreciate one of those fine temporary jobs building this plant. And if the minister wants to let me know, I'm sure my brother could give him a good deal on the construction. The issue is that those jobs go away when the plant is done. They are not permanent jobs created by a $14 billion investment. So I am hoping that someday we will see a government in the not too distant future who actually gives the questions, answers to the questions when asked, and doesn't sort of sprinkle fairy dust around and sort of make it up as they go along, but because they're a likable fellow, which he is, that we all accept that as a given. I think it's our duty as the official opposition, and it will soon be his duty as the official opposition, to question us when we're in government. And I can assure you we will be giving better questions and answers to the questions that are gotten.
Point of order.
Point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry to interrupt there, but I don't think it would be possible for yourself or the clerk to intervene during Mr. Perkins' comments here. But as the meeting continues to go on this evening here, I'm just wondering if you or the clerk could update us during Mr. Perkins' comments here. Have we received any correspondence from the Finance Minister or her office confirming whether she would be attending the Finance Committee? If we had that correspondence or confirmation since the meeting started, that might help
Thank
facilitate
you.
some of the
It's not a
conversations.
point of order, but it is part of the motion.
So, has there been any correspondence?
MP Perkins, you can continue.
Point of order. Actually, on
Point of
that
order?
Point of order there. I just noted in the agenda at the Liberal Convention that Ms. Freeland is wrapping up right now. I'm wondering if Mr. Beach
not a
would
point
like
of
to
order.
reach
It's not a
out
point
and
of
maybe
order,
get her,
MP
as
Lawrence.
Zoom is an option, I believe, as
not a
the
point of order.
entire Liberal,
MP Lawrence, it's not a
even
point of
the
order.
rest of the members won't show up to this committee, including the chair, who we can't. So I don't know how we're ever going to get the minister ever.
Point of order.
No Liberal
Point of
will show
order.
up to committee.
Point of order.
I'm here.
MP Lawrence, some decorum, please. Respect, and all comments made through the chair. MP Lawrence, no, MP Lawrence, you do not have the floor. So back to MP Perkins. I think you're at mile 6,
Maybe one
maybe
day
now.
Liberal will show up,
MP
yeah.
Perkins, you can continue.
I have a point of order,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
No, point of order, MP Chattel.
Yes, thank you. If we end this endless discussion, although very interested, I must say, very interested, yes, it would be great if we could pass the motion. Then we could probably move on and have and invite the deputy vice.
Mr. Chair, that's not a point of order.
Oh, sorry.
MP Chattel, but it is part of the motion, so that it would be with the amendment that MP Blakey has brought forward. So I don't know if members would like to go to it. Is that what you're asking for?
Well,
My point of order not valid? That point of order was valid, but that...
I didn't hear a point of order. From who?
It's Mr. Duncan again here. If that point of
Okay,
order was part of it, I'm just asking about correspondence.
Clerk,
we haven't got any? If we haven't got a
I did
response,
not
we'll have
see-
to
I
keep
did
discussion.
not
but
see-
there's
Okay,
no-
we're going back to MP Perkins.
No correspondence.
Yep. You may continue, MP Perkins.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chair. I
Check your inbox.
really do. I really do.
You got emailed to Sajan. You didn't come in.
So, on page 3 for the translators, on page 3, the document that I have been citing, and I think as a parliamentarian, I'm entitled to actually express the reasons why I would support the motion calling for the minister to be here, and I think it's incumbent upon the minister perhaps to read or listen to some of this testimony, and maybe I will be able to change her mind and have her show up this time. On page 3, it says, it is critical to the principle of responsible government that all organizations within the executive be the responsibility of a minister who is accountable to Parliament for the organization. A minister is accountable to Parliament for the proper functioning of his or her department, is accountable to Parliament for the proper functioning of his or her department and all other organization within his or her portfolio. Those are fine words, and it continues on in the next paragraph. Ministers fulfill their accountability with respect to organizations by demonstrating appropriate diligence and competence in the discharge of their responsibilities. Hard to disagree with that, although we could question some of the performance. It goes on to say, what constitutes appropriate ministerial oversight will depend on the nature of the organization and the minister's role. In some cases where arm's length bodies are concerned and most powers, duties and functions are vested in a deputy head or government body, the minister's engagement will be at a systemic level, for example, making or recommending appropriate appointments, approving corporate plans, or examining the need for changes to the framework legislation. The final paragraph in this section, I believe it's in this section before we go to section 2, which is called portfolio responsibilities. The final part of this section says, and I on page 3, ministerial accountability to Parliament does not mean that a minister is presumed to have knowledge of every matter that occurs within hers or her department portfolio, and we certainly see that demonstrated most days in the House, nor that the minister is necessarily required to accept personal responsibility of every matter. That's a statement in here that this government excels at. It does require that ministers attend all matters in Parliament. In Parliament. Let me read that again. It does require that the minister attend to all matters in Parliament that concern any organizations for which he or she is responsible, including responding to questions. It further requires that the minister take appropriate corrective action to address any problems that may have arisen, consistent with the minister's role with respect to the organization in question. It is important that ministers know and respect the parameters of their responsibilities with respect to arm's length organizations. But I think the key paragraph, a key sentence here, it does require that the minister attend to all matters in Parliament that concern any organizations for which he or she is responsible, including responding to questions. And isn't that the heart of the matter of this discussion? The heart of this matter is that we have a simple ask on a complex bill. And the simple ask on this is that the minister come and answer questions, as is part of our parliamentary Westminster system, answer questions about this complex bill that sets out a framework to spend $3.1 trillion. Now, for those of you who were here earlier, I'm going to speak a little more to the ministerial responsibility. This is the open and accountable government. I might come back to it at some point, but for now, for those watching who don't understand this, when a cabinet is sworn in, they get a mandate letter from the Prime Minister. It tells them what the priorities are that the Prime Minister, as head of government, wants them to focus on. And I have here in my hand 2 mandate letters, both dated December 16th, 2021. They're both the most recent ones for Cabinet. I'll read the first one, or part of the first one. This is Minister Freeland's mandate letter. And the Prime Minister quite politely thanks her for her continuing to serve Canadians as Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. It's really quite an honor for anyone to have that role, and it is an honor and deserves the respect that it does. And we have respect for the Minister in her role. It's just a question of whether she respects the parliamentarians in the role in this committee. It goes through some boilerplate stuff here because this was just still in the midst of COVID, about the COVID issues. And people can find these online. They're available. You can Google search them. They're available. They're available. But I go to the second page for the translators, the second page, and I want to look specifically at the paragraph at the bottom of the second page in the instructions from the Prime Minister of Canada, the son of Pierre Trudeau. And I'd like to see what instructions he gave her in this particular thing, this particular mandate letter. It's very important. This is what guides them. This is how you would conduct a performance review in the private sector. This is the mandate. These are the things we'd like you to achieve. When I decide whether you've been successful or not, we will look back at these goals and see how you've done. So the Finding Freeland effort, I'll remind you, is 5 days in Parliament in 5 months, once a day. So here's what the Prime Minister wrote and signed himself personally. The success of this Parliament will require parliamentarians, both in the House of Commons and the Senate, to work together across all parties to get big things done for Canadians. To get big things done for Canadians. I wouldn't expect the minister to get little things done, just the big things. Apparently the little things, like getting a passport, doesn't enter into the mandate of a minister.
Well,
little things like processing an immigration application with 4.4 million people waiting to get it. Those are the little things that we're supposed to not be focused on. We're supposed to be getting on the big things. And I'm sorry, you know, there was a saying once that consistency is the hobgoblin of little minds. And maybe I have a little mind because I'm reading into this that it says that they're only focused on big things for Canadians. Perhaps that explains why the search for DFO enforcement since the beginning of March in my riding has been as successful as the search for Freeland. It's just as elusive. This paragraph for the translators goes on to say in the second sentence, because the first sentence certainly has lots to chew on. The second sentence says, I expect you to maintain constructive relationships with your opposition critics.
Yes.
Wow.
You.
Yes,
Oh,
just so people get that again, and I know some of the other members who are legitimately, as the rules allow, zooming into the committee meeting may have a convention or a hockey game on in the background. So let me just repeat what that sentence says. I expect you to maintain constructive relationships with your opposition critics and coordinate any legislation with the leader of the government in the House of Commons. So I can tell you, I think I have a fairly constructive relationship with the Minister of Industry. I can tell you in my year of fisheries critic, I wouldn't say that the Minister of Industry listened to me on anything. In fact, in my first meeting with the Minister of Fisheries as critic, when I started to brief her on the issue we were facing in the Elver fishery.
The Elvers.
She wasn't
Elvers.
Sure
The illegal fishery.
For all of those who have just joined us and maybe didn't see my presentation at the previous meeting, an elver is a baby eel. It's a baby eel. Not as cute as seals, but worth a lot more. $5,000 a kilogram. They're caught live, shipped to Asia, grown into full eels and eaten. So I, at my first meeting with the minister, said, you have a problem with the elver fishery and with all the big to-dos in the fisheries department. All of them there, the deputy minister, all the ADMs. And they were so afraid of little old me that they flew the director general of Nova Scotia in all the way to Ottawa for this meeting. And little old me and my legislative assistant then, a fine young fellow named Matthew Clark of 23 years old. Matthew Clark and I apparently intimidated the fisheries department before we'd even had a meeting with them. Maybe that's because I defeated the fisheries minister. That might have been something to do with it. But I raised elvers with her. And you know what the minister said to me? The Minister of Fisheries of Canada. The Minister of Fisheries of Canada said to me, what's an elver?
I knew it.
What's an elver? So I turned to the deputy minister, a fellow named Timothy Sargent, who got turfed in one day late last year by the PMO as deputy minister. He's gone off into special assignment. And
He surfs and turfs.
and so I explained to her about this illegal, this eel legal fishery that's going on. And in this illegal fishery, I said, an elver is a baby eel. The department asked me to actually explain this to the minister, the officials. So I'm not sure what all that paycheck around there and bonuses were getting paid for, where little old me had to explain to the fisheries minister what an elver was. But I did. It's part of this issue of good relationships in this ministerial accountability letter with your opposition critics. So I tried. I said, look, I'm not going to raise this in Parliament. I'm going to give you a chance to fix it. That's the way I operate. There's the stuff that we have to do in Parliament, but this one's so important. Please, Minister, will you look at this? Will you look into this? We have poachers from all over the place. In fact, I wish you could see this, but I have a text today that came from Digby County, from the fishing community, with a picture of a truck just arriving from the United States. Digby County is in Nova Scotia for those. This is in the riding of West Nova. Digby scallops, the best scallops in the world, by the way. The picture that got sent to me was by one of the big spokespeople for a big fishing alliance. And he sent me this picture, and I'm sure you can't see it. I don't know if I should block this out, but there's the license plate number of a Maine, there's the camera, of a Maine light truck just arrived in Digby County. And you know where he's located? He's located at the local hardware store. Now, why would a truck from Maine be at a hardware store in Digby, Nova Scotia, who I'm sure everybody was asking that. And where it was is they were going in to buy nets and to buy anchors for those nets and to buy bubblers. And what's a bubbler for? A bubbler you put in the water like a fish tank to keep oxygen going, because all fish need oxygen.
That's true.
So that when this fellow, who we know and have reported many times to DFO, has been illegally poaching elvers at $5,000 a kilogram, is still here from the United States, doing it unabandoned. in the search for Freeland, actually, I think 5 days in the House of Commons once a month is actually more frequent than DFO enforcement showing up at the rivers with thousands of poachers. Now, the minister said to me, I don't know what an elver is, so I explained it to her. I gave her the chance. Months I waited, like Waiting for Godot, you know that old movie? I waited, please. I'm hoping the minister was earnest. In her mandate letter, well, let me just be sure, just so that you know, and everybody watching knows, this requirement in the Minister of Finance's mandate letter from the Prime Minister that they maintain constructive relationships with their critic. Guess what? When I looked at the Minister of Fisheries mandate letter, it has a similar paragraph. In fact, if I turn it over and don't see it addressed to, it's identical. The final page, on page 2, that says, get this, this says this to the Minister of Fisheries. This will sound familiar because I just read it in the other letter.
Monsieur le Président, j'aimerais
The success
faire
of this parliament will require
rappel au
parliamentarians.
C'est possible. Oui, Oui, merci. Je trouve
Point of order. I think that this is fascinating.
Go ahead. MP Shadell again.
I just wanted to say how interesting I'm finding all of this. I think that we could even invite our dear colleague to the convention. We could talk about all of this over a glass of wine and hear about these fantastic stories. However, I think that we are at the Finance Committee right now, and I believe that we should maybe debate this motion and stay on topic, but I don't think that we're at the Fisheries Committee, so I just wanted to clarify that.
On that point of order, with response to that, Mr. Chair, if I could respond.
This is MP who?
MP Lawrence, actually.
MP Lawrence.
Exactly. It's MP who, with since Perkins has taken over this committee. So,
so on that point of order,
that's a fair point.
So just to get everybody, just 1 second, MP Lawrence, just to bring everybody back to focus again, it's that we are now debating the amendment to the motion of MP Blakey. And I'll read it again, that the Minister of Finance be invited to appear for 2 hours on the bill and that this appearance be scheduled on or before May 18th, 2023. And I think the last we left off with MP Perkins, he was at about mile 7 of this marathon.
Oh, I'm just sorry. I just wanted to respond to that point of order. The member rightfully brought up the Liberal convention, which is going on right now, and I'd like to congratulate Terry Beach as well as Sophie Chattel for speaking. I don't know what was wrong with Yvonne and Heath, but I'm sure missing the MP, or Peter, but I'm sure missing the Prime Minister's talk won't. I'm sure you'll get cabinet eventually.
Well, I'm delighted that you're so interested in the Liberal convention. You should all be there joining in on all the fun. So MP Perkins, you know.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I feel an in-the-closet Liberal through MP Perkins there with all he knows about the convention. But go ahead, MP Perkins. You may continue.
Point of order, Chair. Point of order.
This is point of order? From?
Point of order. This is
sorry, MP Baker. Yes.
Yeah, just in response to the last point of order from MP Lawrence, I think I should get into cabinet just for listening to MP Perkins for the last 2 hours.
All right. Good one, MP.
Let it be noted
Baker.
that the Conservatives agree.
Mr. Chair, I think it might be.
I don't know if that,
It may be a vast improvement over some of the folks that are there now. I appreciate that, and I would really, really love to have my colleague MP Chantal in there as well, and perhaps a glass of wine at the Shaw Centre would be fine.
MP Perkins, we're all listening. I'm not sure if those were compliments or not, but you may continue.
Yeah, I appreciate the question about how this relates to the amendment posed by MP Blakey, which is about ministerial accountability, and that's really what we're talking about here. And I think it is pertinent when you talk about ministerial accountability to talk about the mandate letter of accountability that the Prime Minister gave to ministers upon their swearing in cabinet. And I only read the first 2 lines of the Minister of Finances, but because I understand the question, but I think in terms of how does the Minister of Fisheries relate to this, and it's a fair question. And the fair question is that that minister, as well as others, have the same accountability. So just to make sure in understanding how you work, because Minister Freeland's letter says she must work closely with her opposition critics. In fact, it says, I expect you to maintain constructive relationships with your opposition critics. And I understand.
Does that mean talking to them too?
Yeah, it does mean, I think, having conversations with them. And Minister Champagne is he's a very talkative fellow. I generally talk to him almost every day. He reaches out. He's a fine fellow. But with Minister Murray, in my role as critic, her letter says the same thing. It says, I expect you to maintain constructive relationships with your opposition critics. And so on that spirit, I asked her if she would consider solving this problem, because where growing lawlessness happens, you have a problem of accountability, which is what this is all about. And without accountability, without the law being followed, you have anarchy. And I gave the minister her chances to do that, and I gave her months and months and months and months. And ultimately, after writing letters and making inquiries and trying to do it as a collegial way, as the Prime Minister's letter says we should all do, she said no. And the result of that, of course, is growing and growing lawlessness and poaching throughout this. And you know, it's really gotten sad and difficult. And it's not only difficult on people in the fishing community, it's who work in the fishing community, who no longer can earn a living, while others who are committing essentially crimes under the law are allowed to get away with it. I got a letter today, actually it's dated yesterday, May 2nd, from a constituent of mine who lives in just outside of the largest town in my riding. The largest town in my riding is Bridgewater, but she lives outside. And she writes, Dear MP Rick Perkins, I am writing to express my grave concern regarding the recent past and present state of the elver fishery in my local area. And this goes to accountability, which is what we're trying to get at. And I certainly hope that when the Minister of Finance accepts our invitation, I can ask her why the government continues to finance in this budget bill the department to the level it does, which has grown 63% in budget and grown by 5,000 people, and how that's improved it. And I'll tell you why. Listen to what this says. It's what I'd like to ask her about, and why Minister Blakey's amendment is so important. I am writing to express my grave concern regarding the recent past and present state of the elver fishery in my local area and throughout the province. Too often, government decisions are made without adequate forethought of the effect on ordinary citizens. So it's really important that we listen more to what our constituents say, because right there, it captures the whole essence of what we're dealing with on so many issues with regard to this budget. Too often, government decisions are made without adequate forethought of the effect on ordinary citizens. I have lived at my residence since 1990 and purchased the property next to my residence along, I won't say the road, in the community early in 2002. There was no evidence of any fishery taking place in my community other than occasional recreational fishing by various local residents for trout until late March of 2014. When then I spotted people with flashlights on my property by the brook late at night and discovered trap nets in the brook the next morning. Since that time, every spring, my sleep has been disrupted by the lights of those fishing, the noise of their vehicles departing, and the feeling that my privacy has truly been invaded by strangers. I would add they're not strangers, they're criminals because they don't have a license to fish. I ask you to think, and she's asking me, and so on her behalf, I'm asking all committee members in considering this budget and accountability, I ask you to think about how you would feel about strangers on your property at night. I cannot imagine that you would be comfortable with it. I have spoken with many property owners about it, and all have said they would be upset by such activity. My ex-spouse, and I did ask the fishers not to use our property and not to put a trap net in the area which we used as a place to launch our small watercraft. Our request was not respected. After my spouse and I separated, I was living alone. I feel increasingly vulnerable with strangers using the property and upset that I could not freely launch a small watercraft from my property as I had done over the decade prior. I contacted DFO and was told, and this is important because this budget allocates money to DFO. It claims, as the minister has in the House of Commons on the issue of accountability, that they've doubled the patrols during this period. But this is what people on the ground are saying who are living it, not people from Vancouver Quadra. I contacted DFO and was told that those fishing did not have a legal license to do so. And I was warned by DFO that the fishers were potentially dangerous individuals and that I should not confront them myself. So DFO has known this for a long time. I raised this as an accountability issue with the minister in November 2021. Again, I would like to ask the Minister of Finance why she has allowed this to happen with her colleague, the Minister of Fisheries. Because as the mandate letter says, they are collectively responsible as a cabinet for the decisions that each other makes. So that means the Minister of Finance is responsible for this situation as any other minister, including the Prime Minister. So she says, I contacted the RCMP to find out what my rights were as a property owner. I was told that it was within my right to put up fencing and a no trespassing sign, and that I was not required to allow the fishers to tie nets to trees on my property. I did put up a fence and signs and put a boat in my boat launch area, but my boat was moved and a net was put in, which blocked my ability to access the water from my own property. On April 15th, 2023, a few short days ago, I learned that DFO shut down the Elver fishery for 45 days, and a notice to this effect was placed on the power pole by the spot on the shoulder of the road which the Elver fishers have been using for parking. So I've seen this in many spots in my riding. It's not even plasticides.
Point
it's just
of order,
a piece of paper.
Mr. Chair.
Point of order, MP Chadell.
Yes, I'm not sure, again, that fishing, although it's very interesting, has anything to do with the motion that we have at hand, and which is to support and to invite the minister to appear before the committee. So, Mr. Chair, is the discussion about fishing, and we've heard a lot now, is relevant to this motion?
You're right, MP Chattel. It is not relevant to the amendment to the motion, which is about the finance minister's appearance at our committee. So, MP Perkins, if you could stick again to the amendment.
Well, if I could respectfully just disagree, because I thought I explained to the last intervention from that minister that this is about accountability. This is about the accountability letters that the Prime Minister said. This is about the Minister of Finance as accountability to Parliament, which she is ignoring in the last three requests over the last while that she has ignored for appearances by this committee. You'll understand, I'm sure, members, that another polite request, we don't believe, is having any impact as the minister continues not only to ignore this committee, but frankly to ignore Parliament, only coming once a month. So, but she has time for 2 hours of meetings at a Liberal convention here in Ottawa, but not 2 hours time to come before the House of Commons Finance Committee to defend her budget. And the accountability aspects, this is a symbol for her lack of accountability to Parliament. And it's endemic in this government that ministers are not accountable to Parliament. Here you have me as a parliamentarian asking the Minister of Fisheries politely, respectfully, as the Prime Minister's letter says that they are to do as ministers in their accountability, asking them to do something about lawlessness and not doing it in a political way. And this is not a political issue. Accountability to Parliament goes back to the founding of the mother of all parliaments, in Westminster. That's the essence of our democracy. We seem to be dealing an awful lot these days with questions from this government of what they think the essence of our democracy is. They think it seems to be okay to intimidate members of Parliament, allow foreign governments to intimidate members of Parliament after they vote on basic human rights issues, on the imprisonment and of Uyghurs and Uyghur states in China, and expresses the defense of human rights in the House of Commons. And 2 years ago, the Prime Minister is sent briefing notes by our intelligence community that China is intimidating a member of Parliament. This is fundamental. This issue is just as fundamental, where the minister won't and has refused the requests in the past to come to this committee. I thought that the members said that they thought it was interesting. I read your own documents that require ministers to be accountable and to work with parliamentarians. And in order to ensure and show and put pressure on the minister, because I think that's the only way we can do it, is that this is an endemic issue within this government, that this government does not respect Parliament, even though they ran on a campaign in 2015 to restore the integrity to Parliament. When the mandate letter says, work with your opposition critics, and the minister ignores what an opposition critic says privately month after month after month after month, and I'm sure my colleague, the minister, our shadow minister for finance, has suffered the same thing. In fact, I suspect that he's probably had few, if any, meetings with the Minister of Finance. I meet and have discussions almost.
What she looks like,
Yeah, so it's an odd thing to me that a member of Parliament on this committee would question the relevance of a minister ignoring a heartfelt letter to a minister asking why you are ignoring our pleas. Why, as this person says, why did property owners along the estuaries have to suffer this disturbance? Why is it a free-for-all in fishing? All activities create confusion, misunderstanding, and resentment, emotions that only serve to create conflict rather than eradicate it. Furthermore, the DFO shutdown, the fishery, only served to stop those with legal licenses. The illegal fishing continued, as she has said. There needs to be some sort of plan put in place to protect the rights of property owners.
Chair. Point of order.
Point of order, MP Baker.
Mr. Chair, the motion before us is one to invite the Minister of Finance to speak at this committee. And so the member is not speaking to that. He's speaking about fishing, he's speaking about eels, he's speaking about a lot of things that are completely irrelevant to the work of this committee and to the motion before us. So I would just ask you to ask the member to stay on topic.
Mr. Chair, may I speak?
Again, MP, no, first MP Perkins.
Mr. Chair,
yes,
may I
yes,
speak to that point of order?
Let me just speak to the point of order from MP Baker to MP Perkins. Yes, MP Perkins, we're not at fisheries. We are at finance, MP Perkins, sticking to the amendment to the motion, the amendment by MP Blakey, which speaks to the Minister of Finance. It is not speaking about fisheries or about eels here.
Mr.
Yes.
Chair, I've asked to be
Point of order.
recognized.
Yes, yeah,
to
I'm
speak to the
recognizing you.
point of
Point
order.
of order. Point of order. I'm recognizing you.
No,
Yes.
I'm not making a point of order. I wish to speak to the point of order.
The point of order, yes.
Thank you. I've been listening very carefully to my colleague. He has been talking about fisheries, but he was talking about fisheries in the context of ministerial responsibility, in the context of the common purpose of cabinet deciding together on issues of ministerial responsibility. He also spoke to the questions he would put to the Minister of Finance if she ever deemed it that she would come to a committee that is, in fact, here to study the finances and economics and budget of our government, of which she is the prime minister responsible. And fisheries are part of that. And my colleague was talking about the kinds of questions he would put to the minister if she came here, the kinds of questions that she should be accountable for. I have been a minister. I have come to committee to defend my ministerial budgets. And I always took that very seriously. I took ministerial responsibilities seriously. Any minister should do so. Even the thought that a minister of finance would put forward a budget, in other words, the budget for all of Canada, how Canada's government will run and administer the workings of the nation, and then not make herself available to answer questions on that budget is frankly unbelievable and a dereliction of that duty and responsibility. So the fact that this speaker and my colleague is talking about what he would ask her if she would come seems to me quite appropriate. He happens to be in fisheries. He might be talking about something else, because budgets go to all ministries. Budgets of the nation go to all industries, all activities of the nation. And the minister should be here to respond.
Point of order. MP Zerowitz.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure if my colleague who just spoke realizes that there is no question that the Minister of Finance will be coming before this committee, as she has for all other legislation that comes from finance. So that's not a question. She will be coming before this committee. She's very happy to be responding to this budget. I think we're very proud of federal budget 2023. I would hope, so, that the questions that would be put forward before our Minister of Finance, when she does come, to be responsive to federal budget
Mr. Chair,
2023,
please.
is that it will
Mr.
not
Chair,
be about
you cannot
bills.
point of order a point of order. Mr. Chair, this is out of order.
MP, no cross speaking. MP Zerowitz has the floor. No cross speaking, and then we will go to your point of order on the point of order. Again, to refocus the members, we are on talking about the amendment that is before us, that the Minister of Finance be invited to appear for 2 hours on the bill, that this appearance be scheduled on or before May 18th, 2023. MP Perkins should be speaking to that amendment. He hasn't spoken, he hasn't said if he's for or against this amendment. We'd like to hear that. But MP Zerowitz, you have the floor right now.
Point of order, just if I could, Mr. Chair.
The point of order is MP Zerowitz has the floor.
Yes, and just to be fair, Mr. Chair, I mean, we Liberals have had very little time over the last few hours. We've been hearing about eels and fisheries for a while. So my point of order is the following. There's no question that, and it is in the motion that our Mr. Chair has just read out, our Minister of Finance would like to be coming before this committee to respond to federal budget 2023. That's not in question. I just would hope that the questions that she will be asked when she does indeed come before this committee is not about eels, since I don't believe there's anything about eels in federal budget 2023. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, MP Zerowitz. MP Finley.
I actually do not know what just happened here, Mr. Chair. You've got someone point of ordering a point of order. I've never seen that before. That's not appropriate. My understanding is that the member broke into my comments on a point of order to say that the minister is coming. Well, then what's the date? When is it happening? How does this committee know it's going to happen? The reason why we're trying to find Minister Freeland is because Minister Freeland can't be found at this committee, and she hasn't been found here in 6 months, and she's barely in Parliament either, but she can speak at a Liberal convention tonight. So,
point of order, Mr. Chair. This is debate.
Okay. Thank you, MP Zerowitz. MP Finley, you asked about the dates. It's in the amendment, MP Finley, scheduled on or before May 18th, 2023, if you needed a date there. We are now back to MP Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And that was entertaining, as I hope I've been entertaining. And as you can tell, and I appreciate that, and I assume my colleagues can all appreciate it. I do this in the best intentions. I'm passionate about the people I represent. I represent 7,000 fishermen, and they need their voice heard because this government isn't. But out of respect for my colleagues around the table, I will go specifically. I do believe, as MP Finley said, I was speaking to the motion, but I'll go directly back in a more direct route, if that's, sorry, I got too close to the mic, a more direct route to the amendment of MP Blakey at hand. And what I'd like to bring to the attention of this elongated meeting is a document, and I refer to this for the translators, Treasury Board of Canada Secretariat document, meeting the expectations of Canadians, review of the responsibilities and accountabilities of ministers and senior officials. And I think you'll find this enlightening in the context of ministerial accountability to Parliament. Exactly. If you want to grab a coffee, it might be a good time. Page 1, introduction. Accountability in the Government of Canada is framed by our system of responsible government. The system is based on the Westminster model, the cornerstone of which is the doctrine of ministerial responsibility. This is a Treasury Board of Canada document. Parliament has a responsibility to hold the government to account. Ministers are accountable to Parliament for the exercise of authority assigned to the Crown under the Constitution and under statutory law. This is a Treasury Board document. It's not just the nice words of the government when they came in on Open and Transparent Government 2015, which seems to have been lost in the archives. This document says from Treasury Board, the controller of where all money goes. If you want to know the relevance of Treasury Board 2 to a budget, they actually decide on how the budget spending gets done after the budget's been delivered. And my colleague sat on, MP Finley sat on Treasury Board, as I'm sure all those listening will be shocked to know that in my time as a ministerial assistant, I briefed my minister for Treasury Board for 7 years. So I know all about the considered cases and the appendix cases, and the details of the problems are in the appendix cases where officials all agree and think the government doesn't need to look at. But I digress. So let's go back to the Treasury Board document itself, meeting the expectations of Canadians, review of the responsibilities and accountabilities of ministers and senior officials. Paragraph 2. The review of the doctrine and practice of ministerial responsibility was conducted in response to direction from the Prime Minister to the President of the Treasury Board following the tabling of the Auditor General of Canada's November 2003 report. The report's investigation of sponsorship program and advertising activities, some members in the Liberal Party will remember that, drew attention of Parliament and the public to the issue of accountability. And the Library of Parliament, as you heard earlier, has also written on that issue of that incident. A number of other measures were taken at the time to address the concerns about mismanagement of sponsorship and advertising program, including the creation of an independent commission of inquiry led by Mr. John Gormley to examine past behavior in the sponsorship and advertising programs and formulate recommendations in order to prevent mismanagement in the future. Since December 2003, this is a Treasury Board document, since December 2003, action has been taken on many fronts to strengthen accountability. So here's some of the things that they said have happened in this document. Management expectations have been clarified and capacity to meet them is being enhanced. Wow, does that sound like bureaucraties? Improvements have been made in transparency and reporting to Parliament. This must be an old document because it doesn't seem that way now. Measures have been taken to enhance financial management.
I don't think that's happening, no.
Oh, my. Untendered contracts to McKinsey and to personal friends.
Mary
Wow,
Ang's,
something's happened, you know.
Amanda Alvaro.
Yeah, the old pomp and circumstance. What an absurd name for a company, by the way.
Yeah.
Talk about pomp and circumstance in your name.
Yeah.
Greater, only a liberal would call their company pomp and circumstance.
Or
That's who gets to do media training. Greater attention, the fourth point is greater attention is being paid to carry out audits of departments and agencies, and audit capacity is being increased. I tell you what, I don't think that's actually happened, because I've made OPQ questions through the House of Commons, order paper questions, on one of the biggest subsidies that this budget has to business. They're called SHRED tax credits, scientific research tax credits. I asked a simple question, speaking of accountability. How many of the companies that receive SHRED tax credits in Canada, and you have to be an incorporated company in Canada to receive it, how many of the SHRED tax credits actually produce intellectual property or patents? Who owns those patents? And who is the beneficial owner of that Canadian company that received the tax credit? Now, this is $3 to $4 billion a year of tax credits. That is, the policy is set out by Industry Committee, but administered by Revenue Canada. In the area of accountability, the government has to respond to order paper questions within 45 days, and in 45 days, I got a response. And you think that with that question and $4 billion a year of tax credits and the list of those companies and the IP, that I would get an overwhelming amount of information about all the great success that our largest business tax credit creates, that would have created all kinds of invention and patents, that we would know who owns those patents and inventions, and that we would know how it's benefited Canada. But I got one paragraph back. And you know what that paragraph said? In essence, we don't know. It said, we don't track it. We don't know if there's any intellectual property that results out of that. And if there is, we don't know who owns it. And by the way, it's a Canadian company that got the credit, but we actually don't know who owns the company.
Oh, wow.
Now, that's government accountability at its finest. So this Treasury Board has fine words like the open and transparent thing, but apparently it doesn't work. You know, that's $4 billion a year. No wonder why we've got more debt added, $1.1 trillion of Trudeau's multiple, the two of them together, debt, and inputs, impressive numbers, outputs, we don't know. To continue on page 2, the focus of the report is on the role of Parliament, the Ministry, and Treasury Board. Now, this is at the essence of what we're talking about here in ministerial accountability, the role of Parliament and the Ministry. In the accountability regime, it deals specifically with matters of financial administration. Hey, what's a budget other than financial administration? Rather than the policy, as that is where the current concern about responsibility lies. Seems like that still exists today. Financial administration covers matters relating to administrative policy, financial management, expenditure plans, programs, and policies of departments, personnel management, and other matters related to the prudent and effective use of public resources. This report complements the review of the governance framework of Canada's Crown corporations. It has a footnote here, says it was tabled in Parliament in February 17, 2005, that report, and the Financial Administration Act, responding to non-compliance. As we know, the Financial Administration Act is the act that governs all financial legalities and technicalities of spending money and raising money through taxes and spending it or borrowing it by the Government of Canada. Mr. Justice Gomery has been mandated to take into account issues and raised and comments made in this review as he develops recommendations. This report follows from an in-depth review of existing documents on the doctrine of ministerial responsibility and from consultations with noted experts practitioners in the field. I bet they looked at that paper that I read in from Australia, that excellent paper that I think most members found enlightening. This report goes on to say consultations on the accountability regime were held through a series of roundtables with distinguished academics, there you go, current and former ministers and deputy ministers and other stakeholders. There's another footnote here. It says 4, see the list of those consulted in section 6. The valued insight and input helped shape the review of major findings. We'll get to reading that list eventually about who was consulted so that we're informed about who it was that gave these views. This report follows from an in-depth review of the existing documents on the doctrine of ministerial responsibility and from consultations with noted experts and practitioners. So we went through that. The consultations were greatly aided by the discussion paper drafted by Professor Donald Savoy, a great New Brunswick professor and constant author of The Mechanics and Machinery of Government, as it's called, and the roles of ministerial responsibility, political staff responsibility, prime ministerial responsibility. He's quite a learned fellow on this, proud Atlantic Canadian. He served then as the Simon Reisman Fellow at the Treasury Board of Canada Secretariat in 2004 and was supported by other eminent Canadian government people. Denis Dussault, the former Auditor General, Robert Marleau, former Clerk of the House of Commons, and Camille Montpetit, former Deputy Clerk of the House of Commons. And just in case you don't know who Simon Reisman was, an eminent public servant in the Government of Canada, he was the lead negotiator on the original free trade agreement with the United States in the late 80s. Simon Reisman, a pretty irascible fellow, but a guy I'd want on my side in negotiating it because the Americans found him even one of the toughest negotiators. So Donald Savoy serving as the chair in his name is quite an honor. 1.1, structure of this report. This report explains in some detail the practice of ministerial responsibility in Canada, focusing in particular on how, bullet points, on how responsibilities are assigned. The people with those responsibilities are to be held to account. And consequences are delivered when performance is found to be wanting. An interesting point. Structure of this report. I'm sure this will be enlightening for everyone. The next page for the translators so that they can follow along and provide us with the excellent service that they are, that we thank them very much for their long hours and dedication.
Absolutely.
Given the centrality and complexity of the accountability regime, the government believes that it is important to begin with a sound understanding of the existing principles and practices in Parliament and in government itself. Canadians, in judging the best way ahead, will want to know what mechanisms are currently in place and how they relate to each other and how they have evolved. As will be shown in this report, a robust accountability regime is in place, and it has deep traditions and well-developed roles. And at this stage, I know I gave a shout-out to the translators. I want to give a shout-out to my new legislative assistant, Graham O'Brien, a fine fellow who's helped find some of these documents for me.
Job,
I don't know if Graham is still here, but I know his mom and dad are probably watching. His father was a fine candidate for us in the 2019 election in Toronto. And I have to tell you, Graham has done yeoman's work in this new role as a young man taking over from the excellent work that I thought would be really difficult to replace in Matthew Clark, who is now working, by the way. He didn't leave me for another MP. I know that's what you're all thinking.
That's what I thought, maybe.
That's what you're all thinking. Because could people get poached? Not to overuse that word,
Yeah,
but
poaching.
people get poached. And Matthew, well, I guess he did get poached. He now works for the ambassador of the United States. He joined that illustrious office 1 week before President Biden visited Canada. So he was pretty much put under the gun. But good researchers, yes, fantastic. They know it well, and I'm sure this would be enlightening for the Minister of Finance if she could spare the 2 hours to listen in our effort to finding Freeland. We could actually probably send her the blues, and maybe she could find the time between panels at the Liberal Convention to take a look. But the second paragraph here on page 3 it is. How many pages is this? Well, it is only 55 pages.
What page are you on?
3.
Oh.
Page 3 of 55.
52 pages of learning.
Therefore, the first few sections of the report describe the current accountability regime. Section 1 provides an overview of accountability in responsible government, explains the purpose of an accountability regime, and outlines the doctrine of ministerial responsibility and its practices in Parliament and government. And I know that my colleague MP Finlay knows this well because she was an exceptionally well-briefed and knowledgeable minister of the Crown who always respected Parliament. Section 2 of this report deals with the role of Parliament, in brackets, particularly the House of Commons, where we are today as members of Parliament, as a committee, standing committee of the House of Commons, considers in some depth the role of the key mechanisms that Parliament uses to hold government to account, and explores the accountabilities of ministers and senior officials in this context. Section 3 examines the essential aspects of accountability in the ministry, touching on the role of the Prime Minister and the Privy Council office, and addresses how ministers and deputy ministers manage the political bureaucratic interface. Section 4, I'm looking forward to that. Section 4 outlines the central role played by Treasury Board and its Secretariat in relation to managerial accountability, particularly as it concerns the responsibility of deputy ministers for financial management. The last section of this report, the ultimate section, one might say, the last section of this report describes a framework for reform. In this context, it is important to note the principal lessons learned from past efforts at reform. Knowing where we have come from will help guide where we should go. Isn't that a truism that is absolutely correct all the time? You need to know where you have been to guide where you should go. The government operates in a challenging environment, and reforms, both in Parliament and in the government, can carry high cost if not carefully planned and executed. Reforms must take us forward, not backward. Section 5 outlines each element of the framework and identifies the following for each of the core accountability mechanisms in Parliament: the Ministry and Treasury Board. The three that are listed, there's here after this paragraph says the specific challenges noted by the distinguished participants in the consultation phase of the report. 2, the measures that government has already undertaken to address these challenges. And 3, the core values and objectives that will guide the government in developing its action plan. Because isn't that what governments like to do? Develop action plans. Executing on them, sometimes not so much, but developing one, boy, are they fun. The specific measures the government will be taking to strengthen accountability are outlined in, and this is in italics, Management in the Government of Canada, a commitment to continuous improvement. I'm glad we're committed to continuous improvement. One of the ways we get continuous improvement, just as an aside, is through elections. And through an election, we get continuous improvement because the beauty of our democracy is we can elect a new and better government. Section 1.2 at the bottom of page 3 is called Overview of Accountability and Responsible Government. Any discussion of accountability in our constitutional system, the Westminster system of parliamentary democracy, must be informed by an understanding of how that system functions and why. Although the Westminster system developed incrementally, rooted in evolving democratic values, rather than an abstract or static concepts, it has deep integrity, and the roles of different players complement each other in a fine balance, sort of like a fine wine. It is thus both evolving system that has adapted to changing circumstances, and an organic structure in which changes in one area inevitably have repercussions in another. This section provides an overview of the accountability regime. Each of the constituent elements is explored in greater depth in the sections that follow. The Westminster system is defined by its distinctive accountability features, the twin tenets of parliamentary sovereignty and responsible government. Under this constitutional system, Parliament can make any law it wishes within the limits of the Constitution. For example, the division of jurisdiction authority under the Constitution Act 1867 and the rights set out in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. The executive is responsible to the legislature. That is, the government of the day remains in power only so long as it commands the confidence of the elected House of Commons. And of course, as an aside, we know the only way that's possible right now is through the costly coalition agreement with the NDP and the Liberals. The costly coalition of the NDP and Liberals has caused this, in essence, working majority for the Liberals, which obviously is not something that the people voted for. I will go on with this report on page 4 that says that the executive is therefore accountable to the legislature for this exercise of its authority, and together they are accountable for our electorate. Now, I would like to welcome our new guests who have arrived, because I guess we're drawing a crowd with this insightful discussion about parliamentary accountability to ministers of the Crown, and I would welcome you to the room.
Have they seen Christia?
I could ask as well, have any of you found Freeland? Because we are searching for her. Apparently, those who have arrived did not see her wandering the halls of Parliament. She must be preparing for her discussion with Hillary Clinton. Because in this, I will go on page 4 here of this Treasury Board document, which I'm sure is going to be exceptionally insightful for members of the government. Because in this system, the members of the executive sit in the legislature and require its confidence. Their accountability is anything but a remote theoretical construct. It's a living daily reality in the House. Ministers who together as a ministry from the government of the day exercise executive authority in the system. These ministers, who act largely through the work of a nonpartisan public service, are accountable to Parliament both individually and collectively. And again, isn't that the essence of why we're here? Trying to get parliamentary accountability to the Minister of Finance in our search for finding Freeland. All accountabilities in the Canadian government flow from the minister's individual and collective accountability to Parliament. And I think that that's an important point to pause. I will come back to this depending on things. But at this stage, Mr. Chair, I would like to move to adjourn.
Please repeat, MP Perkins.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I hope that the microphone could pick me up. At this stage in my presentation, which I may or may not have to continue, I've put a motion forward again to move to adjourn. And I will assure everyone, unlike last time, I will vote for my own motion. It's a flip-flop.
Okay. Clerk?
Mr. Baker.
No.
Mr. Beach.
No.
Madame Châtel, or actually Mr. Fragiscato.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Mr. Beach does not have an authorized headset on, and therefore a vote can't count according to standing orders.
He can vote thumbs up or thumbs down. Yes, he can. Clerk, continue. It's a thumbs down.
Mr. Fragiscato replacing Madame Châtel.
No.
Mr. Irwitz.
Very reluctantly, no.
Accessible likely right there.
Mr. McDonald.
No.
Mr. Perkins.
Well, I will live up to my commitment and this time and support my own motion, although I am appreciating the vote of confidence I'm getting from the members of the government.
Ms. Finley?
Yes.
Mr. Lawrence?
Very reluctantly, yes.
Mr. Duncan?
Yes, please.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
Oui.
Mr. Blakey?
You know, Rick may be sick of himself, but I'm not. So I'm gonna vote no.
Yeas pour 5-5, nays contre 6-6.
MP Perkins, that's a vote in favor of you continuing. Listen, we're at mile 7 or 8 now in this marathon.
Mr. Chair, I thank you and for your kind words and for the kind
Take a sip of
endorsement
water,
by the
keep going.
government. I am somewhat disappointed in my colleagues who clearly have had enough of me. Maybe that's because we had caucus this week and they heard me there. But I will continue since the government wants me to.
If I may, Mr. Chair. I am sorry to interrupt.
Point of order, MP Blakey.
I just wondered if Mr. Perkins might be willing to entertain a question off a point of order, because I know he referred earlier to the requirement of the government having confidence of the House of Commons, and this is a subject that's of some particular fascination to me, and I think, you know, quite important. He's talked a lot about the fundamental principles of Westminster parliamentary democracies, and of course, this is a very important part of the Westminster system. And he's talked a little bit about ministerial responsibility and some of the extraordinary powers of the Prime Minister. I'm pretty sure at one point in his presentation he was talking about. And of course, one of the most extraordinary powers of the Prime Minister is the power to determine kind of willy-nilly, if you will, whether the Prime Minister enjoys the confidence of the House or not, even without a vote in the House of Commons. And so this is something that, I think, has been problematic. We've seen, he talked about the UK being the kind of mother system or the mother of the Westminster parliamentary system that we still look to for precedents. And they determined some time ago, several years ago now, that a prime minister should no longer have that power. But in fact, if a prime minister is not observing a fixed election date, that the prime minister would have to go to the House of Commons and get a vote of a 2/3 majority in order to be able to part ways, as it were, with a fixed election date as prescribed in law. And so I just wondered if in the course of his comments, he might be willing to talk a little bit about the Confidence Convention and some of the ways that this extraordinary power of the Prime Minister has been abused, and whether he thinks that's something that the House of Commons should look to curtail.
Thank you, MP Blakey. To MP Perkins, and the floor is yours, MP Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And in the spirit of collegiality and the earnestness with which that question was posed by MP Blakey, I probably will get to most of the answer in that once I'm through the 55 pages here. However, shortly, we're at page 4, just for information of those watching. Now, let me just quickly say that I think perhaps if the government had followed through on the
just a brief point of order here. So we are in
Point
a
of
bilingual.
order, MP Lawrence.
Thank you. We are in a bilingual country. So will you read that in French as well? I'm hoping.
I will not torture people. I have been taking French for a year and have done several French immersion courses. And I'm getting better, un petit peu, but I will save you that pain right now.
See that MP Samaria has peaked up, and we'll be grading that French.
And,
so go ahead, MP Perkins. We're looking forward to it.
I do have the privilege.
Bon chance.
I do have the privilege of sharing a seat in the House of Commons with our bloc colleagues. Dr. Guéron is my seatmate. We sometimes practice French, but I will stick with his advice right now, which is not to do it too much in public. But in regards to MP Blakey's question, I think that's a great question, and perhaps the discussion of the fixed election dates and the Prime Minister's power, because it was Prime Minister Stephen Harper that brought in fixed election dates and removed that power in a majority government for the Prime Minister to pick a time that best suits them. So we do have that. Obviously, the fixed election date, as my understanding, still applies in a minority government as well. unless the Prime Minister loses the confidence of the House. And we know, as we do, that the supply agreement between the MP Blakey's party, the NDP, and the government prohibits a fall of this government before the fixed election date. So perhaps he could pursue that with his leaders, see if he thinks we should have an earlier date. They can challenge that. But in addition to that, I would think you could add a fixed election date. And I know this is off the topic, but the chair allowed a question a little out of the Mr. Blakey's motion. But perhaps I think it was the Proc committee, or I'm not sure which committee of the House was supposed to look at or started to look at the government's promise that the 2015 campaign would be the last election with first past the post. Now, there are a lot of different views on that. Probably within each of the caucuses there are different views about the best way to do that, and I think that process started. But I think my own interpretation of it was when the government discovered that perhaps when they ran the numbers on the various scenarios and their thoughts of the day, that somehow that would not be advantageous to them, that somehow they would lose their thoughts that they were the national governing party and could naturally win every election under the current system. Strangely, shockingly, they abandoned that promise too. And I'm sure MP Blakey was disappointed, as many Canadians were, that we didn't even see through the process to look at the options and have a good public discourse, both in public but also in Parliament, about that fundamental issue about how we elect parliamentarians and how we elect our government out of that system. And it is an area still worthy of discussion and review without a doubt, as we are talking about here on the issue of ministerial accountability. And I think it's fundamental, and I appreciate that MP Blakey agrees with me that ministerial accountability is fundamental to the successful functioning in our system. And in this report from the Treasury Board Secretariat entitled Meeting the Expectation of Canadians, Review of the Responsibilities and Accountabilities of Ministers and Senior Staff, on page 4 in the 4th paragraph, where I had left off, the report by Treasury Board says, although Parliament does not exercise executive authority, its principal guarantor that the government's accountability, scrutinizing the government's policies and actions, holding it to account. Parliament has a spectrum of tools for doing this, ranging from its role in the passage of legislation to the review and approval of public expenditure to the interrogations of question period. These are important elements. But while specific tools may vary, the environment remains constant, that of a partisan politics. Parliament and its processes are inherently political. And I would just say as an aside, we sometimes hear people saying, that's partisan, or that's political. And some people think that's a bad thing. But actually, it's a key element of democracy. We all of us on this committee, all of us in this House, joined political parties because we believe there are certain solutions to the challenges the country faces. We have different viewpoints. Different viewpoints. There's a reason why MP Blakey is a member of the New Democratic Party. There's a member why Bloc members are part of their party. There's a member why you choose to join the Liberal Party or our party. We have all different solutions and maybe sometimes even different ideas about what the challenges are that face the country. None of them are less legitimate than the others.
MP Perkins, and sorry to interrupt, we're going to suspend at this time. I think that's on a positive note. I know you're going to work on the French. We're going to focus on the amendment. We're going to suspend till next week, and we'll see everybody next week. Thank you.